erasing every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em a shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no L's, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Tell them that's like, yeah, it's a la vie. I'm taking a shot for my enemies. I can't waste no more time on my energy. I know they know I got it on lock. Go against me, that's a long shot. Cause I'm counting wins all around the clock. Never doubt me, boy, I don't stop. Who do you feel when they make you the monster? I am not scared of none of you imposters. Taking the lead now while they watching. Think you should leave now while the option. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. We're running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down, no. We holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.
back, back. Keep bringing it back, back, back. So I'm bringing it back, back. Keep bringing it back. All my swinging back, back. Keep bringing it back. Swinging the back, but I'm bringing it.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
can come back, but the time is gone. I'm running to escape from your left. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget. 'Cause I gave you my whole life, and instead you gave me nothing. And you left me here lonely, hey, hey. I was lost on my own way. I will never be the same girl. But someone told me never to stay. We can come back,
What's in store for Hellcup this time? An enormous giveaway of skins worth over $15,000. Open a new crowdfunding case loaded with amazing skins to boost the tournament prize pool. 2 Twitch giveaways just for viewers. Type raffle in the chat and don't miss your chance to win one of the skins during both tournament stages, the group stage and playoffs. Get ready to join the action.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Hellcup. We roll on with our group stage and look to decide how Group C is going to finalise. We've already seen one team forward to join our other 4 from the other groups in the playoffs. Now at the end of the day we'll eliminate 2 more and promote 1 other squad. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwight as per usual for our decider day of Group C.
Indeed, and I actually think that we start off the day with a kind of matchup of 2 teams that are middle of the pack tier 2, but the goals and expectations are a lot higher. And I think at times we have seen Permitta and ITB push those higher ends. It's just we want to see it on a more consistent basis, and that might be getting a win here, upsetting Sashi in that decider, and pushing for a playoff position.
Well, a tough ask to defeat the Danes in my eyes. Of course, they are the team that are waiting in that decider match for our elimination game between Permitta and ITB. Just to bring up to speed with how Group C has gone so far, Sashi and Incilio won their opening matches. Incilio beat out Sashi last night as well to make it into the first place of Group C. So, see whether the Danes can join them. We'll see whether Permitta or ITB can, of course, upset. And it's the same schedule as usual. Today, the decider day. So, we'll have our elimination game first, and then we'll move immediately on to the decider match where the winner will take on Sashi.
And it's actually quite surprising to see how quickly Incilio have pushed themselves into the playoffs, because last time we cast them, Jay, they had Kellyan as basically a stand-in, and Sugar was telling us on the interview that, yeah, we're trialing a few players. He gets a permanency on the team, and already they're pushing for a decent run here in Hellcup. So maybe that is a team that we need to keep an eye out for.
Well, let's see how far it will go for them. A success has already been found, again, by Incilio and Sashi in the winners' matches. So let's see whether they can make it forward again. This is the elimination day. So Permitta ITB will be our first matchup to focus on, and it's a complete contrasting element from success because these 2 teams are, of course, fighting for their lives.
Indeed they are, and both of these teams are actually in good form up until the last couple of days. You had Into the Breach that were on a 4-game winning streak. They then took back-to-back losses against Eklot and Incilio yesterday, and then you've got Permitta that were on a 3-game winning streak before back-to-back losses to ITB 3 days ago, and then Sashi yesterday. So I'm looking at Into the Breach and I'm saying, okay, well, who out of these 5 players are going to make a difference to get out of this little downward spiral of form?
Well, I mean, we already have our candidates, right? We've talked about how these guys are great individuals. You've got that 3-core pack of stars that you should look towards as being the main impactful guys. But I think one of ITB's key setbacks over the last couple of days has been just individuals not showing up as much as we wanted to. You and I, we were casting that Eklot game yesterday, and that was the key sort of takeaway from ITB, the key thing that was setting them down.
Yeah, they started out on Ancient, and on the City side, they had a competitive start to the game, but once we got deeper into the gun rounds, they just couldn't hold weight. We saw Smooya not delivering much with the AWP, Flatro was incredibly quiet, Red Star was trying as much as he could to push it over the line. It didn't happen. We got to Mirage, and it was even Kios having some good rounds. I mean, he's meant to be your lurk and small site anchor player. He's not meant to be involved in key rounds and top fragging positions that's left for the Stars. So, yeah, for Into the Breach, they would have been disappointed with how yesterday went down. They would have looked at it as a pretty rubbish day, honestly, because they couldn't really hold weight against Eklund. They go into the next series against Incilio, and their map pick of Mirage, right? They have a 9-3 half. They have an excellent first half, and then they don't win a single round in the CT side. And it puts into question the mental game, maybe the overall team cohesion, because how does that happen? How on your map pick do you not win a single round in the second half?
And Mirage being such an iconic map for ITB in this new iteration of the roster, certainly something will need to change, and hopefully it will change very soon. Against the Permitta side, I guess you could still say that ITB are the favourites by default. As an individuals, you would stack them up to be greater, the better of the total sum of their parts. Permitta, however, they have been on the true grinders of late.
Yeah, they have, and I'd actually say they're quite decent in Tier 2. I'm looking at the most recent CCTs. They made, what, top 4 in number 7, top 16 in 8, 9, and 10, and 13. Yeah, there's a couple of main Swiss exits here or there, top 4 in win line. They actually got extremely close to qualifying to the RMR. They beat Amcal and Omega in their opening couple of games. They lost out to Saw, which is a bit of a tough draw in the game to basically promote you. Your next game was up against Big, which again is a bit of a tough draw. You're not getting an easy opponent, and they were actually 1 round away from qualifying. They took Big to overtime on map 1 and map 2, and then don't quite win out in that best of 3. Their last match decider is against Rebels, and that's a Polish derby. So this is a side that I think have had chances to push ahead. Most recently, they played in a LAN where they 2-0'd Passion UA and 2-0'd Illuminar in pretty convincing best of 3s. It's just that we want to see them more consistently be in playoffs and actually pushing for titles.
I remember you saying at one point you hoped that Permitta would take more time to do some practice, right? Because like these are guys that haven't probably got a lot of time for practice. And I've talked about this before. Whenever I do these matches, whenever we come together to do these matches, we make a lot of notes. And for Permitta, I try and break their whole thing down into one particular page so I can refer back to it easily. Can't do that for these guys because they play so many tournaments that their entire previous history is one whole page long for me. So I can't really look at them as having a lot of time to sort of refine their game. And maybe that's the reason why they aren't going quite as deep as you hope for, Blake.
Well, at least what we do know is that ITB are going to be banning Mirage. We know that Permitta are going to be banning Dust too. Now, the picks could be slightly different. Both teams really like Mirage, and both teams really like Ancient. So, at some point in the veto, it's going to appear. Ancient as map number 1 and Mirage as map number 3.
Indeed, so you have that sort of decider as a key strength traditionally for the ITB side. You can sort of look at the back end of the veto and say that's being a positive element for them, although with the recent history of how Mirage has sometimes been lost out and otherwise been disappointing from them, maybe it is a good idea to go in a different direction for your own map pick.
Yeah, I mean, it comes to a position where both teams are very familiar with each other. Both teams share extremely similar map pools. So a conversation that we had with Eklot yesterday, Jay, was both teams really like the Ancient, both teams really like the Mirage. So how do you actually differentiate who's going to win the game? Well, you can't really. It goes down to on-the-day performance. It comes to who's giving themselves adequate lead time, who's allowing themselves to show more of that star prowess. So between Permitta and ITB, it is difficult to draw a favourite. I don't think there is in this best of 3.
I would say so in terms of the theoretical aspect. However, I also do look at the history between these two sides. And even though you've got a previous head-to-head from only a few days ago and Into the Breach, and, you know, we've talked about the concept of a team that's been losing out in a previous matchup in recent term, being able to turn it around because they've been able to figure out what they did wrong and adjust against that. Equally, that's backed up by a second series from a few months ago, which ITB were also able to take over Permitta. So it's not only recent history, but extended history that favours the ITB squad.
It's true. I will say the difference, though, is that they didn't have Friend in that one beforehand, right? The one that's basically on the border of just over 3 months ago. Friend's only been in the team for a couple of months now, and has actually replaced Sparvacu quite nice. I think Friend has played with quite a few of these guys in the past. He's an experienced AWPer. He's played at the top end of the scene. I mean, a lot of people will know about his time on Odorous and Pact. Had a little stint on an international lineup with Let Us Cook, and then most recently was sort of at the RMR and playing with that Thunder Flash and Enterprise this roster before they got dropped by the organization due to all the changes with the RMR and the open qualifiers. So for Friend, he's trying to embed himself into the roster, and he has to be a key piece going up against Samuya, who is extremely strong on ITB.
Extremely strong, but also not as consistent. Again, yesterday,
I don't know.
Not the best of... Oh, look at...
One day...
Think about what we talked about for ITB in terms of themselves letting themselves down. You say it's on-the-day performance that might be the key thing for them, and if that's the case, then Samuya cannot afford to have an underperformance.
Yeah, but I don't think that happens regularly. I mean, he's the most consistent player on this Into the Breach roster. So to say that you're concerned about consistency from Samuya is just whack, because he is easily their best player. He is extremely strong with the AWPing capabilities, and he's a main reason why we're seeing these deeper runs and at least playoff finishes for the Into the Breach roster.
Well, maybe it is recency bias for me, but I just don't want to see what happened yesterday, because those were two series that I thought were extremely winnable for Into the Breach. I would have rated them above Ekla, I would have rated them above Incilio, and they didn't win either of those two best of three. So now in this case, where they're having a much more closely knit sort of matchup between a team that you don't think there's a key favourite on, then again, we need to see these guys performing in their best sort of form. And it's the same sort of story as well for a team like Permitta.
Indeed it is, and I guess for Permitta, I mean, they want to probably embed themselves as being one of the top-end teams in Tier 2 from the Polish region, because I'm looking at the field right now. You've got Monty with their key changes. They look quite good. They're probably trying to edge towards that Tier 1.5 position towards the end of the year and transitioning into next year. You've got Rebels, the Innocent and co roster. They were just at Alyssa Masters Espo. You've got Permitta, I would say, as maybe that third slot. The Apology roster that's actually doing quite well in the middle pack of Tier 2. And then this Illuminar roster led by Furlan and PHR. So there's quite a lot of teams in Poland that are all at a fairly similar ranking, all kind of participate in the same sort of tournaments. We just want to see, could Permitta be one of the very best? Could press all of those Polish teams and show that they can be number one?
Well, a good run here in Hellcup would be advantageous towards that. However, it's not going to be an easy run for them at all. And I have to say that in terms of this matchup, by contrast to where it stands in the group itself, I mean, I don't rate either of these two teams being favourites against a team like Sashi. I feel like confidence is going to be a key thing from this best of three to move on towards the next one later on this afternoon and to allow them that confidence. So a 2-0, I think, would be a very good position for either team to get away with in terms of establishing that confidence. The question now is, do we see that being a likely outcome?
Well, didn't you just talk about the aspect of playing a team very recently and getting a loss but then getting a win? Doesn't that mean that for Permitta, not only they can beat ITB today, but they could also rematch against Sashi from yesterday and get the victory? So if that's something you're mentioning, it's something to think about.
Look, it's a concept that we've talked about quite frequently, but equally, though, I also look at Permitta and I look at the fact that they are competing in a lot of Tier 2 and Tier 3 events, and sometimes they're getting some good runs, sometimes they're not quite able to do so. And I think about the history against ITB, in not only in that previous head-to-head from a few days ago, but also, again, there was one back in July at the same time where ITB were able to win both of those matches. So they've proven that they can do it semi-consistently. I imagine that that little history for me edges out ITB ever so slightly in this best of three for my personal prediction.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was just a bit disappointed with how they played yesterday, and I think that's going to be playing on my mind today. Again, that Incilio matchup, I mentioned the Mirage, the terrible second half. What about even map number 2 of that best of 3 series? They went out to Vertigo, they had a 10-2 half. I think it's stretched to 13-9, and then you get into the decider and it's 11-13. Yeah, you might be able to say if a few rounds go differently, maybe it is a 2-0, maybe it is at least them going up into the winners matchup. But we are going to be looking at a lot of key and critical rounds, and perhaps that's something that we need to take note in this elimination game to say, okay, the odd clutch that was won here, maybe the odd anti-eco that was won, and that is a differentiating factor because both teams have a very similar map pool. Both teams are very comfortable to play the majority of maps in the series, so I think it's going to come down to that.
Yeah, certainly. I want to see performances to be their highest mark for the ITB side, especially. I want to see them bounce back from yesterday because I know that they can do it. We've talked about this side as being probably a squad that has the potential and should, in theory, be reaching some of the higher ends of the Tier 2 space. So as a result, we look at them and we look at their performances and we look at their runs, and we need to see them replicate what we saw from that Yala Compass event in the summer split. So for that being that one sort of key bouncing point for Into the Breach, carrying that forward towards other Tier 2 cups, they want to see if they can go further, and if they want to see that they can replicate that run again.
Well, we know both of these teams have actually struggled in Hellcup previously. We have Permitta that played in number 9. They weren't able to get out of the groups. They lost to Arc Red in their opening game. They beat Enterprise, but then lost out to Incilio in the decider. They came back in number 10. They got a forfeit win against Gun 5 in an elimination game. Just about pushed themselves into the playoffs, but as soon as they got there, they got knocked out in the first round. Whereas for Into the Breach, they've also been a squad that hasn't been able to push for playoffs. They had Boris in the lineup last time in number 10. They were able to lose to 9, got a forfeit win against Illumina, and then lost to 9 on the rematch. So with the odd forfeits here or there, I think both teams are looking for a solid run. They're actually looking to try and embed themselves to say, right, we want to give a fight towards Sashi. They're not an unbeatable team in Tier 2. They're actually a team that's been struggling as of late. So let's get good confidence in this best of 3. Let's put in a good shift. Let's make sure we drive as much success as forward as possible going into that Sashi series and look to make it a very successful day.
And look, there would be no more solid run than bouncing back from an elimination series to beat out a team that are one of the top-end squads in the Tier 2 environment. Yes, Sashi haven't quite been as title-heavy as they were earlier on in the year, but make no doubt they are a very formidable squad to take on in this group stage decider matchup. So for both of these squads, it would be a very reputable achievement to make it out of this group in the circumstances that they're in, Blake. So for me, as I said before, I'm going to back ITB ever so slightly. Let's see if Permitta can try to do the same thing. Are you on board with me with that?
No, I'm going to go Permitta on this one. Anytime you get a head-to-head in that recent time of span of 3 days to today, I reckon Permitta's going to be able to get the edge. I think it's going to be a rough few best of 3s for ITB.
Well, here we are then, into the first map of the day, our elimination game of Group C. It's Ancient to kick things off. Permitta are on the T-side start, and Smooya is trying to engage early, get that confidence going in the first round of the game. USP to press on, Keels a watch from red and mid.
This is all about patience now, because Permitta have got a lot of players slow walking on a contact out from elbow, not seeing the bomb straight away. At least Keos has got contact and seeing a lot more now.
And draws out first blood for it. Goosh returns against the man as Tomoko's going to try and take presence. He faces the HEs coming into the CT side. Not that much damage. It lands a little bit too deep, and that one CT is allowed to escape. Keos on the A bomb site now with Smooya in support. Seems to be an A wrap with the bomb, also making his way in from red. They've cleared out all of lane and mid presence on the CT side in the meantime as Tomoko makes his way up. Keos lands more headshots. Master and Tomoko picked up quickly, and Friend is suddenly all alone.
A lovely reposition there from Keos, because remember, he's the one that takes contact in red. He's being gooshed up straight away, so there's not many positions that you can play and actually try and survive. So what he does is he plays a slight off angle on reverse default. Knows a lot of players are coming into red room, and I expect maybe one more kill. I don't expect him to get 3. That is a monster hold from Keos.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful round. And you said earlier that he's not necessarily a star player in this environment, but he's been playing as much of a star in the last couple of days as you could ask for. Beautiful stuff on the USP, and rightfully so. Permitta are going to have to force the issue into the second round without the bomb plant bonus.
He's still a very experienced player, maybe one of the most on this entire roster. I mean, grand final at a major. You have him playing at high end of tier 2 for basically the majority of his career when he was playing on the K23 roster, the transition into the French scene on LDLC, and then even the last stint that he had a couple of years on Gamer Legion.
Get into the breach. Be able to get their positivity in for the second round, assuming they can fend off these pistols. Might be a fast execution into that B bomb. Slightly M4s are ready for it. Keels will get away with an opening kill once again. Flattro's going to follow up on his tray count. Ooh, get caught by Beanox inside of the smoke. Smooya's there with the SMG, and Beanox picks up that M4. Is not going to get away with it. Red Star Haven coming. And Friend looking for one more exit. Not going to happen to Smooya's hands. ITB maintain 3.
And I was talking with Retro on Tier 2 Talk a couple of episodes ago, Jay, and he was actually bigging up Beanox quite a bit, and even Beastick was talking about how good he is. It's a player that goes under the radar quite a lot just because Permitta aren't a top-end Tier 2 team. Now, again, they can still push for playoffs, and they're still good enough to get themselves in those kind of positions. So, yeah, definitely watch out for Beanox in this series. He is easily the best rifler on this Polish squad.
Lacking the rifles in the early game, the ITB going to convert upon the force buy and now look to the eco, where Beanox will have 1 or 2 upgrade pistols. That's not much in contrast here. Flatro finding Friend, and Smooya's going to do well on the second man as well. SMG M4 combination. Tomoko down next out of the round. Master and Beanox just unable to do much here, and it's a formality here for ITB.
And Mask is trying to catch a good timing, and there was almost a moment there that Flatro goes down. Beanox with the dig outside of elbows, hoping for some over-aggression, and he might just get it against Smooya, so it's some exit damage being created.
Good shot. Second man, though, baited out by the shoulder, but unable to land the secondary headshot for Beanox, and Opsy will take control of the round and maintain 4 rifles alive for into the breach. Permitta now up to the gun by.
Permitta know that they've got a lot of reps on Ancient, so there's no understanding or maybe disunderstanding of why this map has come through. They've picked Mirage 29 times in the last 3 months on HLTV, and then Ancient is close by at 19. So looking at how the veto is going down, they know that they can perform at a good level. They know they're going to have some good protocols. And how do you deal with some of these star players? Aggro mid at 4 here for Into the Breach.
Quick up HGs to hold, and the elbow position as Vnox looks forward to the AK, trying to find an engagement, unable to land it. Tomoko gets one trade and a second. They're unawares of the player here at Tetris, and he can try and find a fight. Red Star dropped in upon. Tomoko can just about deal with him. Flatro keeps control of the man advantage. It's a 1 versus 2 now for Friend, who's trying to isolate him. The bomb is on his back, and they need Smoothie to come up here to the back lanes, and in at Shelf, he's going to not get there in time. Friend will get Flatro, Triforce back to position. Smooya now in the 1v1 clutch. He's given no information.
Walking just before you get to the water does not give that info away from Smooya on the reposition. Permitta have actually done pretty well there with the trades. It is super unorthodox to take mid as 4, and he has got himself a 1v1 position. Now, he doesn't know if Smooya's over-rotated off of B, so it's all a matter of timing on this.
He swings at the perfect chance to catch the man in vision, but is unable to get the kill. Smooya smartly returning to the AK, getting off the AWP to close the round, but winning the fight with particular prejudice for ITB's 4-0 start.
And this is an Into the Breach roster with 12 wins and 12 losses on Ancient the last 3 months on HLTV. Compare that with a 21 wins and 18 losses for Permitta, one of the highest played maps in the pool and one of the highest win percentages. But right now, 0-4, it has been a bit of a struggle. I will say the rounds have looked fairly competitive at times, but they need to be able to crack that that economy game, because look at the money in the reserve. It is quite limited for Into the Breach.
They've done their damage, Permitta. Hero rifle for Tomoko with the Tech 9s and the Eagles out. Try a faster play into the A site. You've got Red Star, you've got Smooya. They're going to hold those back lines. They're going to look on towards the site entrance. You've got those flashes and smokes coming out real quick. Smooya's not unaffected by it. Mask's going to go down. Red Star moves through a secondary. Tomoko, HG, spammed up. Synopsy going to get him. AK falling into the hands of Friend, who can't quite find the impact for it. Smooya moves through him. Mary will get 1 good and a second kill on the Tech 9, but being rushed down by CT players eventually will end up falling. And there is no real room to breathe available for the T side. 5-0 now for ITV.
And we have certainly seen the improved results for Into the Breach because of the player change of Boris out and Red Star in. Now, that's not a direct comparison of a one-for-one player. It's actually just changing the roles. Boris and Flatro were both star players. Both enjoyed playing very similar roles, so there was a clash. So getting rid of Boris and putting Flatro basically in his roles, and then getting Red Star to be a more consistent, supportive rifler has embedded the team to produce at a much more consistent level.
Imagine the mental game must also be pretty nice for ITV since that swap. Matter that in a second, because Flatro is engaging him because Vnox, and Tomoko is forced to trade it back from lane, ready to take another fight out of Shelf. Heals is caught off guard. The third man takes another fight, and Red Star does win it out with confidence this time. So 3-on-3 ensues. Meanwhile, Synopsy ready for the main press. M4 to swing out slowly and get the kill. Again, losing very little HP.
A right eye die there for Mari, just to be able to work a bit of a timing, hope to catch the A player sleeping. Into the Breach have come in with a mindset on this CT side of just giving no respect. They are constantly fighting mid. They're constantly getting players aggressive up from Shelf. And you could say that in the last couple of gun rounds, mate, the trades have been very chaotic between both of these squads. But it is an Into the Breach holding the man advantage. Smooth's now even seen the bomb towards the top of ramp, so a rotation can come from Red Star in spawn.
Just a bit of information that pulls ITV into that B bomb site. Permit to have a little bit of time and could theoretically rotate towards the A site if they go quick. They're putting smokes down towards long and shorts. This indicates the play in towards the B site. All 3 CTs are set to receive. Permitta going to be allowed the space to breathe this time.
Synopsy's got a molly, so as soon as that bomb gets tapped or even stuck, he's going to throw that towards default.
Friend planting down at default, heard the footsteps, and he can throw it a little bit earlier. There's not enough time to plant, but the smokes are going to fade here, so Mars has to defend his teammate. Not going to happen. Red Star gets both of them a triple in the round, and ITB are playing their finest game right now.
And Permitta can look at this from a scoreline perspective and probably think it's a bit misleading. They're not getting owned right now. They're not getting slapped about. They're just missing some of these aggressive moves. I mean, it doesn't help that Mask hasn't got a kill yet, but the lane players are doing a good job to try and contest that top side of shelf as much as possible. And the economy is still quite light on a few individuals. 2K for Kios, 500 from Flatro. They need to try and get a bit of a round still going soon. Otherwise, they're not going to have rounds to work with come the second half.
We've already hit minimum 6. Next round will lose you the half. With only the hero weapon for Tomoko, Permitta shouldn't have much of an opportunity in this round unless he has a massive sequence. And he's being suppressed so early. They went for the hero rifle on Tomoko in the previous round as well, the ace execution, which is where he's playing in initially, and it didn't work in the slightest.
It's a good pummeler util there from Red Star, because when you force a cancel on a lightened buy, you always know the T's aren't going to have almost any util to continue. What have they got left? A single smoke that's being used out there towards Red Room, and there's a little bit of a gap on it, so Flatcher's going to try and abuse.
Sprays, leans forward, tries to find the foul on Tomoko. The Tech 9 comes out for last. Synopsy mows through 2. Beanox can trade him from range. The AK of Red Star also gets caught off by the double peek in. I'm not sure of who to aim for. Tomoko is low HP. The AWP has missed a shot on Murray. The MAC-10 in his hands. Eels makes his move up to the bomb site. The bomb tapped and held, and the MAC-10 gets caught off. Smooya with a shot on Tomoko. Beanox on that flank. Now with Kios on 9 HP. He's holding the defuse all the way through. Beanox got wrapped through the box, and he's not going to connect it. Kios knew exactly what to do in that exchange. And he held his nerve right till the very end.
So when did we start the conversation of Kios being the best player on ITB? Not only has he struck with a huge 3K in the pistol, but in a 1v1 clutch on low HP, he just sticks a full 5 seconds. He doesn't tap, he doesn't draw the fight out in the open, he doesn't try and slow that round down. Permitta, they are so close to winning their first round. That looked like the ticket.
He's been on fire these last couple of days. And as we've said before, he's not a traditional star. We look towards other elements on ITB to really post the impact, but man alive, this guy, pivotal and all-important to ITB at the moment, who are really compiling the hurt against Permitta. HG's down towards that ramp position on at lane. 2 players sponging all that damage. They return fire through the wall bangs, and they get a lot more back on Kios and Flatro, so it doesn't go unanswered.
You've got an aggressive info play into A main from Red Star, so because of that, you can start thinking about shifting a triple player out towards B. The problem is Kios has been dropped out there from the AWPer, and Flatro is alone on the bomb side.
He needs help. He's still on 34. Finds the fight on B. Not tries to get away from the AWP's ire. HG's coming in close. Quick swing back to the boxes. He's got the right idea, but not the right vision. Man advantage claimed by Permitta again. The backstabs will have to come in a little bit late. The blind sprays of Synopsy, seeing that AWPer, tagging him so low, but doesn't quite finish off the kill for it. Smooya will know he's got to play the retake from Careful. And the smoke's down towards Long. Will this allow him any chance? Red Star gets masked, but tanks tons of damage. 3 versus 3 now.
Might as well look for exits. There's probably no way to go in for the retake just because of the HP bars that Red Star took. And the AWP from Smooya is searching, but no one's overextending at the moment here from Permitta.
That HG landing nicely onto Mari. If only it hit Friend or Tomoko, that probably could have been another kill. Make it expensive on the exits here for the Permitta side. Unfortunately, ITB concessions to take. Smooya misses that exit chance. He's going to run for it, make sure the AWP stays in, make sure they protect the economy game for ITB, because despite 7 rounds in a row, they have taken quite the amount of damage over it, and so had they lost rifles, it would have affected the buy significantly in the next.
Well, despite how good that HE was down towards the bottom ramp, the spray through the wood cubby corner, man, that does so much damage on the anchors, doesn't it? You've got Flatro down to basically nothing, and then Kios also went down to almost nothing. One good spam from the lane position has opened up a chance in the ramp for Permitta, and ITB have taken an instant tactical off of the back of that, maybe not over-rotating quicker enough. Again, I mentioned Red Star with that aggro play into A main. Could they have shifted a third player towards B before the contact comes through of the AWP from Cave towards Long? 7-1, Permitta, no, we need to grind rounds. You've got to be pushing for 4 or 5 at the end of the half.
6 to the good on ITB, so even then they can still contest it, and to deny the 4 or 5 is their best case for Permitta. on towards the setup of the T side. It means that they can push for potentially even 8, 9, 10. Double ops are in play. Smooya with one, Synopsy with another. Saw this a little bit yesterday to very little success. This time on Ancient, they've got one towards Donut, one towards the B site, one player on the central site of A defensive, which seems to be where they're going to go to.
They're very quick, and Red Star's got a huge off angle. This is an unorthodox crossfire.
Very quick adjustments from Smooya to take that first contact, and Red Star might be pulled on the distraction. Good shot back. Tomiko trades it. Red Star strikes against the man, swings back towards the orb, but misses this shot. Beanox trades it, and now Flatro's on the scene to nearly double up. Kios can take him, sacrifice himself through the flames, make it an expensive round for ITB, but a round for ITB nonetheless.
And for anyone at home that enjoys playing a little bit of Team CS, enjoys doing some pugs, maybe use that setup in one of them. Don't see that very often. The AWP to take first contact that drives attention into Donut. And then for Red Star, notice how he strafes left, but then doesn't continue holding left, because that's where the pre-aim is going to come in. What you want to do is strafe right and give yourself the best chance possible of doubling up. And Red Star does exactly what is required of him. And then the rotators too, they don't respect the plant. They just dive into the bomb site. They put all of the pressure on the Ts.
Up on Smooya, shot to Tomiko, wonderfully started off again. And this round kicks off in ITB's favour. Permitta trying to push on to get that trade. They've been allowed some breathing room in mid, but you still got that threat of Smooya back passive. Beanox to make his way in. Will he face dry? He's got no flash teammates in from mid. The gun barrel spotted. He's a dead man. 2-man advantage. Permitta given nothing here.
Yeah, now it's starting to get extremely uncomfortable from the scoreline and from the overall round perspective of this gun rifle. A Red Star on the back of Donut, and it's just timings after timings, isn't it? Every one of these kills is coming down to a Permitta member just walking into basically death.
Timing's going right for ITB this time. Friend on 4 points of health. His AWP backed up on the site, low HP, dealt to right in an instant for Flatro. Master the 1 versus 5, and they'll get away, not even doing any damage to the CT side. The perfect round for Into the Breach. 3 AK saved, and Permitta only with the max loss bonus into their bank accounts. No savings, or very little savings available. ITB 9-1 on Ancient.
Well, what we're seeing is a change in game plan. That series that they played yesterday against Eklot, they were a bit nervous to make aggressive moves. I thought at times they were giving a lot of respect to Kriaz and co. We've even seen in that 5v2, rather than hanging back, allowing the bomb plant and retaking, they're just flashing forward. And that just gives you an idea that they've come in here to say, right, we want to consistently put pressure onto Permitta. We don't want to give them easy access to space on defaults, and we don't want to give them easy access of bomb plants to get into post situations. Now, this has been a Permitta side who, for the most part, have contested in rounds, but have struggled to from the mid to late portion. And even the numbers, I think, obviously, the in-game leader not getting a kill yet is discouraging. But Friend, Beanox, Tomiko, and Murray, they've all done decently on the trades. They haven't been able to close rounds down. And now you have to basically be realistic and say, well, Ancient is over. You do not have the rounds to play with. You've got an ITB that are looking in hot form with saving mass AKs consistently. There's just going to be survival rounds. There is legitimately no chance that you can recover this scoreline.
All on Permitta's own map pick and all. Anubis coming up next for Into the Breach. I'm saying as if the map is already finished. It certainly feels like it. They've still just got formalities to close out the half with. The round 11 buy will look very, very broken. A bit of investment from Mars down at $800, but it's still just the pistols and the MAC 10 out for Tomiko. Utility will try again into the execution, stalled out by the CT incendiary nades. They've got flashes coming in towards the B-bomb site directly. Cave is a bit of a threat, but even then, Tomiko, the first man forward, will be heavily tagged. As soon as he takes space, he's going to go down very quickly. Master's made it up towards the back lines. Flank actually could come in against these CT players in from Cave. Beanox indeed does strike against 2. Smooya is baited to make a mistake shot. Red Star tries to fight back, but now he's completely surrounded. 3 players to face him and fake him fall into the breach. Caught flat-footed in this round.
And they had so many players out on B, and so many T-side players are low on HP, so Synopsys is going to give himself a crack at this.
2 men down, 2 more to go. So have to move. Fresh AK. Flash forward, check the site, caught on reload. USP pulled out against Friend, who gets his AK involved to dish out the damage. Synopsy now gets his reload chance. Swinging back to try and catch Friend. It's complete chaos and a completely reckless retake that doesn't go his way. Permitta will score their second on a steal.
Well, first off, it's Beanox making something happen. It's 2 kills in a very chaotic round with the upgraded pistols, and then Mars finally opens up the kill count for his first by just putting pressure towards Samuya. The AWP is close range, struggling, gets baited, and then that's when the Tech-9 can swing into the breach, lose all of those saved in AKs, and Permitta might be able to just have an uptake in form towards the tail end of the half. Try and at least make it 2 in a row.
So we're looking at a minimum of 6 rounds lead on the ITB side of the turn of the half. Can still go to 8 as Flatro forces the issue against Beanox. Tomoko can take him and Kios down, both caught up inside of that smoke. Mari's going to find Synopsy. And for the first time in this match, basically, Permitta look like they have a confident line of form. 4 versus 2. Red Star can take back Mari for 1 pick. Smooth's on the way into the round as well. The AWP, the T side, missing out its shots. HG's coming in against Red Star, but Friend going to peek amongst that utility, get the kill against the man. There's no backstabs for the Brit to worry about. He's going to go straight in for the retake. AWP still set to his position. He swings back for the kill, actually. Smooth, a very good stance. Now got Tomoko next up in a cave. Ooh, just seen his shoulder. The M4. Lin's another fight. Another 1 versus 1 to take against Mast here. Only 1 kill deep, making it a second as he wins yet another round for Permitta to close out the half on a slightly higher note. Still 9-3 for ITB.
Well, it's going to be frustrating for Permitta because they know that they are a stronger team than what is shown on the scoreline there. They probably won't be too happy with especially how the start went down and being 0-7. The 3 rounds feels as if you've tried to recover as much as possible, but you do have to look at it and say, right, it's going to come down to an opening pistol, an opening anti-force buy, the first gun round, and just all of these rounds that ITB have to close to just get that 9 over the finish line towards 13.
You mentioned how yesterday they had a 9-3 half that didn't convert anything in the second half.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we don't see that again. It was Mirage, so it's not like it's on the same map, but again, just thinking about that recent form from the Into the Breach side and seeing where the Permitta have sprung enough life in the last couple of rounds to convert on the pistol and carry that streak forward. The big ask, of course, again, 6 separate. Julie's on Tomoko and Friend will get involved in the second pistol of the match.
A very quick into Donut with absolutely no defense towards A. A 5-on-5 retake is coming in. I wonder if the Julies just send it through the CT smoke, try and disrespect the bomb.
Red Star challenging Beanox in a donut, so they have the man advantage here. Mari's trying to find an angle in over from the temple entrance. Smooth's going to face him. His clock pulled out and a headshot gained. It seems like that confidence has been wiped right off the faces of Permitta here. One player flanked on Friend. Red Star takes him. Tomoko and Mast trying their best to trade, but so many players are looking to fight them, and indeed they'll win all those fights. 1 man to fall on the T side. ITB win another pistol.
And Red Star has proved of his transition back into the international scene, leaving 500, that he's probably the best Bulgarian rifler right now, and he's not even on that side. So was that them just not utilizing him properly? Was that 500 not putting Red Star in the right roles, in the right positions? Because since he's joined Into the Breach, he's been extremely consistent. We see in that pistol round, he was a defining factor to closing down those donut rotations and giving Into the Breach double digits.
In full control at the moment are the international side. Back into the push towards the A-bomb site. Nothing that they can do except try their best to get exits here, and Mast will fail in that regard. Be 11-3 for ITB Permitta. Be on the rifle buys for round number 15, but it will have to be the perfect rifle win towards the perfect streak back to fend off the map point. And it would take nothing short of a miracle to be able to do that.
Try and get the MAC-10 in for those exits for both Kios and for the teammate. Into the Breach, get themselves to 11. Permitta are currently first in the world for the most maps played on HLTV in the last 3 months at 177, and the entire 2024 at currently 442 maps played on HLTV. They are a grinding team, but right now, Jay, it shows that the grind is not paying off for success on Ancient.
It's one of the issues that I have with that grind. I said it at the start of the show. I was worried that Permitta are not putting enough time into practicing and improving themselves.
I would conflict that with what Nikodos said to us on an interview yesterday. Some teams like to grind. Just because our perspective might be different, the teams in itself, some of them feel that they improve by playing more officials rather than prac.
It's true from the player's perspective. I can look at the results and see the Permitta have not gone as deep as we would have wanted them to. Master's been mowed down by Synopsy very first and foremost on his SMG. Straight in, straight out. Permitta cannot seem to last in the opening man advantages. They've considered the A bomb site in the meantime. That kill was only a lurk play. Keon's now looking for B-Nox and his shoulder was turned away for the moment. He does strike back on a man. Red Star trades it. Flatro gets caught on the flank. 3 versus 3. And the bomb actually does consider its retreat back away from the bomb site. Synopsy still on the flank towards that B site meanwhile. They've seen where the bomb is, so all 3 CTs are here to try and retake.
And they've just got to slow the round down because you've got a lot of good lurk attempts and a lot of time to work with on the clock. Red Star in the insertion just misses that CT player, but he sees the player on the side, so that's okay.
No, he's not, because Tomoko spotted him. That's the bomb being dropped here, 2 versus 2. CT still held up in mid. Gonna have to try and support Tomoko here. Smooya with a fight, he loses it, and Tomoko is saving the round for Permitta.
And they know that Synopsy was the aggressive B player, got that kill with the MAC-10, so keep eyes out towards spawn. Timing doesn't look good for the FAMAS, but does win the fight against Tomoko.
Down a half HP and AK back in his hands. Utility involved, suspecting that B-Nox is going to be out there on the site itself. 25 seconds. Going to get that smoke up, grab the bomb, and run right back in towards that B bomb site. B-Nox thinking it's going to be the A play, got into Donut, so this will be a free plant at least.
And if there's anyone that you want in a clutch for Permitta, it's going to be your best player of B-Nox. The problem is, the bomb plant is open for CT and for Cave, and there's a lot of pressure against you. You're 3-11 down on the scoreline.
Smoke on Synopsy has been missed out in a Cave. Wanted to put that down to suppress that angle of attack. It misses out even short. There's a gap generated. The B-Nox try and hunt around. Synopsy has hidden himself in at the wood corner. B-Nox making his way in towards long. This is perfect for the AK. He was watching it for a moment. He's going to be detected. Does seen there by B-Nox. He'll get his kill in. Synopsy was expecting a flashbang of some sort. Didn't come through. The defuse will. And it will be around for Permitta.
An all-important one, and in that moment, if Smooya gets the kill against Tomoko, it's a very different route. You could probably go a few different directions with it. If Red Star gets the kill on the site player but doesn't get traded as quickly towards Red Room, if Smooya wins on to Tomoko, there's a lot of moving parts in that last round, just because of how lurkish it actually was that Red Star inserts himself aggressively into Temple, that you've got Flatro still coming out from the site directly into the breach. We'll look at the whole circumstance and say, okay, gave them a survival round, but their economy's going to be limited. One alive. Let's reset them straight away. Let's get that 13-4.
Not only Permitta need to bring the comeback, they need to do it with confidence, because you're right. Continuing to suffer to the casualties means that the money will just leave them with no savings, and therefore there will be no buy at some point when ITB find that reset. And of course, they got their full set of rifles with the bomb plant bonuses. The SMG of Mast is going to weaken Permitta. No such weaknesses for ITB. They've got their AWP, they've got their AKs, they've got their confidence. Permitta are not challenging in the early round.
And Mask is just jiggling out from Cave, but ends up falling back to keep a triple B. Eventually have to give that space up. Now, for Into the Breach, they've got a bit of a walk attempt out in Shelf and Elbow, so going to start putting some pressure towards the Red Room and Donut players.
And Smoke's on the entries. Master's going to wait. Smooya looking down against him, catching him, just peeking forward. Shots on for the big green gun. The big Brit advantage, taking the casualty. The M4 of Friends going to catch the bomb carrier. Synopsy was not ready for an aggressive fight, and Smooya and Red Star cannot trade it. Got HEs coming in against the Bulgarian. Another M4 there to try and contest. I know that they've got that bomb. Kios is fought on by B-Nox. Red Star back around the corner trying to get the bomb, but losing the fight, and Flatro's caught off a Cave. How well this round has started, as poorly as it ends for ITB. A 1 versus 4 for Smooya. Can only get the one pick, caught off by Murray's flank. And that is Permitta on the board again.
It just gets quite uncomfortable down in the bottom lane perspective, just because of that ramp aggression that comes through from Permitta. What doesn't help in the round is that Kios was the elbow lurk that eventually got himself out to Red Room, tried to backstab into B and gets caught. So you've lost your lurk, you've lost the cutting of the rotations. Into the Breach had an excellent chance there to strike with that opening man advantage that Smooya gained with the AWP, but not to be. Permitta Let's just see how much of a CT side we get a chance to witness, because at least if they can bring us a decent level of competitive nature, that gives me belief in map number 2 that it's going to be at least a lot more competitive than what Ancient was.
Hero weapon for ITB. Basics outside of that across their pistols. Towards mid, they look to fight. Phoenix is already ready for Red Star, spraying him down. Turning bullets will try to come close, but they won't get any kills out of this one for the T side. So, hero rifle, no heroes for Flatro. No heroes at all here for the T side. Mary with the Quadra. AKs, we recovered on the second man as well, so a little bit extra firepower gifted over towards the CT side. Permitta within 5 of ITB.
And Permitta know that with all of these AKs up, you actually are in a pretty good position to start driving in rounds after the row, put a lot of pressure onto ITB, maybe start getting Juve to call some tacticals. Use that last round as a lightened eco with the upgraded AK, then you use it as another eco. You want to prioritize a really strong rifle round come the next.
Got Tech 9s across the board, a half buy for Into the Breach. Permitta, from a very awkward economy state, have started to build upon that. They've got their confidence, they've got those extra T rifles. They've got no defensive on the A site directly. The execution will start coming in for the T side. Smokes down at the entrances towards Donut CT. They're going to peek ahead of the Bloom, so Friend's going to catch that opening kill on Flatro. They used to try to open them up, but the kill gets found on second man as well as Red Star, so we need to prioritize that bomb plan because that might be the best thing that ITB are going to get out of this one. Kios does find one trade, but yeah, that bomb will go down.
And they need to get another fight, and it might be the insertion out from Temple where they win it out. Even getting the AK set up is going to be difficult for Chaos.
Let's see whether he can find anything with it. He is, of course, main impactful player in this map thus far.
They just got no space with that re-smoke down towards Donut now.
Tech 9's experience and Synopsy in very different positions. Incendiary is out towards Temple. Flashes in to allow it to peak. Keel's going to take his fights. Wait for a chance to take them in the end. Mask going to catch the kill. Friend from range will get Synopsy. And Smooth's Tech 9 inside of the smoke. He's going to try and get the diffuser at the right moment. Strike on Maori. Get him to go falling, but Friend has him marked. Would have been a down-to-the-wire kill against the diffuser. Doesn't quite come through for them. Permitta will still take the round.
I would have liked to have seen more space being taken there from Into the Breach in the 3v4. Whether that's pushing as 2 into Donut, maybe recovering a little bit more of Temple. They just sit back, and it makes it extremely tough on the post plant. You've got Kios reverse default with the AK who gets nothing. Another Tech 9 out there in Brokey that just can't offer anything up at all. And then Samuya's pretty much in the impossible 1v4 where it's just got to try and stall for as much time to make sure that defuse doesn't come out. Aggro nades out here towards Elbow. An aggressive take from Permitta with 3.
Smuya opens up the round once again. Maori getting spammed down through the smoke to try and enter in towards his elbow position. Maori on 41 points of health, and Keels can take him. Double up towards Beanox. And it's down to 2 players for Permitta. ITB have found their breaking points.
Smuya's done it in back-to-back gun rounds in the second half, in which he gets opening impactful kills with that ore.
A spam down from Flatro, keeping Masked at bay. HGs will sail right past him. You'll catch a quick prod forward again, but the spam bullets from Synopsy will get the kill in the end. Keels is also low HP. Friend is caught off guard regardless. A triple found for him in the round. Yet another triple in this match. ITV are up on that point.
Chaos just gets the assistance with not only the util of the flashes out from spawn, but also a Permitta side that was so hesitant. They're up at aggro and shelf, but you're worried about fighting down lane, but also from elbow at the same time. So you've got players kind of turning around. Chaos should maybe only get one, should get traded straight away from the bottom mid individual, but it just doesn't happen. It's a sick multi-frag from him again, and Into the Breach have given a very short amount of rounds over to Permitta before they strike back again.
5 map points now available for Into the Breach to close.
And just selling the A-fake too, trying to force over rotates.
No such rotations will get bought out by the CT side. Maori's in a donut. He's not pushed in. He's expecting someone to counteract him, either a walk forward from ITB or just not hearing those footsteps in at the main entrance. Permitta losing the opening fight. Smooya has done it once again, opening up on Friend.
And Mast is just jiggling down here towards the doors. A lot of players to defend out against the elbow push. Beanox with 2, and now ITB are separated.
A core 2 player unit in towards lane though. Flatro's heard Mast running down. AK and Orb to try and take the faces and the fight. Edge of the smoke stuff. They hear the tags and Mast can get the kill. The spam of Tomoko assisting his main man. He knows that Smooya is somewhere behind that smoke. He knows that that orb was last seen over on that B door area. He'll back up and start the rotations away because Synopsy has claimed the A bomb site. But will this elbow push come in from Beanox? If they do, then that bomb will look to get cut down. And that seems to be what's going on here.
And Beanox shouldn't aggress elbow here because it's a man advantage of a 4v2. They should hang back and just be defending mid. So Smooya should get a free pass of at least the pathway into A. The problem is Donut, and this is where Synopsy's taking space. He needs to connect onto a fight. He needs to allow bodies to drop from the CT defense.
Beanox seen. Spray comes through for Synopsy just about. And the plant will be secured. Second player in at the mid control. Mari is going to get picked up. Synopsy will fall. Flash in against Smooya's Orb. Blind as a bat. Kill comes easy, and Permitta will maintain their lives.
And frustration from Smooya because you mentioned it. It's another opening kill for him, but this time it's just not around conversion. They have the 5v4. They try and come out of elbow on a pop. You've got Beanox quite aggressively in that bottom mid portion, and he just farms in a couple of kills, cancels that entire round, makes it very difficult for recovery of Into the Breach.
1 out of 5 permitted to bring it back, but you can see how quickly ITB are going to reinvest again. They've got that bomb plant bonus and the rounds building in their favor. We're on 22 kills as well in this matchup. Despite the impact that Kios has been raving about over the course of this matchup, it's the AWP has taken the most men down on Permitta in these last few rounds, especially the openings that have set up the advantages. ITB need to start converting on those though. Just one more round to take before they would have closed out Ancient.
And Mari trying to get up here aggressively from lane, but it's just back and forth spams from both sides. He needs to back off and be defensive. He doesn't have the HP to work with.
Almost fell into the pit with that Molotov's out. Beanox spam down the head of Tetris. Synopsy and Flatro get the kills. The Kosovonians have struck first this time for ITB. Friend Orb in. Oh, swung upon by Flatro. The headshot gained quick. And Mast spam down past Cheetah, well known about towards K. He was going to get in towards that B bomb site as best he can. His teammate has pushed in from lane here. Perhaps not good enough timing, might be able to catch off Kios with that bomb on his back, but the flank will continue. No, not going to fight on Red Star. He wins a quick headshot, and Mast, he's well known about here towards the T side. Either way, it's in a 1 versus 5, so no matter where they go, they should get the kill, they should secure the round, and they should secure the map.
Excellent entries out from mid, and overall a good showing from Into the Breach. The kill distribution is incredibly tight. You've got everyone performing impact. Kios with some of his overall clutches and multi-frag rounds. Synopsy, the in-game leader, at 14. Red Star at 16. Smooya at 22. Flatro, the star player, at 15. Everyone can be satisfied with the performance that Into the Breach have put up. Yeah, maybe from 9-1 you expect to close earlier, but this is now another map in the series that goes the way to Into the Breach against Permitta, and maybe frustration against the Poles to say, why can't we catch a break? Why aren't we able to push a map victory, a series win? This is our best map in the pool, or at least one of. It's our map pick, and no, they can't be too happy with how they performed.
Especially after how that first half had gone down. You mentioned that during the opening rounds is the fact that if you do not get enough rounds to sustain yourself, even if it is the weakened half, then you're not going to have enough chances to bring in that comeback into the breach. That's exactly what happened here in this matchup. And you mentioned the number of maps that ITB have over Permitta. 5 maps in a row across their entire history between the two cores. So that just goes to show how ITB have continued to work well against the Permitta side and, again, take their own map pick away.
And there were some very competitive rounds in that first half, even in the 0-7. There was probably even the pistol, right? I'm looking at the insertion they had towards Red Room. If they drop Kios straight away, it might be a pistol victory. I'm looking at some of even the 2v2 rounds. The 1v1 that Kios had, where he just stuck the bomb against the player coming through from CT, it wasn't a slapping affair, even if the scoreline shows it. Permitta will just have to use that as fuel and fire to say, right, we need to respond. We need to at least take a map in the series. Let's give a good fight out on Anubis, and let's push for that decider.
Well, Anubis is going to be the next map in the series, and it is the ITB map pick, a map that they've also taken over this Permitta side in the past. So will it be repeating performances of history once once again, or will Permitta bounce back? We'll find all that out after the break.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard.
I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mindin' they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something. My focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding. And I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you and I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard.
Coming close to me, flow is on atomic. I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we ballin' out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring. Don't try us. They know in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym. This is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
toy.
Spin around, burn out, blow it to the penthouse. Shotty's going crazy, then they quiet like a church mouse. Land up with the customs, and we never get to get it out. Nitro when the engine, so we see what it's about. Always wanna talk, but you never want to smoke. And you flashing all the guns on your live, you a joke. Dosing up with bodies when you never ever blow. I'll be pressed to find a shooter who be lacking in the soul.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You been steady capping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy.
Shit, boy.
Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. I do not gamble, but bet on me. Tell them that's life, yeah, it's la vie. I'm taking a shot for my enemies. I can't waste no more time on my energy. I know they know I got it on lock. Go against me, that's a long shot. Cause I'm counting wins all around the clock. Never doubt me, boy, don't stop. Who do you feel when they make you the monster? I am not scared of none of you imposters. Taking the lead now while they watching. Think you should leave now while the option. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Time to find out whether Permitta can truly bounce back. Down a map, losing their own pick in the series. Ancient falling out of favour. Anubis now to ITB as they will take the CT side. Start Permitta are on the T half to begin things off and need to post up the best performance possible if they want to try and answer.
I actually think there is a chance we go to a third map decider. 4 out of the past 5 Anubises going the way of Permitta at a very good 13-7 versus Sashi yesterday. Let's see if they can do it today.
Well, pistols are set in with early damage done towards Mast here. Look at Smooya's press on towards that man at the moment. Into the B main position alongside Keels with his swing. It's Friend that strikes on Synopsy first. Smooya trying to isolate the main individual. USP is coming forward as Flatcher's going to get picked up by Friend, and suddenly it starts falling apart here for the CT side. Red Star in a water. Keels and Smooya get their trades. Keels caught on a reload, but Smooya bails him out. Red Star gets his kill, and just like that, the tables have turned against the Permitta side. A 1 versus 3 for Tomoko. Back on the bomb site, has the bomb with him and can plant towards back site. I think he'll just about be able to get away with the bomb plant bonus, but in terms of the retake, he's going to be beaten to the punch right here. Keels seen, Red Star swings, and the pistol is taken by Into the Breach.
And that's just going to be full tilt. You're going to be furious at that one for Permitta because you've done everything right. You've been able to get some good mid-round kills. You've got yourself a 5v3 and you have info that Smooya is aggressive outside of B main and Kios is with him. In that sort of scenario, you should be able to close the round down. Instead, you just have to look at the kill feed. There are kills just coming in so quickly from Into the Breach. And then what? Yeah, you get the bomb down, but it should never have even been able to get into that scenario in the first place. And this is going to test the mental quite a lot in Permitta, because there was even a lot of competitive rounds at the start of Ancient. I think back to what Kios was able to do with that 3K. And now I'm looking at this one thinking, well, it might not be him in particular, but it was certainly other members.
Open advantage for the Into the Breach camp. Permitta will try and get back on the front foot early. They lost a 0-7 before they were able to get involved against ITB in the last map. Do not want to let the similar thing happen again. The reason why they lost that map was because they allowed so much momentum in the early half. A comeback was not good enough to return all of that deficit. So Into the Breach will be accounting for those upgrades and those rifles. Again, the HE down mid is going to catch Beanox. Over 20 points of damage.
Now, Permitta even picked this map against Sashi yesterday, so it tells you that it's a comfortable one in the pool. Played nearly 30 times in the last 3 months. Jiggle out towards Electric. Flat throw just falls off ever so slightly, puts that incendiary down. Another re-smoke comes out to main, and this is just to block time, just to stall the entire B-split potential that Permitta have got going for them.
They're starting to make their moves in. The smoke's up on Flat throw. Red Star waiting. Synopsis incendiary. Flashbang and suppress them out at Electric. Flat throw's going to take that part of the map and realise that no one's there immediately. There are players around that corner as the utility starts coming in for them to try and go for the execution here. Flat throw's attention will be turned towards the main entrance to see whether these flankers can catch them off guard. Time is low against them. The HGs will continue to attack. Beanox Tomoko swings in with his Galil. A kill gets found. Red Star and Synopsy instant responsive. Bomb gets dropped. Another kill for Synopsy. Another kill for Synopsy. And Mast will take back on a scout, but losing all of his teammates again. The best thing he can do is secure the bomb plant. He'll tap it to look for damage, but the CTs are all over him, and he won't even get the cash bonuses. ITB take their second.
Actually, a misread there for ITB. So they make a slight info play into Electric, and they're not saying anything with low time on the clock. So the indication is, right, it's going to be an A play. Let's send bodies over on the rotation. Let's get players up in beach towards storage in heaven. And then there's a moment where Permitta have only got one person to deal with on the bomb side. The problem is the time stalling that first MP9 does of Flatro, who was kind of dealing with the Electric players, dealing with the main players. It just sends Synopsy and Smooya back in. And, well, from jail, you have a monster hold coming through from Synopsy.
ITB in prime position should be able to overwhelm these pistols nice and effective. Deagles unable to find their damage. Even the HEs have found the opening kills. Synopsy just charging forward to the SMG here. And ITB playing with the same level of aggressive confidence as they did in that last map up in the early portions of it. Plenty of MP9 kills, plenty of money to go the way of the CT side at the moment. And Synopsy not quite caught off guard by the double plays in. Eventually both will fall to a flat throw. And the next rifle buy will be on the board here for the Permitta side.
And there was a post-match interview that Smooya did recently where he was kind of talking about how this new Into the Breach roster just wants to kind of have fun, and that's where they're at their best, is when they're not being stressed, maybe they're not being pressured too much about results and overall rankings, and just to come into the server and have a good time. And maybe reflecting on what happened yesterday, well, it was a really poor day. So what do you want to do when you come into the next day? Right, you want to be really positive. You want to make sure that everyone has got some good emotion, everyone's got some good flair, and it has been a big contrast from what we've seen in previous days.
HG's up, M4 Keels to strike onto Master first. Smooya able to engage with the SMG. The fast plays of Permitta just shut the hell down into the breacher, giving them absolutely nothing here. Damage at best against Keels, but HG is going to return that damage on the Tomoko, who doesn't get away with a single kill in this one. Bomb is lost. Flanker friend just passed the full back. He's got nothing in this round.
No, nothing at all, and it's a very destructive CT side like it was on Ancient. You've got the Into the Breach roster constantly fighting for mid, constantly fighting for top lane. You come out to Anubis and you're trying to go in for a quick array maneuver. What's happening? The MP9s are just sending it. They're just rotating through camera. They're instantly fighting against the main individuals. They're pressing you. They're working around util. They're jumping above the smoke. And they have come with a game plan today against Permitta, which is never allow comfortability. Do not give easy map control to the T side.
The stunning start for the CT basis. 4-0. With more rounds to come, Permitta on max loss bonus can't afford the full weapons in the next. Especially without that bomb plant coming in for them again. It's missed out. ITB can just continue to look for a commanding lead, just like they did in the last map.
Well, that head-to-head from 3 days ago, when Anubis got played, Permitta were able to make it a 6-6 half. So I'm looking at the circumstances now, saying, well, 0-4, about to be 0-5. You've got AKs being saved, and you've got a lot of momentum towards Into the Breach. Is it realistic to say that Permitta can look for 6 rounds again on the T side? I would say no. I don't think that's realistic at this point.
Especially because there was a little bit of a back and forth that Permitta actually had the initial advantage of in that last map. They were up 5-1 before ITB restarted bringing in those CT rounds. This time it's commanding from the Into the Breach side. It's Permitta that are playing from the deficit. They'll bring in some weapons. They'll half buy their way in with a hero rifle also out for Master. Second AK for him to work with. Into the Breach have 3 on the CT side.
It's been difficult to adapt here from Permitta. They've struggled to find weaknesses in the overall playbook from Into the Breach. 3 players out to B. Not much of a mid defense at the moment. You've got Synopsy that's transitioning from camera to basically being a second A player. Flatro has not been aggressive into Electric. He's been quite happy just to hold util and jiggle on the angle.
Noise being made by these T-sided players. Again, Beanox is tagged up early into the rounds. I'm assuming that's the HG that Synopsy put out there from mid. Now being challenged by Mollies and Flashes, unsupported by his teammate. Synopsy catching Master. I think Beanox got tagged by his teammate in that exchange as well, both being blind inside of the smoke. And the kill comes in easy. Beanox should fall easily as well.
And they can get the extra AK, but you're right, 43 points of health is going to be difficult to manage much with the AK. Aggro, play it to main, and just all the connections are coming through. The Tech-9 needs to try and follow up, but it can't happen against Chaos.
Instant response, Mary down, half HP down on Chaos, so Beanox's flank may well yield yet another kill. They found a line in towards that A-bomb site, and the only man being out on that defense is the man that's pushing in from main. Keels will quickly realize, though, that there is no one in at water, and Tomoko's dipped behind the camera position, I think, before Smooya could spot him. On site, they'll look to plant, at least get this much out of the half buy, a cash injection for the full buy in the next. But the round itself is still under ITB contention. 2-man advantage for the retake.
Chaos is hoping for an overextension towards main and also slowing the round down so him and Flatro can come together.
Backside away from Beanox, swung upon by Kios. Secondary kill for the man as well. Beanox's first two kills of the game may have just scaled out. Next round for Permitta. Smooya headshot, but Red Star fell in the split second before the AK capitalized. And now he's got a kit in a flashbang. No information on Beanox, who swung towards the fountain and held a hell of a round for Permitta.
I was talking about Beanox in a decent degree when we started off the best of 3 series. We didn't see much from him out there on Ancient, but right there he has shown his capabilities. 2 players aggressing between A main and the water angle, and he gets both of them fairly easily. Tomoko, it's even difficult to get one deagle kill when they pop the camera smoke, but it's enough to set up Beanox on low HP. Smooya anticipates that he's coming from main, tries to get on the bomb, isn't ready for the fight from Pillar, and Permitta, well, they're still there first.
Half buy basis to get them up on the board. But will it carry over into the breach? So good at shutting down those initial starts of Permitta in the last map. And they do the same thing right here. They've got cash to support as well. Finally, Synopsys is going to be taking some HE damage down to mid. Beanox has been tanking all that over the last couple of rounds here. 60 HP to start. Molotovs as well in from the CT side will stop any progression in from A main. It's just prods on the Permitta default.
Now, Permitta know that an opening man advantage is going to be key in this round. Finally, we're getting the AWP out from Smooya. Previously, he's just been on the AK or the M4. Just holding where Flatro has been jiggling for the majority of this first half.
Mast trying to flash that AWP off position, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, they've got a triple A set up for the first time for Into the Breach.
That might be the right call to make. You've got mid offensives coming in from Beanox. And that bomb was over ahead of the water. It's actually going to reposition back in towards mid.
Should be an A split here. Try and put pressure onto camera, get the main players in.
Not a lot of rotation room for the B bomb site players, so it really comes down to Flatro holding with Synopsys flashbang forward. Counterflash available for the T side line. One player gets caught blinded, but it's not Beanox, the forward man, finding Flatro. Keo's going to get caught. Synopsys doing everything he can, and will bird Mast from beyond the grave, but get no more than that. Tomoko now hunting Red Star here. M4 revealed. Incendiary forward of the man Tomoko being damaged up a little bit, but he's not revealed. The bomb will go down. And there has to be a save from Smooya and Red Star.
And now we're talking. Perhaps a game is starting to present on our hands here. Decent work from Permitta. ITB set up. The flash was ever so slightly late. There was no contact kill in from that camera. And then even Flatro is just not confused, but in a position where you're trying to fight against 2 angles at the same time. You're trying to put the incendiary down towards camera, but you're being swung upon from main, you're being swung in from camera, so he just can't get anything. And then Kios, maybe he should have gotten at least one there. Does damage up onto Beanox, but it's not enough to be able to continue that kill all the way. 2 in a row from Permitta, and now they're actually starting to put a decent cash flow in the reserve on a minimum level for Into the Breach. I think for the majority of Ancient, at least that first half, it was just gun round, gun round, gun round. We weren't seeing the resets. We weren't seeing the ecos. They were coming close at moments, but now I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, well, if this does become a 3rd round for Permitta, we're finally actually going to start seeing limitations with the buy.
We're seeing a double AWP for a moment there from ITB. I was going to be a bit surprised that Red Star would invest into the glass cannon, but actually does pass it off towards Synopsys, so we will get the double AWPs in. Rifles available for both sides. Into the breach, you mentioned this. They have a float available, so this buy is sustained for this round. Synopsys AWP is ready to receive in at the mid control. Molotov's immediately forcing right back. Is he going to peek? Yes, he is. Get a leg shot on Mast. Challenged by Beanox, who is very far forward. Synopsys getting right out of dodge, holding a crack angle. The HG is coming into his position. Will try and drive him away, and they'll be successful in that regard. Counter flashes and smokes in from both sides will keep Synopsys suppressed, and the A site is exposed.
Actually, a pretty easy mid take there from Permitta. All they do is put double mollies down to house and doors and brute force Beanox being aggressive, and it forces Synopsys further back. It forces the camera angle to basically be weakened. ITB have got almost the same setup from the last round of the 3-on-A. The difference is that they're not in camera to fight against the mid players, and they've got the AWP on A to defend.
Very, very slow to the uptake for Permitta. 45 seconds on the clock as they're going to put smokes down towards that temple entrance, try and go back in towards the A site play. And this time they've got Synopsys ready to receive it with incendiaries of his own here. Flatro putting it up The AWP player of the A site ready to receive. Baiting in a shot out. Keo's going to get the kill for it. HG's on Tomoko, going to keep him suppressed. The HG's will burst open the smokes. Flatro can get one trade. Tomoko trades it to a 3 versus 3. One man stands to defend. The AWP player on at main. Good shot. Now where the 2 inbound from mid. Friends expecting him to extend. Oh, but he misses the shot on Tomoko. A sitter kill turning into a 2v2 retake.
At least the players are coming into main quickly, but Smooth's going to have to be the second guy in. Red Star needs to take first contact.
Molly pushing Smoothia back just a little bit. Oh, just heard of the tag damage right there. They know that he's available. They're going to go in real quick. HE sent. Flashes involved. AWP a friend blinded. Shot rings out. They have to make their way in now. Tomoko yet to look to strike on 42 points of health. Time is against him. Smokes go down. Shot from Smoothia. Lands to Tomoko. He's picked up. Red Star spraying manically. Tapping that bomb. Friend's going to get forced out into the kill. But the round will still go the way of Permitta.
Unfortunately, Red Star doesn't have a kit. If he did, he would have been able to get it and go back into the one that was dropped there in camera. Overall, that should have been a round victory for Into the Breach. You are right. That is a sitter of a kill out there from the pillar. And I would say a good adaptation for Into the Breach. They've got aggressive camera previously. It hasn't worked. They've gone more defensive and they've tried to pummel util. They dropped the incendiary, the smoke, the HE. Everything looks promising up until there's a missed AWP shot. And maybe there's a tactical just to breathe, just to make sure the comms are flowing, because the setup was pretty good. The execution, though, wasn't quite there to the quality.
And tacticals called up from Into the Breach here. As you mentioned, realign themselves ever so slightly. They will be able to afford mostly a gun buy. AWP save from the previous round, definitely helpful in that particular respect. So the 4-round commanding lead that we saw has started to whittle down. Only 1 to the good on the ITB side. Keo's yet to invest. What's he going to go for here? Utility above the firepower, refunds a little bit of it.
Well, this
goes
has
in
been,
with the M4 in the end.
I was just thinking now, this has been, what, 2 clutches and the 3 rounds being won. You have the Beanox 1v2,
Yes.
and then you've got the Friend 1v1. So I'm sure Permitta would like to make sure that these rounds are being closed down a bit easier, that they can keep more players alive.
You mentioned the economy game of ITB being tested. Permitta certainly would get reset if they fall apart here. ITB, good reads on the counter execution. They've been going A so much, Permitta, that you'd expect that there'd still be 3 players on that defensive. Resmoke coming in from Smoothie towards main, but they are stacked outside of it, ready for the execution. It comes in real quick. Flatro on the backside, ready for a chance to strike. Swings forward, gets a kill, transfers nearly to the second man. Smoothia will take Tomoko, and the HE landing on Maori will tag him low. He'll get a kill, but the AWP lands another. Mars turns it back to a 2 versus 2, and Red Star is still at Glyph. Keels is on the way into the bomb site, and the 2 T-side players back away.
They might not have even known that Red Star was on B there. With all of that distraction that Flatro and Smoothia does, it's an unknown element. Yeah, Kios is over-rotated, but now it gets very silent. Permitta can start walking on a mid-contact. You've got a 2v2 with a decent amount of util. All about the search now for these 2 T players in mid. Is there a rotation? Is the A-bomb site opened up? Where are the 2 last CTs?
When will they make noise to give that information over to ITB? They are both on that B bomb site, and that's not known to Permitta. Clearing out all these angles completely dry. It is a ballsy play. It protects the utility basis, and it gives nothing away to Into the Breach. Another 2v2 retake on the A site.
And being so far away makes this round very uncomfortable. You want to try and get a kill in pretty quickly on the retake. I would say within the next 15 seconds or so, because if it's not reoccurring, it has to be a save call again.
Molly and a camera to stall that for even more so. 25 seconds left on the bomb timer itself. Masters waiting, sat on the bomb, waiting for them to make their moves in. Low for Into the Breach. They are checking all their corners, winning the fight on Friend. Mast tucks himself behind the cake. Red Star flashing, Molotoving forward. They don't check all the way. Back to turn. Keo's caught. Red Star has a kick this time. Needs to win this engagement, and Master's going to get caught for it. Has he done too much, though? Has he stalled for enough time? I don't think he has. No, he definitely has. Permitta are all squared up.
That's another clutch going the way of Permitta, and this is where frustration and overall mentality is going to start affecting ITB, because you have given away 3 out of 4 rounds that Permitta have won down to 1vx's. We're talking about 5 margins, 1 maybe reposition, 1 extra timing in that scenario. Even with the read of how many players are out on B, it's not enough. And into the breach on their map pick, they're struggling right now. They're actually having quite a tough time to close out some of these rounds. They are giving momentum forward to Permitta now.
Yeah, into the breach have tested their economy, the opponents, their own economy's been tested the same. They've at least been able to sustain buys, but this is a case where it's not quite as strong. They are forcing the issue anyway because they know that Permitta are on the verge of a reset. They get that round in. If they get that steal, then it would lead to disaster for the Poles. Comes the utility. HG's against them, revealing for the SMG of Keels again to do so much with so little. Kill on the first man, spotting Beanox can double up. The Deagle of Smooya spams his way to dish out some damage, picking up an SMG. And he got plenty more players behind him. 2 involved alongside the Brit. 2 versus 4 with Synopsis kill on Tomoko. Mast is AK, expecting aggression, does spot him, but gets caught on the timing of the drop down. The SMGs continue fighting. Synopsis with a kill, and the backstab will close out eventually, but it's not quick enough for Flatro. Not like it matters. Synopsis has got his picks, and the round is going well and truly the way of ITB.
And I have legitimately seen ITB look stronger on MP9s on this map of Anubis than I have on gun rounds. That is crazy. That should not be happening. Kios has a sick couple of kills. I mean, when they break the smoke, you expect him to go 1 for 1. Not to be able to get 1 kill and stay alive. Waste that time. Buy rotation room for your players coming through from mid and off of B. And then Synopsy just gets up there on the pillar and he just starts farming with the MP9.
And finally, ITB break Permitta's backs round after round where they've been casualty filled on this T side. It has come back to break their backs. Tech9s and a Galil on the Force Invest. ITB saving plenty of AKs from the previous rounds. To rebuild their own economy state to reclaim control of the CT side.
And you expect this to be a quicker maneuver for Permitta. Just with Tech9s and a lack of armor, a quicker rush into B. Anywhere they go on the map, it's got to be aggressive. They can't afford to slow this round.
Batro. Position to try and hold against them. It's Synopsy involved towards mid. Meanwhile, Smoke's up to suppress, and the teams are making their way in towards that B split real quick.
And Flatro's got Util, all about the timing with 3 on B here for ITB again.
Incendiary in hand. Mary's going to catch him with a walk up straight up. AK can't adjust. The Tech9's going to catch him. Smooya needs to trade out the player at main. Look back to a double, unable to land it. Red Star ready for a main presence. He hears Beanox, gets that kill in. Swing towards Marston Friend, and he's unable to connect his spray. It goes wildly all over the place. A 3v2 favourable towards this T side. Marston's low HP, and the player at the front lines is going to catch Synopsy despite the walk forward getting him off guard. Keels can return fire while spamming, but Master Tech9 from range takes it right back for Permitta.
Well, that's incredibly poor decision-making from Flatro. You know that that buy is awful. So why have you got Util out in the open? Why have you not got your weapon drawn? You are playing aggressively behind a lurk smoke into electric where there is walk potential. And at that sort of range, of course the Tech9 is going to be able to overpower against an M4. That just crumbles the entire round. Flatro needs to either break the smoke and search for info or play so much more defensively on the bomb site than there.
There was timing for that HE to catch the aggressive player of the Tech9. Had that kill not come through, I don't imagine the round would have done either. At least ITB invested a tiny amount into that round. They'll have money in the return to enable another buyback for them here in round 11. Only a handful of rounds ago, we were saying that it was very impossible for Permitta to take a 6-apiece scoreline, and it's not impossible now that they actually take the lead here. 7-5 is the best case for both sides of the board. Synopsy is going to catch Friend to start things off. HE's from Red Star. Damage got masked a little bit. His Molly start coming in. Flatro is going to get out of this glyph position as a result. Counter utility trying to stop them, and they will dish out the damage for Red Star to capitalize upon that kill. He's caught Flash out in the open. Mari with a responsive 4 versus 3 still for ITB. Tomoko trying to even up the numbers as he gets smoother through the smoke. They are looking around towards this glyph position. The Mac 10 gets up close and personal. Flatro deals with it. Mari can find Kios and double up towards the next man as well. Synopsys M4 tight in the back, but backs are turned towards him. Tomoko dead and buried on the site. A 1v1. Synopsys does not know where Mari is, and I don't think he knows the bomb got dropped.
Oh, he'll know that the bomb's outside B, but he's expecting Mari to overextend. He's expecting in this 1v1 that Mari's going to search for a fight into Temple, and the rotation towards A is actually being watched upon. Mari should have no chance in this now.
Synopsys read this extremely well, even if it is a little bit early. Committing towards the A play. Mari, 17 seconds, has basically got to run right on towards the A bomb site. This is definitely over. Minus a miracle headshot and a complete whiff from Synopsys. This is an ITB 6th, and that's exactly what it will be.
And it's... anytime you get into a 1v1, yeah, you're never going to know exactly how to play it, but it comes down to intuition of the player. Now, I'd like to maybe watch that round back on the VOD. I swear Flatro had at least 8 or 9 plus bullets in that M4, and he just reloads in Glyph after getting the kill, and that actually cost him a fairly easy trade towards Mari. Permitta have got to look at this electric player and say Flatro's been kind of rubbish on this CT side. Let's keep trying to punish him.
Well, just one more route to try and do so here, and they're not going to try and take any Canals presence. They've got mid and B main as their main points of contention, and even mid is not even being that well contested by Mast. Smokes up on the CT side, sprays of Red Star, blind, getting damage, eventually finds a kill on Tomoko. He's going to get forced to reload, but he's got Synopsy on his back lines here. Flatro can get a kill. Synopsy overall, the main star defender of the buy bomb site, a triple in for him. And ITB will be able to have the half. 7-5 at the turn of the CT side.
Now, you can probably replay that half quite a few times and get completely different results. You get a lot of clutches that are being won from Permitta. You've also had a lot of gimmicky rounds being won from Into the Breach. The MP9s that Kios was able to work with Synopsy out there towards A. What I will give credit for ITB is how well they stacked up bomb sites. They had a lot of players on 3 on B and 3 on A when those site hits were coming through. So in preparation with the coach of Juve, the assistant coach in Crystal, they've definitely been able to prep and anti-strat enough to get an understanding of what to expect from Permitta.
Well, second pistol of the map. ITB been successful in pistols thus far. Red Star's expecting aggression, but is unable to deal with it. Tomoko starts things off well enough for Permitta. The bomb will start to make his way in towards the A site. He was so heavy-handed on that B play.
Now, ITB have been extremely strong in pistol rounds from the outset. Always seen opening kills coming for them. Finally, a bit of resistance. Walk contact into A main. Could be set towards an execute. Get a smoke down to camera and a single flash into the bomb site.
Still slow from ITB. Permitta. Yeah, a little bit of utility and footsteps over towards the A-bomb side. That pulls quite a lot of attention there as well, but it's all a ruse at this stage. The second round of the B defensive starts to reconsider his options. Kios maybe have to make a kill or two happen. No, they start walking. The main player of B knocks, not checked. Backs turn. Flatro falls. Bomb scenes. Planted safe away from main's position, although they can see a swing from Temple, and he's going falling all the same. Kios in a 1 versus 5. Tried the lurk, but the B site offenders could not get themselves what they wanted. The kill game found back on Tomoko. He can't deny the defuse. B-Not's covering it, and in the end, the pistol will go the way of Permitta.
Well, it's an excellent reposition from B-Nox because you get yourself in a nice, tidy off angle where you haven't seen anything from B main. There's an A fake going on, and then you start hearing footsteps coming up from the canals. So where are they going to be clearing the majority of the bomb site? They're going to be looking at Glyph. They're going to be looking at Temple, maybe down from spawn. They're not going to be anticipating B main. And I know those kills can even be quite difficult when players are turned the other direction. B-Nox makes that look easy, gets in with a couple. ITB had the chance of force buying. The problem is, do you really want to force when so many players stayed alive from Permitta? No. Look what you're up against. 4 M4s and a single MP9.
Not the forced buy from Into the Breach that I would have expected out of them with the cash investment. Permitta instead should hold this pretty proficiently. ITB will allow them to even the board with the promise and hope of a brighter future when those AKs come into the fold where ITB can start to make the better of the T-side half. Beanox going to get flashed out in mid pretty nicely by that initial utility contact. Kills found on 2 players for him and friend. Smooya can take one of those picks. That's as far as it goes for those pistols, though. Last man standing, Kios. He's dead to rights.
Good work from Beanox and co again. You look at that round and say, if they get overwhelmed, maybe there's a bomb plant, maybe there's a bit of a threat into the round. It's only a single casualty. 7-7. All eyes are going to be on this first gun round now.
Four AKs available for ITB. Galil for Synopsy. Is the top fragger of the board right now. Into the breach. Placing the weapon sets, Permitta and SMG still for Tomoko. Play it as a bonus. Initial HE damage will also be done by the Permitta side. They are just suppressing at this moment. The spread out default continues to line up for ITB. Unfortunately for Synopsy, not quite as well lined up for him. HE to his feet, tagged him a half HP.
First contact out from mid is just back and forth spams. Synopsy, though, is still trying to press, and the timing flash around the corner. Beanox is on the other side of the smoke.
Suspects he might be there somewhere, and he gets that kill through the smoke in the end. Advantage maintained when Synopsy, I mean, he may have well had a flank against him and his teammate, but that mitigates it.
It's good clearance from the mid player, just in case there was an insertion to spam up and find the good kill onto Synopsy that now makes this round very difficult for ITB. You don't have a huge amount of space. The bomb's carrying over towards the canals. You've got a little bit of a lurk from Kios, so this indicates A pressure, but a B split.
Kios engaging against only one man. Mari maintains control. Now they're going to try and hit the B-bomb site quick. Tomoko caught off of the SMG, caught napping, didn't pull the trigger. Player on the backside putting utility down. Player at Glyph challenged by Flatcher at range. Smooth is going to get masked on a return. Friend now on the site itself. 2 versus 2. 25 seconds. Someone's going to go ahead and pick up that bomb. And Friend repositioning, detected by Red Star, gets his kill back. And now the plant should be secured. It's on Mari to clutch it all up here. And he's pretty close and all. The bomb tapped once, the second time as well. The pole making his way in. Red Star planting safer behind that smoke's position. And they have no idea of this insertion point here. Moving up from main, round the pillar. Smooya being checked. Red Star unaccounted for. Timing's everything, and Smooya's going to catch him. ITB reclaim control.
And I actually think that's when Flattro's at his best, when he almost doesn't need to think about the round, except running out and killing. And right there for Into the Breach, it's a bit uncomfortable. Kios is distracted as much as possible towards A, but he's only got a 1-for-1 trade, so they know it's going to be B. They punish against the over-aggressing MP9 trying to get into Electric, and then they slow the round down. Red Star understands that round to a very high degree, that Friend is trying to get on the outside of jail, trying to deny the bomb from going down. That was a tough gun round, but a really important one for the European squad.
Eco pistols out for the CT side should be dealt with. Synopsy's caught his initial casualties on the Mac 10, making his money back pretty nicely. The rifles can do the rest. ITB will get up to number 9. Permitta will need to find a response because they will be quickly running out of time to make this map work for them. 2-round lead reinstated by the international squad. Let's see where they break out.
Now, Into the Breach don't often pick Anubis in the best of threes. You see Mirage being picked most, followed by Ancient as a close second, and then Anubis as that third option. Been even a little while outside of that Permitta game that was played 3 days ago that we've seen Anubis come in. ITB, though, have been grinding these rounds up to make it a 2-round game at the moment. A lot of aggression with the util out towards mid, and obviously he's going to try and send it, and at long range, he wins that fight against Beanox with a Mac 10.
Straight up, straight out. Another bonus weapon kill for the top fragger of the board. Flatro going to extend those kills as well with a fantastic spray on an electric Master Tomiko. As you say, lovely to fall.
That first shot was just sick too. They're followed up by just consistent bullets raining into the area. And Mari's got all the util in the world and just not even a teammate in sight.
Friend is so far away. We'll get back to the back lines of A just to ensure that this site gets defended appropriately. But the problem is that they've still got options for ITB. They can still make a rotation if they want to.
But they've got B, so obviously just walked out.
They're still going to press on the backstabs here. Start to realize it is the starter call to make, though. 45 on the clock. Bomb will make his way away. The plant will look to get secured here. This is a round for ITB. 2 versus 5. Even if they can make some damage happen, you'd imagine that this will be a bunch of trades that they can get pretty easily for Into the Breach.
And they should drop everyone here from Permitta. Chaos is still outside of Ace. You know the CTs can't be back at spawn. Friend has now been detected out to storage. Everyone should start converging.
Going forwards. Kill found. Nice and easy for Kios. Bashing against the AWPer as well. He'll get blinded off, will not pull the trigger. Eventually gets flanked from that mid position anyways. He'll take one more kill out of the round. The round itself will be taken by Into the Breach. Looking fantastic here. The CT side may have had its weak points, but right now, the T half is going swimmingly.
Well, they've just answered straight away, and they lost pistol, they lost anti-eco, but as soon as the gun rounds have come in, we have seen decent work, we've seen good trades, we've seen good opening picks. Right now, you've got a Synopsy that just feels so confident. He believes in himself in the majority of these opening aggressive fights, and we saw it in the last round towards mid. This time around, you've got a lot more players towards the water and outside of A main.
Press aggression against Red Star, jump face into the AK's position. Kill found on Mast. A couple more players that might become a bit of a threat if the damage keeps compounding, but Red Star's dealing with that threat rather well. The CTs have pressed on away from the A-bomb site, which is now going to get taken for free. Maybe they might get this AK to drop. And the best thing that they can do, because Mary is indeed flanking, but that is a bonus weapon for the CT basis. And actually, Beanox finds Smooyer as well. That's another AK to save. Decent for an eco. But 11-7 on the board. ITB will be so close to the win that these rifles need to convert upon this little bit of success into round success and into the return.
And this could be a very tough last couple of days from Permitta. Back-to-back losses against Into the Breach and Sashi. And even reflecting on that game they had against Sashi yesterday, they took Anubis quite comfortably, and they actually played quite well on Nuke, which is Sashi's #1 map in the pool. They're incredible on that in Tier 2. They got themselves a 6-6 half on CT, and were actually pressuring quite a few of the gun rounds in the second half. So if a few rounds go differently in that best-of-3 series, it actually could have been a 2-0. It could have been Permitta trying to challenge that winners matchup against Incilio. So when you come that close to at least contesting against one of the very best in Tier 2, to then ending up losing to them, losing to ITB, and then coming today where they've shown threat in certain rounds, but they haven't shown threat in overall maps. The scorelines have not been competitive on map 1 or even transitioning into map 2.
Quick in on Smooth Zorb, trying to take a shot back on Friend. The faster play does not quite work out for him. And advantage taken by Permitta. So positive start here in round 19. A lifeline round for the Poles. Losing that open, unrecoverable territory. So I don't imagine that Synopsys is going to try and get it right back. We'll have to stick with the Mac 10 for this round. I'm surprised they haven't upgraded towards the AKs as time has gone on. Mast frag found on Red Star meanwhile. And we're going to follow up on Synopsy and Flatro as well. 1v5 for Kios. Much better on the return here from Permitta.
Well, this is maybe an ITB realizing that we've got to be cautious with our aggressive moves. We've been quite successful in the last couple of rounds, but now we've got in for a high-tempo play. The AWP's tried to drop from mid-bridge into the canal to look for the opening challenge to Electric. We haven't won it, and it's crumbled our round. So maybe we try and slow it down a little bit more. Maybe we're not as aggro when it comes to the very next round. And Permitta can pick up a world of AKs and can at least start a bit of an embodiment of, okay, let's get a round streak going. Let's try and push to 11 to 11. Let's put pressure against the favorites of Into the Breach in this current moment of time.
They've managed their economy well on the T side, as they have done as well for the CT half at the same time. You can see how they have enough cash to reinvest in full in this next round. Permitta will face the full force of ITB. A tactical as well for them, again, to realign themselves. And just look for these last 2 rounds. Permitta need 3 to make up. And the one fortunate part about that previous gun buy round is the fact that they get so many AKs out of it. 3 of them in play for the CTs. There's firepower to play with and a chance to shut ITB down.
And at the moment, the fragging department's been quite average for Permitta. I'm waiting to see who's going to be the guy to step up to make impactful rounds at the late stage of this map. Is it going to be Beanox that is typically the strongest rifler? Is it even going to be the AWP from Friend? The double mollies into mid, both towards the house and the doors. You've got an aggressive set of Synopsis util, but it's only 2 players outside of A main and Water from Kios to Flatcher to start the round.
Yeah, you're right about that star potential of Permitta. No one's quite matching up to Synopsis numbers in this map or Smooya's numbers from the last map. Maybe that could be the difference maker that pushes them back up within touching distance of Into the Breach. Who are careful in their defaults here. No one in mid for either side. The pattern is from the player up top of them there from Synopsis. Flatcher is the man to take first contact at a utility basis. Smoke start coming down towards the mid positions to try fight, but there's 3 players on the A play and 3 players on the T side to meet them.
Yeah, this is going to be an A split, and the AWP is pinned. The retaking util and A main is trying to drive the rifler away, but ITB are running into a trap.
Push forward of Murray, AWP there to support it.
I reckon this is an A fake with the bomb going back into a B split.
You're going to hear these footsteps, though. Murray can hear them running back. Keels is back to turn. Perfect timing from the pole. And that gives them all the information here for Permitta. But Red Star has responded. Insertion from mid coming in from Synopsis as well. They've got time to play with. 30 seconds on the clock. The T's just have to wait and not overcommit here. Allow Synopsis to do his thing. He doesn't see Mast. He will see Tomoko here. 20 seconds through the clock. Smoke may be about to clear. M44 upon Synopsis with the kill. Mast trying to hold his nerve, but he's traded by Red Star. It's a 3-on-2. Trying to make it 1. Beanox to turn it into an even man stance, but Friend is so low, still making his way in. It's going to have to come down to the Star AK to clutch this round.
Smooya just scoped in, trying to make as little noise as possible. He's actually leaving Red Star for a moment to clear out the water.
Finds a shot on Beanox. Friend is now all alone, fought upon by the AK. A triple for the Bulgarian once again. ITB are now on map and match points.
It's really well played from Into the Breach, because not only are they not running into the trap, but notice how when Kios goes down, Red Star looks to repeat the angle, doesn't he? Because he knows, I need to stall these A players. If I just give them the respect of the canals, we're just going to be run down. We're just going to be beaten by pace. So he stalls those main players out. He does a lot of damage down onto Friend, and it sets up that entire round for Synopsis. The flank is perfect, and it gets Into the Breach up to series point now.
A wonderful position to be in. 4 rounds to close. Permitta need 4 in a row to stay alive in this series and in the competition. Reminder for all of those of you that are just joining us, this is an elimination match of Group C. Loser is out of Hellcup. Winner moves on to take Sashi this afternoon. Synopsis. He's pressing to hear footsteps on that B-bomb side electric, but runs right into Tomoko, who holds his survival on the kill count. Smooth's been tagged elsewhere, but the A site is being taken, and the player back up there is not quite found. Mari going to line up Flatro for a kill to get dropped. Keel's on 4 points of health. Molotov's utility, Smokes coming down to the CT side. Second man has now joined Mari, but he's going to get overwhelmed by Red Star. 3 versus 3, but look at the HP bars of ITB here, with the AWP and the M4 landing their kills. It's Smooya on to clutch this.
Smooya is just not even getting much of a fight now. Heaven player isn't over-swinging. Flash comes around the corner. Smooya does at least catch off Beanox, but the trade is there instant. And not only was it a good response out from the canals, but it was the A players stalling for time and not really giving much, were they? They're kind of jiggling bricks, hanging back in Heaven. They're making it very difficult for Into the Breach to open and create a pathway to get that bomb down safely.
And so we play on. ITB. Not a lot of loss bonus to play from, so for Permitta, this is a perfect chance to try and really mount up the pressure here. win against this force by set yourself up to number 11 and then try and contest ITB for overtime. That is the pathway to success.
Well, this is where Smooth is going to have to search. Same for Red Star. Have a little pocket strat in this one. They need to get impact out of the riflers.
Smokes up, incendiaries on. Tomoko, HE at the ready. Hearing footsteps out towards Electric, getting flash blinded. Mars, similar story for him. They will open up the smoke a little bit, see the MAC-10 player in the back lines, try and challenge them from range. The damage being done against the T side is still more significant against Beanox here with his M4. Tomoko still known out towards the glyph position as Beanox will get that kill on Flatro. They will sneak the bomb plant in. Player from range caught. Tech9 and Kios forcing the issue out. A second kill found from range, but Beanox and Friend trade it. It's Smooya recovering an orb, aware of one man close to cliff, but can't hit the shot. The Glock is pulled out, and Friend provides that support that Beanox needs for them to keep their 9th in check.
It's an excellent effort from Kios, who actually makes a play to re-aggress through that CT smoke, get a sick turnaround kill towards Glyph. The problem is nobody else is stepping up there. No one else is helping with the trades, so he's just left high and dry, and then Smooth's in a 1v3 where there's just players all around. And the bomb plant means that it will be a light and deco here in round 23. We are going to go all rounds in regulation.
The cash bonuses enabling the guns for the next one. $2,400 the back of this round loss here for ITB Permitta. They've got their weapons set. They've got the momentum swing. They've got ITB back on the ropes, staggered a little bit. But they're still fighting for survival here. The Pistols will try and catch Tomoko off guard. Not going to work for Flatro. First man down.
And it's got extremely close signs to what happened just 3 days ago. That 13-11 victory for Into the Breach. Getting it over the line in that final round in regulation. A 1-for-1 trade for Kios at least puts some pressure towards main. They're going to try and somehow bait the AWP bar as Kios makes a couple of kills happen.
Got an AK, an M4 rather than an AWP now to play with. Quick swing forward against Beanox. His AK is going to cut him right back down. Advantage regain. AWP shots of Smooya not quite landing. Red Star putting that bomb towards sight, but Smooya lands on mast. 2 versus 2. They're both on 40 HP or thereabouts. Backstabs are closing in from Tomoko in the meantime. Need to prioritize that bomb plant to get the cash bonus in the next round here. As Smooya will fall, Red Star will see what more he can take out of this round with. Fighting onto the AK, losing it overall. Expensive ones still applied towards Permitta, and ITB will take everything that they could have possibly asked for in an eco round. Number 24 will tick over. I'm trying to hunt for that AWP. They get it in the end. They have that extra weapon to play with for the CT basis, but the buy is going to look super strong for ITB.
It's an excellent effort. The CT economy is not going to mean a huge amount. Even if it came down to just a 1v1 there, they were going to get a good buy-in. It's just that Kios nearly makes that a round steal. Once there's an M4 and an AWP recovered and Smooth is still alive, there is belief in the round. ITB are extremely close to getting this done. Getting it done in 2, having a confident affair, giving yourself a good crack at one of the best teams in Tier 2 of Sashi. This is the one. Round 24.
Not the best start utility there for Friend. ITB sees on that moment, put all sorts back against him. HG's mollies, they take all the mid control. Flatro trying to play the edge of that Molotov, but unable to find a safe gap to work with. Damage been done towards the T-side basis. They jump face around that doorway, swing forward for an engagement. They're not ready for the AWP, though. Friend and Beanox get those picks in. Smooya, close range. Oh, gets a no-scope on Friend. Oh, doesn't quite land the triple. They've lost the bomb, they've lost control. Tried to go fast and loose, but it did not pay off for them. Kios in a 1v3. His impact cannot be understated, but it's not going to be enough to clutch. We are in for overtime.
And they'll be kicking themselves because the util is completely missed. Friend does not have that deeper mid-molly. They try and just run at it. They try and bring all the players aggressive. Flatcher has even spotted the M4 out there on the lip towards the left-hand side. The issue is dealing with Friend. He just gets so much impact with that AWP close behind the doors.
And it makes a world of difference. We play on ITB and Permitta. All the distance here on Anubis. ITB having the dominant stances for the most part in this match, but Permitta winning out some key rounds, breaking the economy of the T line and eventually finding a round like that. And this is all for survival for the Poles. They need this map to push us to a third. and take this series all the way and fend off elimination. ITB want the quick 2-0 closer. It won't be quick for the second map, but 2-0 still on the table here.
Well, if you're Permitta, you're thinking, we have clawed this back. We have worked hard to push this into overtime, to not allow those several match points to go into Breach's hands and to get themselves up to 13. So now that we've pushed it into OT, not only make a game of this, but let's try and get on map point first. Let's try and get up there to be in a position that we can close out and send it to that decider of Mirage.
Well, then all. Tomoko in position to try and fight. Friends Orp is out in force. Smooya also has one for the T side, but he's passive on his current position. Out of that smoke at the stairs angle, it will clear. Friend is watching it. Will Keo's play distraction? Oh, just offer up enough of a shoulder. Barely even a pixel for the Orp to land it. The kill comes in for the CT side.
Oh, returning kill though. Tomoko tries to overextend ever so slightly with the jiggle towards Electric, and he gets punished. Both Orpers striking for into the breach of Permitta.
One aggressive player over at B main. Master inside of that smoke is going to start backing away. Incendiary towards Synopsy. Is he going to swing for it? He might not do so. He is going to push the issue now as Master gets out of the way. And Mari is now set towards the glyph position. Out of the way here. Taking their quick time. Molotovs towards the backside. Mari's going to try and strike as soon as he hears that bomb getting tapped. It's down at the default lip though. Mast trying to contest it, not able to get the damage output. 4v4 ensues.
This is a hard bait. Mari still hasn't actually taken a fight from Glyph yet.
Found the fight on main instead. Red Star picked up. Smooya crosses, and Beanox is going to get Synopsy. Smooya lands his shot, but again, half HP with Flatro's push, trying to get a lineup, does not quite land it. Flash turned away from, looks onto the site, gets Friend next up. The defuse can get stuck, taps at least once. Smooya pulls the shot back. Beanox crosses. He goes down to the third kill, but the Brit is going to get overwhelmed by Mars. Damage too much to handle. There was far too close towards him. And they'll deal with the York defensive to get around on the board of the Permitta.
And this is where you have to look at it and say, come on, lads, how is Smooya not getting help there? He's got to get an ace to win that round. Where is the assistance in the post plant? Where are the rifles there to help out on the trading department? Permitta have now taken the lead and into the breach. I wonder if they start getting in their own heads now, because this game should have been over and done with. Yeah. This game from 12-8 up to 11-7 up, you've got rounds to play with. You've got closing room, and somehow you've now gone into overtime, and Permitta have been the one to start.
You start looking at that board and wondering where the improvements could be made. Flatro's not had a very good game, still stuck at single digits as we enter and already go past our first round of overtime. Synopsy's slowed down. 23 picks at about 22 before ITB hit map points. Smooya's done extremely well with the Orb, the best job that you can feasibly get, but he needs more support around it. Master's been tagged early. Mari's going to fall. Beanox trades back to Synopsy. The HE's a Friend coming close towards Kios. Might not be as frag heavy, but he's been impactful in forcing the issue against Permitta here. Still, the Orc will deal with him. Friend takes the advantage.
Friend is looking good. He is starting to generate a lot of impact from the AWP outside of A, and he is constantly picking these players off from into the breach.
They're suffering for it. Smooya tagged low, meanwhile, to the mid-fights of Beanox. You've got an extension out from Mast that's going to try clear out position. B-site has fallen in the meantime. They'll smoke off that main control and temple. They'll realise now that they have just lost the bomb site, but they're hunting for more kills. Red Star gives away the bomber's position. Now Smooya's got to lurk in from mid and try hold a backstab. The plant's going to need to get secured, but 4v3, only 2 players on site. This is not easy for ITB. Flatro is going to force out a fight on Mars. That's a positive sign for now. And Smooya's allowed the breathing room. Beanox is not watching it. Shot back to a 3 versus 2 now. Advantage for ITB. Smooya's made the difference again. Now it's on his teammates. Rifles in the back line. Smooya's not done. He's got a double with low HP. Flatro's back his turn. Friend will make the noise and get him to drop, but it's so little time to get the next 2 individuals. Smooya Molotov out of position, the player at Cliff challenge, but Red Star holds his nerve and ITB respond.
And it actually feels to be one of those kind of matchups that Smooya needs to drop 30 to get it over the line. You can tell me, Jay, that Synopsy's numbers look great. Brev had 19 kills in the first half. What's he done since then? The in-game leader has dropped off massively. We haven't seen impact from him. We haven't seen round victories at all since that half swap. It has been Smooya to try and push into the breach over.
They'll take that tactical because even that round got close. I think they're recognizing the same things that you have just done, Dwayne. They need more support from the individuals. They need more support from the automatic rifles. Smooya. Either he hard carries or someone helps him.
Even that round, he's on, what, 8 points of health, lurking in tempo, and he's still the one to close that round down.
The thing about it is that had anyone checked those positions in the backlines, if they cleared out mid, if they were able to secure that one spot, I think it was Beanox in from mid that actually challenged him down to those 8 points of health. But you got one extra bullet. That would have been the round for Permitta at that point. Jump face of Smooya engaging towards mid. HE down to half HP, so once again, he is going to be on a back foot basis. Permitta trying to hunt for that kill from beyond the smoke, will receive nades in return. Flatro has caught Friend out, trying to extend, caught off at the Rugs entrance. Advantage ITB.
Tomoko just re-smoking off, knows that if he overextends and challenges that canal, that's probably where he's going to get dropped by the AWP. An opening kill and an important one, forces an info play in B main.
Into the AWP of Red Star they go. Double ops in play for ITB. Didn't recognize that much. Red Star will get picked up. Tomoko holding a trade back, and now the team to focus on the A execution. Inbound now.
All about this first contact, because you've got Beanox that's playing out from camera and Mari out from heaven. The problem is they can't block. They don't have the util for it.
Molly's sent to the fountain. No one to clear out the heaven position. Molly's will land towards the bomb, or try and land towards the bomb site. They explode in the middle of the air. And smoke missed there at the heaven position. Flashes come forward. They'll check for Beanox, but Mari lines up too, dropping the bomb. Flatro trades him and is expecting of the last man of Tomoko. Plant opened up. AWP's not covering a Flatro. He just escapes. And the denial is not there for the M4. The AWP missing a shot. Looks back towards heaven. And Tomoko plays right into the Brits' hands. ITB have the half.
I can't believe I've just seen a missed cake molly and a missed heaven smoke, and that's nearly cost them the round. Murray out from heaven has completely obliterated 2 kills because of that missed util, and it's only a timing that Flatro can legitimately get off of the bomb and hide and tuck around the corner. That could have been a 1v1 for Smooya that would have been extremely difficult. We are talking about very thin margins right now in OT.
ITB may have had confidence at one point in this matchup, but has disappeared. Take towards the CT side, where they did get initially good stances against Permitta and even had the half. But will it be the same here? They need to win. Permitta, 3. And there will be no ecos to play off of. There will be no pistol conversions to establish a 4-0 start into the breach. Have to do this the hard way.
Yeah, Chaos up against the flash play into A main, just backs off. Doesn't put the util down, just plays defensively. You've got to be making sure that you're using the utility at the right point. Now, Chaos has cleared out the whole right outside, smoked off, and he's taken that space away from Permitta in the early rounds.
Establishing Canal's control into Electric Mast, hopes to go. One of the CT side is in those active positions, but there are 3 defenders on the B bomb site. If they end B, this is again tough asks for Permitta.
Smooya up on the scale, but the walkout from Electric's already come in. Martin's up backing off though. Friend wants to try and get a contact before they go in.
Incendiary Synopsis is at least going to try and stall out the AWP, but they will not peek towards his position. HG's in towards main, going to indicate the fact that this is going to end up being a B end. HG's on Mari, Tomoko taking damage, Molotov's on towards the back side, keeping 2 CT players scattered. A little bit of breathing room brought out by Permitta. A Red Star and Flatro shut it right back down. 3 kills between them. The gun barrel of Friend's been seen. The swing is so ready for Synopsy. Beanox's mid lurk is useless now. A 1v5 ITB will be on map and match point again.
And I gave a lot of credit to ITB in regulation on their CT side, Jay, of reading the rounds and stacking up bomb sites. We're looking at 3 players on B against a split. And secondly, a bit of a change-up with double players on the back wall. That just drives those electric players into the site. It pushes very uncomfortable positions for Permitta to get into, and then the farming squad just comes alive. You've got multis coming through from Flatro, Red Star chimes in, the in-game leader also finds one more. And ITB have had plenty of series points in reg, but now they've got them in overtime, and they can't afford to blow them away again.
Don't dip in form, don't get complacent, do not allow Permitta the breathing room that they desire. Whole hog in for 2 rounds in a row on the Polish squad. They face the AKs of Synopsy and Kios, Smuya and Friend. The AWPs to their respective sides. They start trying to block that smoke initially. Incendiary is going to come in a little bit early, so they won't do any damage, but it will keep Permitta at bay. They're going in for a fast execution here.
That's a good read, and there's a lot of util for the CTs available.
Smokes covering off the gaps here for Red Star. A deeper one will come in towards the T side in the exact same position. HG's down range. Flatro catching Tomoko. Lean out to open site positions, getting another kill before he falls. But Friend and Beanox caught those trades. The 3-on-3 can ensue.
A proper ring of fire right there. Molly's all over. 3v3 post plant looks good because now they can try and stall for time. They've got to get Friend set up for an AWP pick though.
Backstabs of Kio's going to come in towards main. Beanox are going to challenge that directly. This could all come down to timing. AK swing, sees his man, gets the advantage up. Smoothie and Red Star start taking presence. Or they've just barely seen the shoulder of Friend. And Mary's now all alone. A 1v3 to fight the first and the second. But peeking to Red Star simultaneously will give the retake to ITB anyway. 16-13. They have their 2-0 and they progress to face Sashi in the decider match.
At the end for ITB, it is the 2-0 that they were hoping for. And yeah, you can maybe say they probably should have closed in regulation. At the same point, Permitta gave them a lot of fights from the back foot. We saw it on Ancient, down by a massive scoreline, 0-7, 1-9. Still gave a decent second half, and I thought it was similar there to Anubis. You're down 8-12, and yet you still push it into overtime. We just didn't see Permitta contest enough of those rounds earlier in either of those 2 maps.
And that really was their downfall. The lack of the positive starts, the confidence that ITB generated, the 7-1 scorelines, or 7-0 scorelines, and the 4-0 scorelines, eventually converting upon the damaged up economy as well. A lot of positives going the way of ITB. Probably could have looked to make it a little bit more confident because of the nature of those starts, but ultimately they were the team that came out victorious here today.
And Permitta's going to be disappointed because they faced them a few days ago and it was extremely close again. You've got back-to-back 13-11s on Anubis, and I'm sure you can look at so many of those rounds, probably more this time around in favor of ITB getting a better result, because the 4-0 beginning, we had a 1v2, another 1v2, a 1v1. We had a lot of clutches being won there from Permitta in the first half, so it's difficult to say if a few rounds go differently, Permitta can win it out on Anubis, because I don't believe that's the case in this isolated example. But even still, to have back-to-back officials go 13-11, it does make you think, we were this close, we were so close to at least making a 3rd map happen.
And in the end, that's not going to end up happening for their own fortune. 6 maps in a row from ITB to beat out the Permitta side, and they will send them packing away from this Hellcup edition. They are out in last place, and ITB, they stay alive to the decider game against Sashi. But to be honest, Dwayne, we talked about this at the start of the day. Sashi's still going to be the favourites here in this next match.
It's going to be a tough matchup, of course it is, but there were a lot of impressive moments there for ITB. I think Smuya had a fantastic best of 3. We saw a lot of raw impact from him, and we saw a Into the Breach roster that looked really positive on the CT side. They were being aggressive, had a good game plan, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that they could upset a Sashi squad who's slightly out of form. It's just that it is an upset. They aren't going to be the favourites in that best of 3.
Well, have they shown us enough to make that upset happen on the Into the Breach side? It's one more match left towards Group C, so as we head towards the break, join us afterwards as we close out this one with Sashi versus Into the Breach.
You look into your inventory and there's only It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard.
I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something, my focus is A1. Every dog has its day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding, and I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard.
Coming close to me, flow is on atomic. I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring. Don't try us, ain't no in between. We go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym. This is target and practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
on is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change, yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. I do not gamble, but bet on me. Tell them that's like, yeah, it's still of it. I'm taking a shot for my enemies. I can't waste no more time on my energy. I know they know I got it on lock. Go against me, that's a long shot. Cause I'm counting wins all around the clock. Never doubt me, boy, I don't stop. Who do you feel when they make you the monster? I am not scared of none of you imposters. Taking the lead now while they watching. Think you should leave now while the option. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. We're running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down, no. My team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change, yeah.
What kind of shame is this? Are you new? Have you heard of Hell Case?
Best cases in the world. Book a rookie and me. Don't be shy, come on. Haha, newcomers are lucky today, huh? Hell Case, the best cases.
Welcome back to Hellcup. It's time to close out Group C. We have just seen Into the Breach defeat Permitta and eliminate them in last place in the competition. Now they take on Sashi. Both squads fell to Incilio in their positions, of course, throughout the course of the upper bracket of the group, and now both will look to try and redeem themselves somewhat in those losses and take the next spot forward towards the playoffs, Blake.
It's going to be a tough battle here for ITB. Yeah, the day's been quite confident, right? You've come out, you've had a pretty good 2-0, you showed some good prowess on Ancient and Anubis, maps you're very comfortable on, but now you're going up against a side that's been pushing for top 4s and title victories here in Hellcup. It is going to be extremely difficult to defeat Sashi today.
We said it at the top of the broadcast, we'll say it again, no matter who is going to come out of that elimination series, Sashi will be the favourites in the decider matchup. They are a team that have done a lot more over the course of the year compared to ITB, which granted, ITB are a much younger team by comparison, but Sashi are a top-end tier 2 squad in my eyes here today, Dwayne, and I feel like that's going to apply in a very consistent fashion against Into the Breach.
Even in the groups previously, they weren't even there. Last event, they got invited to top 16. Event before that, they got invited to top 16. So they're actually kind of being thrown in the deep end, saying, no, you guys need to start right from the beginning. And we already saw those testing elements. You mentioned both teams falling to Incilio. For Sashi, they probably should have got a 2-0 there. Or they probably should have at least been able to push for a 2-1. They got Anubis, their opposition map pick of Incilio, beat them 13-11. They go onto their home territory of Nuke, which basically beat everyone on Nuke. Doesn't quite happen. They go into Mirage and they were up 11-10, couldn't close. And then all of a sudden, you've got to play tomorrow to basically decide whether you get a spot into the playoffs or not.
And as a result, like for a team like Sashi, considering how, as you mentioned before, they have been a squad that have been at the higher end of this cup, they've been invited towards the playoffs in previous events. It's obviously a bit of I guess a bit of a letdown, the fact you're taken right towards the group stage rather than taking to the top 16 immediately. That could come down to some of the recent lack of performances, I guess you could say, from them, particularly when it comes to cup runs. I don't think we expected them to see them getting grouped in the Fast Cup or go out in the main Swiss stage of Compass, because especially for Compass, those events that Sashi have been able to win in the past.
Indeed, and for Sashi, people look at them, and say they are a top-end Tier 2 team, which is true, but they're not consistent at the top end of Tier 2. They've had some good qualifications. They were able to qualify to the RMR. They went to the EWC LAN. They went to Compass LAN. But in terms of online tournaments, we actually very rarely see these guys being a title contender that can constantly push for top 2s and grand final positions. We saw that in ECL, dropping out to Sanglan 3D Max quite early on. We've seen it in quite a few other tournaments, like the Alyssa Invitational, where they get into the grand final, but they fall out to Rebels, who really Sashi should be beating. So this is a squad that's got a lot of eyes on them because they haven't been playing a lot of officials as of late. They've only got 9 officials on HLTV in the last 44 days played. So because of that, you need to be pushing for a deeper run. You need to be overwhelming a team to the caliber of ITB.
Especially because you might say that in recent times they haven't been title contenders. Remember back in the summer, back in May, June time, they were winning the 9th edition of the Hellcup. They were in the finals of that Elisa Invitational. They were in the finals of Skin Club and all these other competitions in the Tier 2 environment that Sashi were basically like title contenders for, and even some title victories. They were able to make their way into events like the Yellow Compass event and EWC because of their recent, because of their, at the time, recent run of form. So it is very contrasting to what they were doing back only about 6 months ago compared to what they're doing at the moment. And you are right about the lack of competitions. Maybe there's a lot more time being practiced in the practice sessions for Sashi rather than playing officials to build into that RMR at the end of the year.
Yeah, but this is a Sashi side that, I mean, even reflecting back on that game against Incilio, you've got Mistar, really solid anchor, put up quite a good performance. You have Lucky that performed quite well with that AWP. It was Quez and Cabby, the other more supportive riflers, we didn't see much impact out of at all. So I'm going to be looking at Cabby in particular to be a player that can change his individual form, that can bring more against this series of ITB.
On the other side of the board, as you mentioned, ITB are their opponents on the Sashi side. We've got already to see a little bit of them from that last series. So considering that we've been talking about individuals not showing up on the day, we saw that yesterday, do you think that they've done enough in that first series to convince you that they are going to show up in this best of 3 as well?
I don't know about that one. Smooya played incredibly well, but he always does. I was still quite let down by Flatro. I don't think he played well at all on Anubis. He was actually being quite a liability at times in that electric and water position. So, yeah, there are some concerns. I mean, you beat Permitta, okay. It's middle of the pack Tier 2 team. Now you're going into a slightly different category. Now you're talking about a team at the top end. So we're going to have to see more consistent core impact. I thought Red Star played quite well. Kios as a small site anchor also performed quite well. But then even the in-game leader of Synopsy, drops 90 kills in the first half and then drops, 3-4 in the second half of regulation. So, yeah, the Kosovoan players are actually quite concerning for me. And I'll be keen to keep an eye on how they play come into this best of 3.
especially because they are a team that you'd imagine would be extremely hungry to make a run to being a higher-end Tier 2 squad. I imagine that they would have the pieces and reputability behind it. Smooth's been there before, Red Star's been there before. In fact, all the players, have already been there before. But only that one good Yellow Compass run have we seen from them as of yet in terms of their team's life cycle. So I want to see whether they can make it happen here in Hellcup or whether they can make it happen in any of the competitions they're playing right now. A victory above Sashi would go a long way. So in discussion of that, the head-to-heads actually do have a series on record between them over back in September. So as we look towards the vetoes, Dwayne, how much familiarity are we going to see between that series and this one?
Well, we should get a Vertigo or Inferno pick from Sashi and a Mirage pick straight away from ITB.
All right, well, let's find out exactly what maps that will be played out. And indeed, Inferno is picked in by the Sashi side. Vertigo taken out at the very end of things. We will see Ancient as the third map and Mirage as standard for Into the Breach.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about the Anubis ban coming through from Sashi. I know their Anubis has been slightly weak as of yet, but that was the more competitive map of the series if we're looking at ITB's Ancient and Anubis versus Permitta only a couple of hours ago. So getting Ancient a decider, for ITB, they play all of these maps basically outside of Inferno. I know their permaban is Nuke. They don't get a lot of play rate on Inferno at all, so it's a little bit of a punish. Normally, Sashi go towards their Nuke, but permaban for ITB, you're never going to get it. They also quite like their Vertigo, but ITB have looked okay in their last couple of Vertigo officials, so go into something a little bit new, go into some fresh territory of Inferno.
Okay, then. So we have our map set up. But the question is, Dweg, even though you might take a look at the maps of the ITB side and consider that they have got a decent back end of the veto, will we see that confidence post up? Because Mirage was a bit of a lost entity in yesterday's proceedings. Will it become the same here today as well?
It should go 3 maps. I doubt either team's going to be able to 2-0. Stylistically, Sashi play better CS, and they are the stronger team. So for that reason, I'll probably go towards them for a 2-1 in this best-of-3 series. You have more X Factor, though, on ITB. I look at Sashi as a squad, and very rarely do we see individual moments of just pure brilliance. It's more structure, cohesion, protocol-heavy Counter-Strike, whereas for ITB, we have seen Smooya win ridiculous rounds. We have seen Red Star and Flatro win rounds that they shouldn't do, and I'll be watching out for those kind of moments in this best-of-3 to see whether ITB can actually force a bit of an upset today.
Well, look, that is certainly going to be a factor to give you an edge in this particular matchup, but consider what we saw in the last game, or the last series, rather, against Permitta. We did see those individual greatness, that individual greatness from Smooya, especially over on that Anubis, but that wasn't enough to push it past the finish line in regulation. They had to play out in overtime before they took that series in 2-0 fashion. So if we are relying on just the star individuals to show up, and that could, in my eyes at least, concede a concerning element where if they don't have the same level of individual moments, then maybe Sashi could actually swipe the floor with them.
And the issue that ITB are probably going to face, not just now against a team of Sashi's caliber, but just throughout the rest of the year, is that you can only bring pure firepower to such a distance. You will have to be able to uptake the playbook a little bit. You'll have to be able to throw in some strategical gimmicks, which we did see in that best of 3. I think it's going to test Juve and Crystal to work with these pieces to see how can we kind of, I suppose, push past the barrier, because this is a team that hits very hard. It's a team that you could see at the top end of Tier 2, but you are right with the tournament placings. I mean, going out in groups in the last Hellcup, you went out top 6 in European Pro League, main Swiss exit in the last CCT, top 16 the one before that, top 12 in Alyssa. We aren't getting deeper playoff runs by ITB. So anytime you've got a single game to get yourself into the playoffs, you have to snatch that opportunity.
And guys like Smooth are going to have to snatch that opportunity. I certainly have faith that he is on peak today, because the AWP was a key element of part of that last best of 3. Lucky on the other side of the board here, Dweg.
Yeah, Lucky's a very consistent AWPer and a very strong AWPer in a system. We saw that he didn't have the best of showings out in Astralis, but then as soon as he came back home, as soon as he came back into Tier 2 and went with familiar names of your Quez, of your Iceberg that you played with Tricked, we saw a massive uptake in form from him in the last 12 months or so. So he's going to be key. He's a very strong AWPer for this team, and even though the AWP impact might be different between Smooth will probably edge out, Lucky still will be very key to the entire best of 3 itself.
This is the contrast of the two styles of the team rubbing off on their AWPs. On the one side, you have the structure and the consistency and the ability just to constantly post good performances, even if the greatness isn't always there and the high peaks aren't always as high. On the other side of the board, you have those high peaks at a similar stance for the Into the Breach side. So it's going to be a very close draw, but I am going to give Sashi as well 2-1 on the board. Let's see whether Into the Breach can frag out an Inferno and try and put paid to those thoughts as the pistol of the final match of the day. goes live.
Red Star and Synopsy keeping a 3 on B with a rotator from Kios with a couple of flashes and the kit in from Speedway. As Smooya tucking himself aggressively out to the apartments. If the bomb site gets taken, it's going to have to be retake heavy. So Smooya just needs to try and stall and do as much damage by himself.
Smokes on positions towards both of the long entryways, towards the brackets and the site itself. Smooya challenged first by Quez. It's USP struggling to get a kill involved. Quez will draw first blood, and the A site has fallen with it.
Now, players are coming in quickly from the archers. Kios is using that first flash just to clear out the long position.
Iceberg looking to extend out towards mid, find a shot on Synopsy, but not find the kill against him in the bedroom. Revealed towards the CT contact, who will be making their way in from short, aware that there's one player outside of the bomb site. But they can't quite get Iceberg's position. He's actually made his way over into a very cheeky angle. 2 players to get caught. Synopsy and Flattroy both drop. Kios swung upon a triple. Cold as ice as you'd like it to be. Red Stars out of their pistol taken by Sashi.
And one aspect that we have seen by a lot of Tier 2 teams in probably the last few weeks, Jay, the teams that have qualified to the RMR, is just a downwards take in form. I'm looking at TSM as an example, a squad that was really good in the lead up to the RMR, made that roster change and bringing in Zero for Altex, and they've just been rubbish. They've just been losing to so many teams. I think Eklot's another one that's been very inconsistent. There's a lot of names at the RMR that maybe they're getting in their own heads about how they need to prepare against Tier 1 competition and how they can fight against Tier 2. And Sashi have been in that exact same conversation, but at the same point, you need to be able to push for these wins. I mean, the RMR is what? Just under 3 weeks' time? You've got to try and get as much confidence for that tournament as possible.
I mean, we're getting to a point where it's just over 2 weeks' time at this point. They are closing in very quickly, and teams will be looking to make their... Oh, that's not great. Not a very good start for Cabby and Lucky there, but hopefully to make plans not only for their travel to Shanghai, but also into how they're going to beat out ITB throughout the rest of this matchup. Down a man to start things off, the force buy in from the breach.
You've got a bit of a gamble rotation out on the B bomb site. HE placement is excellent onto Mistar. But it's how much more is going to get generated off of this. Kios just jiggling before he puts the smoke down on a contact.
Kios dead on the initial face of Iceberg. Quick kill on the AK. Smoke will come out towards the cross. Counter smokes to the CT side are not going to be there in time. They'll push forward of it. Synopsy will get caught extending as well. So the man advantage has been taken by Sashi. Bomb is on site and will get planted. Late lurk out from mid, may cut rotations. Not really much that they can do here on the CT side anyway. It's a B retake with a weapon disadvantage, with a man disadvantage. 2-0 for Sashi.
And if you want to give any excuse, you can say that ITB don't really play this map, but that re-smoke's just got a massive gap in it, doesn't it? So, of course, it's just going to be exploited there from Sashi. Synopsy walks through CT and just gets domed straight away. So there's definitely going to be issues for the international squad on this map. Again, they don't play a lot of it. They ban it quite frequently in the second wave of the veto. It's only 4 wins and 6 losses in the last 3 months on HLTV for them. So I'm not expecting a huge amount of threat, I guess, against Sashi. You even had a bit of a leg up with a TK to start off the round, but not much being generated. At least the force spike can save in 3 players to the next.
And keep that Kevlar, keep those upgrades and all. Down on a FAMAS that wouldn't be afforded for the next round of 5-7 that would be ill-advised for Flatro. So ITV will see what more damage they can do, try and set Sashi's economy back in the best case in this follow-up. Yeah, starting as well as we thought it would do for our favourites. Confidence on the T-side basis. To establish that with a 5-man alive round if possible. Aggression coming in from that 5-7 of Flatro, who does get mowed down by Mistar. Very good damage being done in the early round by the CT forces, given what they've had, but it's still not a kill.
And Sashi are going to show the majority of their quality in the mid to late rounds, where they can work timings, where they can squeeze fakes and force over rotations. So anytime you see them leading by opening man advantages, it tells you how much of a strong performance we're going to get from them today.
Oh, good shot from Smooya, well timed on Cabby. Cannot quite get Iceberg, but Keels is there in support. Synopsy has grabbed the rifle and has seen the bomb. That is in CT control with all 4 players on a long. ITB, is the round on for them?
It could be. The issue is there's still a lot of time for the T's to work with, so they can start getting site access, they can put pressure from Moto and the long entrance from brackets. Now, ITB are actually sending quite a few players towards that bottom banana position, so rotate them out to B and then get them to wrap into brackets.
Did they not realise the bomb was dropped there?
Yeah, of course they do, Jay. What do you mean? Do they not realize the bomb got dropped?
I mean, I understand one look, but to put all 3 players back out there, I mean, Red Star's allowed it, I mean, they've allowed it to get picked back
the
up by
bomb's been
Mistar,
dropped in
but
mids.
Kios is going to get dropped there by, Kios is going to drop Mistar all the same. So 4 versus 2 situation for Into the Breach. Quez getting tagged up as well, can't seem to find the shots, and now Sashi have begun to run out of time. And Kios will get picked up by Lucky, but with the bomb still out in the mid position, it seems like they are going to go back and save their weapons in at pit. ITB have stolen the round.
Did you want to retract that statement, Jay? Because the triple play in bottom banana towards brackets has now just dropped the bomb to end the round completely?
Well, look, it worked out in the end. I didn't see what they were doing at that time. I didn't really realize it. I thought they were going to hold the crossfire back towards that long position because they had that bomb control, and why you would see that back to the T side was not relevant or not understood by me at that time. Obviously, with the kill on Mistar, it makes a lot more sense in the later portions of the round.
Sashi, the problem that they get themselves in is that they hit a cracking death to Smooya, don't they? I mean, that first shot by the scout really is an explosion of a kill. And then they just try and trade out towards long, and then they get caught by a lot of players in and around Arch, Cubby Corner. So it would be a wake-up call there from Sashi to realize, okay, let's not try and fall into one of those traps again.
Advantage still sits with the Danes, and they can keep those 2 weapons. There wasn't a late hunt there from the CT forces. The Nopsy scout tagged up early in the round, so he won't find all that much early success. All the automatics available for the Sashi side, no limitations. Still got that for Marcin, for Smooya on the contrary. ITB very careful in their positions. Keel's going to smoke that will come down very quickly. The block off vision as soon as contact from Red Star's established.
Red Star's got the underhand jump flash to basically blind out the majority of the Banana players committing up. Now, you've got pressure points being established by Sashi. They've taken Banana, they put some util down towards spawn, and now they're backtracking. They're starting to put a bit of pressure in towards brackets. You've got a contact out from long with the scout of Synopsy. He's already on about half HP, though.
Some Smooya-like shots here. HE actually might do some Smooya-like damage. 3 players tanking that one. Galil of Iceberg swings on him with the utility being thrown out. A flat throw does tray back on Mistar, opening that bomb site. Iceberg's making his moves up as well. Not quite able to connect a shot or an engagement against the T-side line. Quez moving forward with his teammates up on short. Flat throw is low. Smooya needs to step up big time because the HE is going to land on his teammate. And in that pit, he's going to get detected. Finds Quez, does not find Cabby. Returning AK shot to a 3 versus 2 for Sashi.
I don't even think they should attempt this, and they're already backing off straight away as soon as that smoke goes down. Iceberg is having a game, and individually, we don't normally look at him as being an impact player, being a player that could basically make rounds be won by himself, but some of his insertions on these timings, the lurk attempts that he's getting to stall the CTs out, the tradability of the mini-pit player, and this has been a good showing from Sashi early on, because the only round they've lost is basically against the anti-half-buy, and that's it.
And the steal from ITB returned quickly by Sashi. If they can keep the 2 main weapons of the CT side, and credit where it's due towards ITB, they've been able to manage their economy rather well over the course of the day. So with these 2 weapons, with Red Stars dropped towards Flatro and Synopsy and Smooya being on $5,000, this will be an investment round.
Now, ITB, if they really want to give themselves a threat in this series, if they want to prove to us and prove to themselves that they can beat Sashi, they've got to make sure they don't just get whitewashed on Inferno, that they can hold weight, that they can keep the early game fairly competitive. It's just not going to be easy when it's not a map that you play frequently. Now, Smooya's got the AWP out, and it's going to be a very different level of impact. When you're playing Inferno, it's very slow, very rotate-heavy. It's not an Ancient or an Anubis that you can multi-frag with the AWP.
Well, a little bit stagnant in terms of getting that A set up because they couldn't quite get Flatcher on the M4. Meanwhile, over on the B-bomb site, Mistar's going to strike first on Kios. Smoke in the way, but the AK still wins the fight. Red Star's going to get ahead of the curb spot. Mistar's loading up immediately, wildly spray bullets down range and get a lot of damage returned towards him. At least the Incendiary will keep Iceberg from pushing forward and getting that rather easy kill. Smoke to suppress her even longer, 4v4.
And they're driving a lot of distraction out here on B, and that's actually forcing the rotation from Flatro, leaving Smooya completely alone in the brackets, and maintaining that tight angle towards long, keeping eyes on Boiler and brackets right now. Iceberg is holding towards logs, and Sashi are quite happy to run the clock.
Past the 50-second marker, time to work with for Iceberg and Co. About to boost the player up. Are they ready for the 3-man unit? Lucky to look over. Iceberg to catch the kill against the boost-up player, but Flatcher and Snopsy deal with those trades. Flatcher with a double. And Quay is the last man remaining here. Smoke in CT control. Once again, HG sent back range. And those traces will give Flatcher enough information to get his triple together and bring around him for ITB.
It seemed as if Sashi had a good read on that crossfire, didn't they? Get the boost up on the half wall, take first contact sandbags, wait for the refrag to come in, but just not quite hitting that first bullet shot meant that the round fell apart and ITB could do a lot of damage out there in that area. Sashi have run out of money, so the Force investor's going to come down. You've got an AK coming through for Lucky. You've got upgraded pistols for everybody else. Into the breach. We'll know that the economy's quite shaky for the opposition.
One AK for Lucky being all they can get on this Force supply specifically. Tech 9s on the other players. The quickness is going to be slowed down by utility. It could still be a quick A take though. ITB doing all they can to stall them out though.
Flatro with the anti-rush util of both the molly and the smoke just disallows a lot of quick space being taken from Sashi. You often see that from an apps player when it comes to the lighter buys. Getting another smoke, so him just keep re-smoking apartments is just stalling for so much time and might actually cancel Sashi to start repositioning back into Banana.
At least for Sashi, the nades being baited over on that mid position are going to do nothing. He's up. Everyone's short. T-side players working their way forward. The quick peeks of Flatcher is now going to see what's going on. Another smoke, or flashbang rather, comes up towards that apartment. It's just going to suppress them for even longer. 40 seconds on the clock. Sashi have to make a move.
Smoot needs first contact and then needs to fall back quickly.
Smokes up, flashes in, gonna line him off towards Short, get caught up on the wall as well. Flatcher needs to get at least 2 kills out of it. He doesn't, and Quez and and Mistar rather overwhelm all the site defenders. 2 versus 4 for Keels and Red Star. Coming in from 2 very different angles. I believe Keels was seen there on the shoulder bait. His back will get turned towards Mistar as the smoke clears. Make his way up towards Short rather quickly though. Quez has his back turned towards the SMG player. Struggles to get that kill. The Orpa will land a leg shot. HG's turned over towards him. Will dish out some damage, but Cavi is still alive and pretty well at that. Finally burst forward on Mistar. Brings it back to an even man stance. But now Red Star needs to come forward with some sort of responsive. The SMG cannot do this alone. And even with that, the timer is very far ticked away. No kits on either player. Hunting for Cavi. Tech 9 still finds the pick. Red Star out in the open, exposed towards both of the T-side positions. The AWP not willing to fight just yet. Instead, Lucky just goes for the swing and the kill, and Sashi will have the round.
ITB are going to be fuming, because that is just a round that you shouldn't be losing. You've got a lot of defenders up there on A. You're being beaten by pace. Smooth slightly gets caught up on the wall, doesn't he? He can't quite get back out there towards the reverse default cold zero angle. And then it just starts falling apart. You've even got the Tech Knight of Mistar that walks through the long smoke, just gets a fairly easy kill. And it's a complete collapse of the bomb site.
And tactical pause is now for Into the Breach. Pretty much a requirement here. Don't let that frustration get towards their own heads. Money is not there for the full investment, but you are seeing players that are forced buying, and in the end, it seems like ITB want to try and counterpunish Sashi here. They know that they've done that damage, but it is still rifles versus mostly pistols on the CT side.
Well, what percentage would you put this down to of actually being winnable? I mean, I'm looking at this as maybe a 20 or 30. I'm not expecting much impact out of this kind of buy.
But I remember a while ago, Dwayne, you were saying that ITB were one of the bigger threats in the half-by-hero rounds. I think the specific quote was in the Elise Invitational. They were the biggest threat on those kind of rounds.
It's true.
So, not a half-buy, not a hero, but it is a force invest.
I will also say, though, that it's very map-dependent. Force buying on Inferno is very difficult because you need to use a lot of utility. You need to slow down the T defaults. When you work force buys on Anubis and Ancient, you have a lot more closer angles. You've got a lot more time stalling that can be done just off of positions alone. I mean, already Sashi just gaining so much space by out here from brackets, putting pressure and now forcing the Mag 7 out to the open for a 1-for-1 trade.
The good shot from Synopsy to start, but as you say, it was traded. That leaves Flatro all alone back here in the apartments. Teammates are trying to make their way forward. Smooya on his Deagle and Red Star on the MP9. Flatro might find the key position here at the short presence. The player on site might become a threat. Mistar's checking the pit angle. He just very quickly towards the apartment's play. So with that man fallen, apartment's completely flushed out. 3 players on ITB and man down on the retake. A very difficult retake to make happen with the M4 of Kios. So it's best to hold over for the next one. 5 on the board of Sashi.
Just looking at that setup and Quez sitting in bedroom, just waiting. That tells you straight away how system-based Sashi can be, how disciplined they can be on these anti-force buy rounds to not give away easy fights, to just work out the time. Now, that was uncomfortable for the A players. Synopsy did as much as he could after he basically gives away easy info with the tick of the molly. But then Flatro tries to encapsulate a good timing, getting aggressive in the apartments, but just gets owned by Mistar. Sashi up 5-2. And, well, we won't see many upgrades around the saved in 3.
Best to harsh eco for those players that fell. Bring the M4 into the next round, maybe see what damage you can do. Look towards the buy in the next round. Sashi would take a 6-2 scoreline, though. The Danes. Ever so close to having the even half or half advantage into the breach. Cannot get away with a kill. Kios, good effort on Lucky, but it just doesn't quite go the full 9 yards.
And he's meant to be a crunch player in this round. When you're working with hardly any upgrades and you're the one with the M4, you're hoping for an opening kill. You're hoping that you can relieve a bit of pressure. Instead, you've done damage to Lucky, but you've lost it. And now that M4, well, there's no way you're getting it back.
Iceberg pushed up to the cubby corner. Full banana control taken for Sashi. Resting on that SMG is the next best weapon. And here on the B site, alongside Flatro's USP, it really comes down to Red Star if they want to do any damage here towards Sashi. I'm not expecting that he can hold a full site defensive on his lonesome, or he's trying to smoke off position. The USP will catch a man with his back turn, and Red Star will get Mistar out of the exchange. We'll see whether these upgrades and the pistols for Smooya and the USP for Synopsy will try and get anything left in the round itself, although it is unlikely. I'm looking for exit damage. Red Star does try and jump through that smoke and takes away the HP bar, but now he's lost the MP9 as well.
Smooya just being forced away by Util. Sashi, I mean, you have to remember, right, like how their map pool currently looks. They always ban Dust 2. It's never been a map that they play. They pick a lot of nuke. They like quite a bit of Vertigo. Inferno's kind of maybe their 3rd best map in the pool. Their Mirage is quite weak. So moving into the RMR, it's about sort of increasing the map pool. I'm looking at even their Anubis, 8 wins, 14 losses in the last 3 months. That's been quite weak online in Tier 2 Cups. Especially with best of ones being the format of the start of that LAN event, you need to try and bring up the weaker maps to put them towards the top end of the pool.
Ball to the good on Sashi. Looking like a good map right now from them. B-side basis, solid as a rock, ITB. Only testing a couple of good rounds here in this next rifle buy. It will still be weakened for Kios and Red Star, so tests are going to be spread across the board. Sashi. Very careful in their stances against Into the Breach, and the CT side, similar story as well. The defaults will work their way up banana for the most part. The remand unit on the A defense.
Smooya's hearing quite a bit out from second mid, but not enough to actually be able to engage into an opening fight. ITB have been very passive in round number 9, not really taking much map control. Red Star's playing the pixel angle, so as soon as he gets contact, he'll strafe away, and then he'll put the resmoke down.
Lucky getting Red Star quickly on the peek up of the AWP. Smokes go towards crosses. Mistar. There's fire. Molotov's extinguished. Kios inside of the smoke, trying to find a cheeky kill on Lucky, but even his Tech 9 is good enough for the casualty. And the B site has fallen extremely quickly for the CT side. These last 3 men have got to save their weapons, and you can see already that Sashi are committing themselves to the hunt.
No, I'm actually not going to be critical of ITB at all in this round. Red Star has done quite a lot right there. He knows that top banana's being taken, so you play the pixel angle. As soon as you just see even a little bit on the radar or right in front of your screen, you strafe away, you start pummeling util. And he's been owned. He's been absolutely destroyed by a repeat back in there from Lucky. And when that starts to happen, it starts to just tilt the individual players because nothing is going right. Everyone is struggling individually. No one's creating chances. Opening man advantages aren't coming. Multi-frags certainly aren't presenting. So what do you have left? What you have is a very unlikely scoreline of kind of any contention.
And even in the later portions of the round, they lose 1 more player, so it's only 2 that maintain their lives. Half advantage, Sashi looking unbeatable right now against ITB. Who, au contraire, at this stage. We're seeing the half buy around the 2 M4s, but comes back to that point we mentioned at the start of the match today. The individuals, if they're not going, then ITB don't have a lot ahead of them. The frustration you talk about, the tilt factor that might make the situation even more exacerbated by Into the Breach.
At least you can look at the map veto and say Ancient and Mirage to kind of continue up. That's where we can see ITB look more comfortable as a team. Right now they look very uncomfortable. Synopsy may be out here aggressive towards A with an opening pick, but there is still quite a lot of time to work with in the round. You've got a late lurk in the apartments. You've got Kios just jiggling down from spawn. Can Lucky once again get the CT pick with the orb?
B-side smokes out. Smooya checking position. 5-7 on Kios, starting to press the issue. Iceberg. Lucky on in that top banana position. The bomb is not committing for it. 45 seconds on the clock. ITB are the ones with the man advantage. Smooya did catch a decent kill over in the A play. Utility coming down towards said A play is not going to draw the 3rd man. Eventually it will.
Oh, and Kios has got aggressive. They have completely collapsed on B now.
Lucky's done it again. Smokes up, Molly's down. Snopsy just waiting for them to make their moves, but it's another fake. 23 seconds, a last-second rotation being called in by the T side. Quez is pressing. The SMG from range is caught off. AK with the kill. It all rests on Red Star. Here's 5-7 to drop the bomb, or the Deagle rather, to drop the bomb at close quarters. Headshots not landed. And the insurance policy for ITB has not paid out. Smooya can get an exit, but it's only an exit. The round has gone the way of Sashi.
That is Sashi at their very best. So I'm going to slow that round down and break it step by step. So what happens is Quez is defensive in the bedroom apartments area. You've got basically the entire team in Banana for Sashi, and there's a little flash play for ITB. They clear out brackets, and Smooya doesn't see anything at all. So what ITB are thinking is, okay, we've made info play, let's start stacking up B. Then what you end up getting is Iceberg and Cabby go back down bottom Banana, and they just put a little bit of util up there towards long, and it starts that indecision, doesn't it? The hesitation of movement. You then get some of the B players moving back in from spawn, and then Kios re-aggressing for the info on B. Now, once that kill comes in, of course you're going to be tunnel visioned. You're going to be thinking about all these hesitation moves. No, it's definitely the B play. We need to get players back over. Quez gets an easy kill, long range with an AK as the moto smoke is clearing. And then even if that bomb plant got denied, there was enough time to get that trade and then get the bomb down. That is a perfect round from Sashi.
It just continues to add on to this scoreline, which ITB are going to have to work extremely hard to bring back in the second half. 4 rounds is their best case deficit. Sashi looking for closer to 8. 10-2 half advantage. Mistar's caught key odds in the start of round number 11. HG's in against these T-side players. Actually will get both of them as it lands perfect. Lucky body blocking, and both him and Mistar will fall.
Red Star's got a bait set up. That smoke indicates that they are not holding top banana.
And they are. Synopsy takes one, Cabby trades it. Red Star starts pushing through that smoke, and the AK cannot adjust against him. Bomb dropped, and this time it seems like ITV are going to hold a bit more of a confident round here. The player at pit gets caught off by Quez on the exits. A minute to try and work the rest of this 1 versus 3.
Cheeky from Red Star. Not only does he have good HE placement, but that single smoke sets up the bait for the distraction out of the sandbags. And Quez gets re-smoked. Might as well attempt it. I mean, there's so much money on the T side. At least go for the 1v2. Have yourself a crack at it.
Flashbang pushing forward, does blind off Red Star, give him a little bit more space, but they've got more utility in the incendiary specifically at his hands. They're going to try and block the man from moving. The Molotov on Smooya will burn him. He'll land a quick tag onto Quez as well. The HG's coming in close, not quite land a full-blown pick, but they are just continuing to suppress. We're going to back away to maybe you can see a bit more bomb position, but ultimately hold down the defensive. His swing on Quez is stellar to the headshot on Smooya. 15 seconds to find the last man. Knows that Red Star's been playing close, but he's backed up. The bomb's been picked up. 10 seconds. Quez running into the bomb site, and Red Star's going to catch him. A quadra in the round for him as he saves ITB.
And for Into the Breach, probably the worst thing that you can ask for at the end of the half is getting a round victory, but only having one alive. You're going to struggle to be able to push everything in a momentum standpoint. If you're thinking about the overall idea of putting pressure onto Sashi, I mean, you want to be winning round number 11 with, what, 3, 4 alive. You want everyone to feel as if that you're constantly in a driving position. It has been tough for Into the Breach. They have really struggled to hold weight here on this first map.
Thinking about it was a 1 versus 3 for the last T-sided player then. ITB nearly considered it to a 1 versus 1. It was good shooting from the last man. ITB sprays of Keels, dishing out some damage, but getting away relatively cleanly there. Lucky taking the 52, missed start to 82, but through the smoke, the Dane's going to get Keels in the end. He will fall.
And now you've gotten Into the Breach with question marks on what do we do now? Do we retake space? Do we gamble stack? We have basically no info at the moment. We've got 3 players towards A. We're slowly starting to at least get the AWP to search in from brackets, but we don't know what's happening in Banana.
Smooth extension. 2 to find. Doesn't tweak any of them. Crosshair goes between the 2 players, and he will end up falling. Flat throws on short alongside Synopsy there to join him. The T's are starting to press the issue. They're looking towards the A hit with the Gamma stack from the remaining ITB players, hoping to hold their best efforts. 2 on the corner, M4, Crossfire locks up 2. Nearly a triple for Flatro. His USPs get pulled out. He's out of ammo. Mistar trading on Flatro and doubles up as well. Lucky Zorb holds his nerve with 2 points of health to the difference. Sashi will win a 9-3 half.
And we've been casting quite a bit of Hellcase, Jay, here for the number 11 edition, back at 10 and back at 9. That first half has probably been one of the best stylistic games that I've seen. We had a disciplined, deep level of understanding to work timings, great utility usage. They gave ITB just 0 chances. That was so difficult to even push for 3 rounds.
Now we go to the CT side half for Sashi. Looked extremely good on this Inferno thus far. Now only a few more rounds from closing it down against Into the Breach. As you say, they may have their better days in maps 2 and maps 3. Here on Inferno, it seems like they're on to take the concession. Can the T-side buy a little bit of breathing room, try and bring back some of the 6-round deficit? Second half is live, and ITB are pressing onto the A site quick.
Smooya out there for a walk. Ooh, a bit awkward there for Mistar, so there's at least a moment as the T's come back in and Quiz is hearing everything. Smooya makes 2 kills happen.
From range, Cabby tried to take him right back, but even his shots are awkward. It does connect to a head, and eventually a plant down at default to the 3v3 retake.
And where have we seen that before, Jay? Smooya getting a multi-frag to make a round 1.
Well, he's already got on the initial stances. His teammates have to do the rest. Cabby looking up towards Boiler. Flatro's going to get caught. Red Star down as well. And Keels is all alone. Block pulled out. Kill on Iceberg. Second man quickly pushes against him. The Julies will remove him from play. Pistol won by the Danes.
And that's another round for Smooya where he's just got to be so annoyed that he's not getting support there because they've lost the opening pick. He's got a really good timing. He's capitalized on whiff shots and no one has backed him up. No one in that 3v3 has delivered anything. All of the contacts out from the boiler angle and from short have just been deleted straight away. And then Chaos is in basically a 1v3 where there's just players all around and it's just unwinnable. And Sashi are looking to get a very dominant scoreline. They're going to look to close Inferno quickly.
Forced buy from ITB to try and extend it out a little bit longer, but if they lose it, it probably does confirm the quickness of this map. Sashi in control from the word go and are very unlikely to concede any amount of it. SMGs across the majority of the CT board admittedly might give them a slight firepower advantage in the individual fights of ITB. Very little is found in first contact.
Into the breach, would love to get a bit of an opener in this kind of round. Force a 5v3, maybe force a bit of an over-rotation from the CTs. Lucky has not utilized either the smoke or the incendiary out to brackets just yet. He's going to try and hold on to it for the late round.
Smoke suppression the stall for time for Sashi, aware of the banana presence of the majority of the ITB players. HEs will dish out initial damage for the T side. Lucky finding a fight in at brackets. Kios, one of the three Galil rifles to drop. Man advantage for Sashi.
Now they've got a read on this. Cabby's already over-rotating, and you've got a vertical crossfire being established by the MP9s.
Mistar just ahead of the smoke to utilize it with his SMG to mow through those two. Synopsy and Red Star down and out. 2v5 for Smooya and Flatro. Now just making it one with Mistar's double up, lining up both of those individuals. A quadra for him. What a round.
It's the read on the rounds, isn't it? And just for Mistar, knows with that smoke, get on the front side of it. Yeah, you might be more exposed, but if you're not being pre-aimed, if you're not being cleared, you are going to have a field day. So much impact from that MP9 on the jump up. And ITB looking as if they might want to try and force again. I mean, 3-11 down, no one has just created anything. And it tells you that by the numbers. No one's even on double digits here for Into the Breach.
Again, the individuals yet to truly find the impact. By virtue of Sashi and shutting them down, or by virtue of ITB not performing as individuals, is irrelevant at this point, which the reason is. This map is looking to go their way, and there just seems to be nothing that ITB can do to resist it. They forced to buy, or at least a hero to buy around Smooya, but even then there's other players that have heavily invested into this round, so... Another do-or-die circumstance for Into the Breach. A little bit of control from Synopsy in the apartments. Lucky's going to take Smooya out first, however that Galil dropped so early in this round.
Cabby just needs to maintain vision out there from short. Great shot from Kios. And now Quez is a bit isolated because the rotate from Mistar is only coming through from Library.
Finds his fight. The gap at the broken wall. Kios and Flatro for Synopsy. Trades it, trying to look for his man whilst just manically splaying from around the corner. On Iceberg now to clutch the 1 versus 2. No more smokes available for the T side. They're going to get this bomb down the hard way, the dry way, the without utility support. Iceberg's got a smoke and flashbang.
And he's already been seen out from Moto, so it makes this round even more uncomfortable for Iceberg because you don't have that element of surprise anymore.
HE picked up a little bit late to the placement though, was thinking that Red Star was going to go down to the back site. Instead, it's just sprays Manic from beyond the smokes. Synopsy bagged up a little bit more, but not quite able to take Iceberg back. And the HE didn't do all that much damage towards Red Star's position, just a quarter HP down on the man. Synopsy now watching the short access. The player on bomb site unaccounted for the apartments play, although the Stones start looking that way because of timing. The Dane making his move. Time ticking. Dot can connect towards one more man. He's picked up a kit as well. The player's too far away. He's going to tap it. No, Synopsy is going to make his move up. And he will go falling, but he will also take the round for Into the Breach.
Yeah, Iceberg does good damage, knows that There's not really any way that he could have won that. Maybe if the short player leaves quicker, he'd actually know that he can stick it all, but he hears the footsteps. He just knows it's not going to happen. Buyback will feature an AWP at least for Lucky, so get that into his hands. And for Sashi, just don't give survival rounds here to ITB. Don't give them many chances in the second half at all.
They'll have their force up. They've still got 7 rounds in the lead for Sashi, so he's sweating the steel all that much as of yet. Maybe later if ITB continue this hype train.
A bit of a flash play into Boiler.
Lucky tosses it. Quez leans forward, doesn't see anything of the T side line, and Lucky quickly gets back into the B-bomb site as well. AWP to support the defensive arch, and there is the bomb back there in at Banana, but with that lack of presence on long, a player can start walking. Doesn't matter towards Lucky though. Synopsis caught dead to rights.
What a rotation from Lucky. Not even a second after he gets out to that CT angle. He just lands straight away, and this should be the second. No! Timing against him. Repeat back into the angle. He's just toying with Flatro, but the kill goes the other way.
AWP removed, and that's rather important to the CT side because they had for 2 players on pistols, and now they're going to feel the extra pressure. The M4 respectively need to step up and fill up the gaps. And already Quez has fallen on the A side defensive. Cabby going to get Molotov away from the apartments. And even dealt with by Smooya on the press. That is, it was a positive start for Lucky. Unfortunately, he couldn't deal with the man back there. Iceberg will grab the AWP and run with it. This will be a round for ITB.
It's mega unlucky for him, isn't it? Because he's actually played that round perfectly. He's rotated B, he's got a pick, he's rotated way back to spawn. He's even holding for the walk-in arch, and he just gets caught ever so slightly on a timing. If that kill was a 5-on-3, ITB probably don't even get a bomb down on A. Iceberg can do his absolute best to try and fend off these hunting players to keep the M4 and the AWP alive. ITB can hold on for a bit longer at least.
Just the slow, small steps up into this T side. I mean, it'll still be a while before we truly consider it as a viable comeback, of course. But at least they'll get a 6th round. At least they should do here. The investment basis just isn't there for Sashi at the moment. Second stage of lost bonus with all players forcing into the previous round. So the AWP and the M4 staying in gives them a little bit of firepower, so they don't have to invest in this round either. But ultimately, you aren't looking at them with a chance to win the round until Lucky or Mr. does something extremely special here with these weapons.
Well, Lucky tried to go for the opening pick in brackets last time around and just didn't really find anything until he rotated B. Sashi have got just the single defender of the in-game leader jiggling down, just got an incendiary in sight. A lot of players to probably deal with Flatro. There it is from Lucky.
There's the AWP pick. 5-7 of Iceberg, only player on the B defensive, as they did hard stack over on A. They're going to hear these footsteps. Kioz finding the fight on Quez and realizing that A may be a little bit more open than the B site. With that said, he draws attention away from the rotations. And Cabby will try and hunt for the individual here. The AWP of Lucky still firing from range. Kioz is lurking. His teammates have taken the B bomb site in the meantime.
Iceberg sees a player out towards Nubox and sees the player get back out to grill.
Mid-Star trading on Synopsy. Red Star takes him out of the equation. Cabby still hearing where Kioz is at. Will hunt for this lurker kill. Tap him in the back of the head and just take away the AK. The AWP of Lucky will also seek to stay in play for the next round, so it's an expensive one for Into the Breach. Sashi, good shutdown round potentially, and the next would reset them, and that would put them up for the map win.
And they'll be really happy with that, because now Lucky can drop a rifle, Cabby can drop, and you can stabilize the economy a bit cleaner. AWP is waiting for aggression, should catch Smooya, or at least the next player, Red Star.
Opts for the safer option to back off and hold the weapon. Respectable decision to make. One that, as you say, will give them the drop potential to stabilize the overall money and bring in a rifle buy for Sashi.
Yeah, Into the Breach have been quite reliant on these first contacts in more so the top mid and apartments. I wonder when we're going to start seeing a bit more press towards Banana from Sashi. 3B early round just to drop the extra util. Ends up being a bit of separation. Mistar and goes very defensive, trying to set up Iceberg with retaking nades. Quez is also making an info play aggressively.
And ball around the corner. Flatro just being seen. No chance for Quez to punish until he takes that second face and forces out the fight. Running right into Smooya though as Keo strikes on short. Quez can take him. Caught on the reloads with 3 versus 3. One more A-side defender. That's Lucky and his AWP leaning forward into the hands of Smooya. He will get caught. Advantage back for Sashi. And the flashbangs, the AWP available. The men can make their way over towards this long position. Synopsy and Red Star moving together.
And Mistar's just waiting to see if there's going to be a walk through Arch or Library. He's given himself a good off angle right now.
Turned away. The timing couldn't be more perfect. He's been seen as well, offering Synopsy another kill. A 2 versus 2. Now it's Iceberg looking to go aggressive in this fight. Not going to wait in bait, and that will cost him. Synopsy with the kill has opened up the B-bomb sites.
It's another round that Sashi have actually played that perfectly. They've got some really good trades. The AWP has been able to get the man advantage. You've got Mistar, who is anticipating a rotation into the Library, but also pre-aiming towards the Archers. And it's another timing of, what, half a second, a full second maybe. And then I don't even think Iceberg's done much wrong. He's played an off angle in CT. He's tried to perhaps catch Synopsy with util out in his hands or with his knife out, not being ready for that fight. He just domes him. ITB should not really consistently be playing on here. It should have been Sashi to close out a little while ago. But the survival rounds are adding to the tally.
Terrorists win.
Within 4. Sashi allowing ITB to get a bit more of a grip on this map up. AWP staying in for Lucky is going to be a positive sign for them. Again, with the buy state being where it's at, they can afford to half-buy rifles. Upgrade pistols on Quez and Mistar, so not the most confident of in setups, but at this point, beggars can't be choosers. Sashi need to establish themselves quick. Smooya's AWP is coming to life now. Iceberg first to fall.
Into the breach, need to prioritize how strong they're going to be in the gun rounds and deal with this anti-half-buy quite easily, but that's when pressure's going to build in the next. Opening pick with an aggressive swing from Iceberg. Still quite a lot of defenders on A. Mistar doesn't even have any util to block.
Does get caught outside in the open on the bomb site itself. Synopsy swinging for the kill. Half HP down against him. Kills be there for the rotations. Quez. Dado seen. 5-7 does down the frag. Making it get picked up and contested by the AWP of the T side. Smooya still lands his frag. We have 4 versus 2 with the bomb safely secured on the B site.
Quez gets himself in a good position to be pre-aiming against the AWPer, but the fights are being won out from ITB. The sharpness is showing it to be at a much higher level in this second half than it was in the first. Cabby just wants to hold on to the M4 so they're not completely destroying their economy. ITB to 8, the difference being 3. It's just been decent work for the European squad.
They've kept Sashi away from the map point, and they are slowly but surely clawing back the distance. It was only a few steps earlier on in this matchup. Now they are within 3 of equalizing. Sashi have an investment here. Have max loss bonus, but all those savings will disappear with this buyback. ITB to win this to get to number 10. That's where they can most likely throw up the biggest threat now to Sashi for the course of this map.
Sashi, no, we need to get this over and done with. We do not want to give ITB a fighting chance to steal map number 1. Smooya with the AWP. Had a couple of aggressive approaches. We saw the last round looking for that car pick. Now waiting for the boost up on the right-hand side from outside a boiler. No aggressive challenges, though, but the util down to the sandbag puts Iceberg at 50.
And eventually catching him for dead as Synopsy struggles to win that fight, but does get the better damage in the end. The advantage for Into the Breach. This is an easy trade against that AK individual. But it's just the one frag for now. ITB happy to play slow. Sashi to hunker down on the A-bomb site. 3 players that were there at the start of the round will now be the 3-man offensive, with the 1 player of Mistar playing offsite on B. Quez challenging onto Flatro. Cabby swings with him to be able to bail him out at a 4 versus 4.
You've got the AWPer still scaling on the other side of Long, thinking about rotation back to the B side. Mistar's got an incendiary, and that's going to try and stall for time, help the rotation out.
Fire comes up, smokes come down. Also got incendiaries that are ready here for the T side. We'll push them back out the second box. Mistar waiting for his chance to get up ahead of that smoke and strike on the boost. Kios is caught. Advantage now for Sashi instead. Flashbangs will try to press that bomb carrier, but look make his way to the bomb site. No gap to the cross, and Smooya will drop that bomb. Lucky with a simple AWP pick. Red Star will grab that bomb and try to look towards the bomb site itself. Now making it 1 man alive as Mistar gets him, and Sashi can finally hit map point.
Now, there is no denying that Lucky hasn't had the insane 3Ks and unbelievable flicks, but he has been solid. He has been providing extremely consistent AWP picks, round moments where he was almost going to win up by himself, just off of the rotation room, the timing of the frag, setting up the defense. 16 kills and just 6 deaths. He has not been a liability by any stretch for Sashi today.
In contrast to Smooya, who has been picking up pace but was unable to generate that same impact over the course of the entire map consistently. Quick in from Iceberg, trying to engage against Flatro. Mistar trading him. Low HP for him and for Flatro. And the HE will take him back instantaneously. Advantage for Sashi once again. Only 3 more kills from ending this map.
And they've got a bit of a double stack, or at least what was going on the porch side of short. And Lucky's going to rotate over, keep the AAA. Now, the bomb is in the apartments, but there's separation with the other couple of banana players.
Muya leaning ever so closer with the AWP on his back, AWP in his hand and the bomb on his back. Mistar's getting picked up by Kios elsewhere, and those footsteps are being heard. Smooya, he may well lose the bomb right here, and that is massive to him. They gained the B bomb site, but he still wanted to continue fighting, and that forces those site takers to make their way back in from awkward stances. Lucky has caught Kios, and Red Star is in a 1 versus 3 to save ITB on Inferno. A very good effort to bring back these 8 rounds, but Sashi were always in the advantage, and they will not let that advantage go.
What a read from Quez and Cabby. Just when they start making noise that they're going to rotate off to B, both of them are watching the apartments. Both of them are not caught napping at all. Red Star may have been able to catch a timing, but time is low, and this is a 1v3. It's just never going to happen.
20 seconds. He can't make his way into the apartments. He's wasting his time. Got to get the kill straight up. 10 seconds. He's making all the noise, all the CTs look his direction, and they all together take him down. Sashi will win map 1.
And you can look at Sashi and say there was a bit of uncomfortability in that second half to close. Overall, that was a really good performance. They stylistically were outclassing Into the Breach. Now, I don't expect that to be the case with follow-up maps of Mirage and Ancient, but it's a good start. It's a good litmus test to say, right, we're with the big boys now. We're actually playing top teams in Tier 2, and this is the stark contrast from maybe a Permitta to a Sashi.
Indeed. I mean, look, in the 11-3 half that they hunkered down pretty nicely. You gave them a little bit of breathing room. You might have allowed them back into the match for a little bit of time, and maybe if they were able to establish that 1 good rifle victory at the 11-8, then you could have looked at a 10th round there for Into the Breach. At that point, you start considering them a threat, but you were right. This was the Sashi map pick. It is their home territory, and I also believe that you're right in terms of how the back end of the veto is going to look, that ITB going to springboard back and return some level of favoritism. I am looking forward to seeing how Sashi are going to deal with that when they are in the full peak.
Well, I want to see ITB actually just create a bit of chaos. They're out there on Inferno, it's a map that you just can't. It's very slow. You take space here, and then you retake space there, and then you go back and forth with Util. At least Mirage and Ancient, it leads to some quicker maneuvers. You can be a bit more puggish. You can be a bit more on the front foot, searching for info, trying to make aggressive moves, allow sort of opportunities for 5v4. So I think we're certainly going to see individuals feel a lot more comfortable when it comes to map 2 and map 3.
Mirage is map 2, of course, the pick of the Into the Breach side. Historically, their home territory turf, but is it going to be another concession for them? They've lost 2 Mirages in a row in the last few weeks. Are they going to make it a 3rd? We'll find out after the break.
What's in store for Hellcup this time? An enormous giveaway of skins worth over $15,000. Open a new crowdfunding case loaded with amazing skins to boost the tournament prize pool. 2 Twitch giveaways just for viewers. Type raffle in the chat and don't miss your chance to win one of the skins during both tournament stages, the group stage and playoffs. Get ready to join the action.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mindin' they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something, my focus is A1. Every dog has his day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding, and I'm getting hotter too. Talking top 2, I'm not a 2. You let the pressure bother you and I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard.
Coming close to me, flow is on atomic. I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring. Don't try us, ain't no in between. We go for these dreams in silence. Hard work, don't mistake it for magic. We been shooting in the gym, this is target in practice. Yeah. And I'm just getting started, get my feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt. Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard.
toy.
Shotty's going crazy, then they quiet like a church mouse. Land up with the customs and we never get to get it out. Nitro in the engine, so we see what it's about. Always wanna talk, but you never want to smoke. And you flashing all the guns on your live, you a joke. Dosing up with bodies when you never ever broke. I'll be pressed to find a shooter who be lacking in the soul.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You been steady capping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy.
Shit, boy.
Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. I do not gamble, but bet on me. Tell them that's like, yeah, c'est la vie. I'm taking a shot for my enemies. I can't waste no more time on my energy. I know they know I got it on lock. Go against me, that's a long shot. Cause I'm counting wins all around the clock. Never doubt me, boy, don't stop. Who do you feel when they make you the monster? I am not scared of none of you imposters. Taking the lead now while they watching. Think you should leave now while the option. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Well, the last outing between ITB and Sashi saw a Mirage player. ITB took it pretty comfortably, but Sashi lead in the present day. Can they convert upon an upset victory in this map-up, or will ITB take us to a third? The pistol round may set us on the start, Dweg.
Yeah, Sashi had 4 wins in a row on Mirage up until their loss against Incilio yesterday that went all rounds in regulation. I want to give ITB the benefit of the doubt, but I need to see more if this is going to go to a third.
Individuals have been important across the day for Into the Breach. They had those individuals together for that Permitta series, not so much in the first map against Sashi. Whether that was down to an underperformance or Sashi just neutralizing them, I guess maybe Mirage will give us a better picture on that respect. Got those Julies in for Quez and Lucky. Sashi here on the CT side start. Into the Breach, pressing onto the B side.
It's extremely slow. Now, it seems to be what would be a B exec with Flatro to cut rotations of the con players. The first contact from Quez, though, is what I'm keeping my eye out for, because the Julies could do a lot of damage.
Smokes involved as Quez tries to find a better angle of attack. He's holding out the edge of the balcony. Flashes are sent. He gets that kill on Synopsy. I know that he must be up there now, but they can't quite deal with him with no real vision of access. You've got a Lurker of Flatro that may well find a flank or provide rotation, but he hasn't accounted for the 2 players that are still on the A site itself.
And Mistar is so defensive in at CT, and these 2 players on A should disrupt the bomb from going down.
Quez has caught Smooya, Lucky's caught Kios. Flatro still hunting for a pick back on Iceberg, but now it's him and Red Star working in a 2 versus 4. Sashi. So much presence on the bomb site. Bomb drops and everything. Flatro's going to get caught out by Mistar. There's just no time for Red Star. No opportunities to trade. The pistol will be taken by Sashi.
And they've just been farmed. And Quez has played that perfectly. Notice how when he puts the smoke down, he doesn't drop off. He doesn't try and reposition, maybe out to bench or out to jail. He is just so patient. He waits for the window drop. And as soon as he gets the first kill, ITB just full cancel. They don't even commit up against the Julies at that kind of range. And that gets out of order so quickly for the international squad.
And not the best of starts from ITB. They will have the hero rifle on Flatro. The force buyer, irrespective of the bomb plant bonus, missing. To try and fight back against Sashi. Want to try and return to some sort of leg up. Get up on the early game. Deny Sashi their chance to make this CT side spiral.
Quez, bit of an off angle, just actually faking that he's dropping off of the apartments there and maintaining an aggressive line, but the AK gets that first headshot immediately.
Great kill. First to fall. Iceberg going right back to his teammate's dead body. He's got the pistols in play, so going to cover that rifle if possible. Jump face in towards balcony, see it, grab it. He's extended all the way up towards mid, meanwhile. Plenty of fights to take. A win against Flatro, and Synopsy will have to trade him.
It gets a bit weird in this round for ITB because you don't have a huge amount of time, but you also don't have a lot of map clearance. You might have the man advantage, but you need to offer up this B split. Kios and Synopsy are going to have to kind of backtrack, push in towards short. There's 2 on B for the defense right now, though.
Time's starting to run out on them. Smokes and flashes start coming down. Lucky. M4 to hold, fight back against Red Star. Synopsy will get the trade in with the AK. Kios strikes to the M4 picked up, and it looks like ITB will find the steal they're looking for.
Indeed they do. Individually, they get themselves out of trouble. A great first connection from Flatro, but then the B-side players in the 2vX just aren't really doing much between them. And Mistar can look for a bit of exit damage, but Into the Breach's force buy is strong.
One more exit out of Mistar to grab an M4 out of the round, but not much in terms of Sashi in their positions now. Second round force buy will put them onto first stage loss bonus, and that means that M4 may well be the only rifle, and even that's been taken out by Synopsy.
Now, Sashi have typically always been a weakened Mirage team. Anytime you look in previous iterations of the lineup, going back to the Trick days from years ago, it wasn't a permaban, but it was probably their second weakest map in the pool. So there's going to be a lot of teams, not just ITB, that are punish-picking Mirage against them. I know that in recent history, it's been a bit of an uptake in form, but look at the last 3 months. I mean, 7 wins, 9 losses, one of the lowest map win percentages out of the majority of the pool.
Just contrasting the success that ITB have had in the same time frame. Flatro is struck first in this round. Iceberg picked up. Starting the favour for Into the Breach. No responsive generated by these pistol players. The Scout of Lucky has caught a tag on Red Star, but it is only a small tag. He's still alive.
Now, Quez is just jiggling to try and get that first contact with the dig. He knows that mid is very heavily targeted. He just needs to get one to try and upgrade.
More damage done towards Synopsy next up here. Take the 33 HP. Quez, the Eagle stance. And Mistar's SMG trying to find an angle past the smoke. Quez continuing to get challenged. Smooya and Flatro take those kills. Mistar with one responsive. Finally get a pick in with the CT forces. The Scout of Lucky, good for a no-scope shot on the one man. Pushing up to the AK right here. We've got to isolate 3 more fights. The bomb on the back of Red Star. They can try to commit towards the safer bomb site. Lucky just held away.
Now, Into the Breach, even though it was aggressive into mid, they still slow the round down. They make it quite awkward for the top con players, the short individual that's trying to work the deagle. Lucky is hoping that he can hold on to that AK, but even Smooth is lurking up towards short, so it's only a matter of timing until he goes down.
Don't know where this hunt places itself for ITB. And again for Sashi, the circumstance where the rifle to hold over is all they can really hope for at this stage. Money will still be a concern for them in the next. Have to be harsh at eco for the players that fell. Is Lucky going to join them is the question. Smooth is right around that corner, 100 HP on his own part. Yeah, he finds that fight. AK lost. ITB can establish their lead.
A decent work from Into the Breach. Now you've got Sashi that are going to basically be on a full anti-eco. They'll be down 1-3 with limitations come that first gun round. Now, Lucky will be able to invest into Glass Cannon AWP, but it seems unlikely. It's not normally something that Sashi opt for. Into the Breach know that not only have they won the anti-force buy, but they've got follow-up rounds that they can pressurize.
Formality for this 3-1 starting stance. Dash, all they can do is hope that this stack actually gets a rifle out of it. Early doors, at least, for ITB means that they're not going to establish much more than just this lead. One pick out of Flatro again, not mitigating too much, and for ITB to build upon their economy base, which has been a strong point for them over the course of the day. The lack of casualties will aid them in the long term here.
Chaos trying to work up top con. Single individual from Cabby on the left-hand side will be dropped pretty quickly. Already seen, so an easy kill for Chaos.
7 HP for Lucky. Shouldn't do much more here. Can't be secured, and ITB. Confidence. Sheer confidence at the start of this game. Exactly what they want to see out of this Mirage. Exactly where they want to be out here for this map. This is their map pick, their chance to turn towards Sashi and disallow the kind of one-sided stomping that we were seeing for the majority of that Inferno. Individual prowess really come to the charge here when it comes to the rifle v rifle rounds, of which Sashi have their next full buy.
Into the Breach, their main objective is try and put pressure towards Connector. Try and set up Flatro and Smooya to work sort of that top mid crunch to always make it uneasy for the defenders towards short window and con. Sashi do not opt to go for that Glass Cannon AWP, so because of it, it means that Lucky will be able to get the extra util with the M4. Top mid smoke to start. Kios out towards the top mid boxes, has a lot of teammates behind him with flashes.
HE damage initially comes in against Cabby, a small amount to start. Checking underpass where you have got Smooya holding. Keel's trying to utilize that information and spray through on the connector entrance, dishing out some returning damage. Synopsy taking an even amount in return, though, so it's not a huge advantage at the moment.
Now, Flatro is waiting for the repeak. He's waiting for Sashi to make a slight overextension there from window or con. It's just not quite coming. It's very defensive here from Sashi. Lucky is waiting for the jump up to come. You've actually got quite a heavy stack towards A. 2 players pressing towards A ramp for an info, and then 1 in window and in connector. So, what, just a single B player from Quez with no util?
Actually, still trying to respond in with this utility basis. Very little offered up by ITB, just again chipping away at each team's HP bars. A little bit down to Snopty, a little bit down towards Smooth, a little bit down towards Cabby. Bomb making its way away from mid, trying to re-attack a different angle here, and A site seems to be the target. 30 seconds, though. They're going to have to go pretty quick.
Now, Iceberg might be able to hear one of those footsteps back at spawn, though. And players are running back in. It is a misread. How quickly are the rotations? Cabby's even expecting a bit of a late lurk to come through from the murder hole entrance.
Iceberg to find a fight in. No, Red Star wins that over in the Palace. Advantage taken, well, ITV definitively here, but still Mistar could be a winning element if Kios drops in the open. If that bomb does not get planted right now, then this could be a chance to deny. Will he try for the wallbang sprays? No, he sprayed on the wrong position, wrong timing. Cabby can trade to a 4v4, though. The retake can still try and attempt.
And Mistar's seen a lot of players back out there towards A-ramp, but just gets spammed up in the process. Kios drops the likes of Quez, and this is going to be round over. Good shooting coming through from ITB. And from Sashi, it seems as if it's the correct call. You've made the info into A main, you've seen nothing. You then make the overextension out for Palace, you see nothing. Right, well, let's just stack up heavily on B. And then what ends up happening is you get caught on a timing. And as soon as Iceberg loses that fight to Red Star, you've just got players very out of position that are all trying to rotate quickly towards A.
Try and generate that chaos in the end. The Sashi were a little bit too off the mark. ITV now hunting for the last man again. You're going to take all the rifles away from the CT side. I don't think they'll reach Cabby in time or close. That M4 stays up, but at least some bonus for the Sashi side of the next round, because again, they are struggling for money in this early matchup. It will not be a full buy around the weapon. It will be max loss bonus for the next round in the loss. For this one, it's just the upgrades.
Well, I'd like to see Sashi contest mid a little bit more. In that previous round, we saw Flatru getting up top con quite easily, and Smooya getting into that ladder room and short area easily. There's a lot of freedom towards mid right now.
Cabby's trying to fight back in from mid. Flashbang keeping T-sided players blinded, and he got so close to getting Kios, but 8 points of health on his name. He is alive. Cabby is not, and the M4 dropped in a bit of an awkward spot. Lucky will peek forward ahead of that smoke and grab it, so they can try and utilize it in the later round.
Red Star's already walked out quite deep into the apartment, so he's got a really good timing on a lurk.
He walks out to the B bomb site. You'd imagine the rotations are coming just as quickly here. But they are still looking to commit towards the A site, irrespective of that much. I mean, the A site doesn't have any defensive on it directly, so it'll just be a case of that position that Red Star has. So they'll walk their way up from ramp.
It's another info play from Sashi, which is just misleading. Clearing out all the mid, you're getting back up here towards TV. You might be able to drop Red Star, but no one is there to deal with the A players.
Synopsy getting lucky next up on the chopping block. Player back at spawn has heard the footsteps of the AK player, and Mistar can get Red Star, but Smooth actually taking down Kios in this exchange, so a bit more awkwardness from ITB, making it another secondary casualty. So the AK in from Mistar's hands seems to be all they want out of this round here. He'll fall back and save it. Iceberg might take another good challenge on towards Flatro here. The HP differential actually does favour the Deagle. He has a straight up headshot, so secondary AK to play with. He's looking into the bomb site for even more. Try and keep the economy state low enough here for the T-side line. And the defuse just seems like it's off the table, though. This is all just a play for damage.
And the problem is no one's overfighting here at all. From jungle or from spawn, he's just getting nothing. Finally, there's at least info towards CT, so Iceberg might be able to catch off Smooya and probably should catch him. Now, this has been a pretty good eco, actually, from Sashi.
Yeah, all 5 full. 2 AKs to hold over for the CT basis. Very, very nicely done. And the max loss bonus come forward in terms of their own individual rifle basis. Mighty B have at least got a lot of cash spare, so they will come in with another rebuy, which is looking strong, and with savings to boot.
And the issue that Sashi are finding is, well, Not only have they won pistol but lost the anti-force buy, but since the rifle rounds have come in, they're just struggling to get opening picks. They're now trying a little bit of a change-up. Quez, the B-site anchor, is going to go for a double AWP, and they've got Iceberg and Mistar to run the double AK safe from the last.
Kios to lean forward. HE's on flat throw initially. Damage being done over on that neck of the woods. The Belgian walks forward and Mistar gets 2 kills out of it as Flatro is also caught. Iceberg not required as part of that exchange. They're down to 3 men on ITB.
Good work there from the AK, and it's just a straight-up cancel. Iceberg even drops off, can re-smoke the Palace entrance into the breach. You're going to have to brute force some of these trades open, and it seems quite unlikely that they're going to be successful in doing so.
Smoke start getting set in. One of them missed out there, landed in sandwich. That's the stairs smoke. Get the jungle held off, but you can see Cabby peeking forward as soon as he wants to. Mistar might be low, but he's holding at the firebox, and there's no further Molotovs in with the T-side placements. Iceberg will burn, actually get picked up by Smooya, but they run right into Mistar. Bomb dropped, Synopsy 4. Red Star down and out towards Cabby. Wonderful round from Sashi, as they start to restore confidence of their own right.
I would like to see an instant tactical from ITB. I think we saw that in certain moments in the previous series against Permitta. Lose an important round and instantly come in, and that's exactly what happens.
First tactical pause in from ITB in this map. Facing the first bit of resistance, and there's a lot of confident resistance there from Sashi. Double obviously even held over to the next round, so the confidence of the buyers will continue. ITB still have investments of their own available right here.
I'm trying to remember who was the tier 2 team that used to do this a lot. I remember the old Copenhagen Flames roster were quite good at any time they lose a bit of a sloppy round, you come in with attack. It's not seen all that commonly in tier 2. I'd say even at times, Jay, we cast so many best of 3 series where they're just not even being used. They're just trying to use momentum of rounds rather than taking that tactical breather. But for Into the Breach, they've been all over Sashi for the opening portion of Mirage. You've now given a clean round away. You've given CTs a chance to stabilize their economy. You need to make sure that you're responding in round number 8, that you're not giving a round streak over to the Danes.
Shut them back down, reclaim your confidence, reclaim control. Even despite the economical basis being as good as it is for ITB, you see those cracks already starting to show in the buy state. A Galil for Kios. Lucky's orb, just peeking into spot Smooya as he dived off the way. The timing affecting him this time. Red Star's caught for the early kill. Synopsy trading alongside Smooya's Molotov frag on Iceberg. Kios striking on the B-bomb site meanwhile. And in the blink of an eye, ITB have this round.
I don't really know what happened there. It seemed as if the setup from Sashi was quite aggressive. They had a molly out towards top mid boxes, and they were kind of entrapping the Ts. And then all of a sudden, it just completely crumbles. Everyone is hitting the shots out on mid. The only defensive kill comes from the AWP out on B. So, yeah, a bit of a weird round there from Sashi.
I'm glad I'm not alone in that department because I didn't know what happened either.
Yeah, it's probably one of those that you don't actually get the full picture until you not only download the demo, but watch each individual POV on those fights.
Yeah. Well, for Sashi, no matter what the reasons are, it has led to them conceding minimums over to ITB. Number 6 on the T-sided board. They are back in full control. Any resistance that the Danes have posted has been accounted for and neutralized.
Terrorists win.
They'll still have a little bit of cash in reserve. The AK is certainly going to help them, but the buy is still going to look confident irrespective of that. AWP coming in for Lucky as they try and continue to fight back. Sashi, back's pushed up against the wall here by ITB.
And even if you just disregard the numbers from Into the Breach, if you're just not focusing on them, you're actually seeing a very well-rounded, cohesive squad. You're not having a hard carry at the moment. You're not really having players drop off. Even Red Star's catching some good timings to force uncomfortable duels on B, even with him only being on 1. Now, this is an Into the Breach roster who are giving very few gun rounds over to Sashi, which is only going to hurt the scoreline at the turn of the half.
Iceberg and Red Star, first couple of casualties of this round as Iceberg was picked up in the apartments. Cabby swung forward to reclaim that part of the map. We'll now realize that there is no real B presence of the T side. Maybe might be seeing some players out towards mid. But A is again the emphasis for Into the Breach. Lucky Zorp ready for first contact ahead of the ticket booth. Low walks in from the AWP, but Smooya, who still wins that fight. Now Mistar's going to get pressured from two angles. Synopsy focused upon, sees him as he rounds that corner, makes it another 4-on-2. ITB seeing some resistance from Quez, but not that much. He's dealt with by Synopsy. And Cabby, I mean, what else can you do? ITB's executions have been rock solid so far.
And they're hitting very hard, and not only does the AWP win out a crazy opening duel against the CT AWPer, but it's just Synopsy's 2 kills that are being produced out from Palace. We are seeing Sashi individually just struggle. They aren't responding back with impact their own. We're not seeing multi-frags. The only good secondary round that was won by Sashi was what? Mistar to get 2 kills on the contact on that aggro play towards main, and then the pistol, and that's it. This is going to be an Into the Breach in a similar notion to what Sashi did in the first half on Inferno, where they just not only give themselves a very good scoreline, but they show that they're completely outclassing the opposition.
Half advantage gained and looking just as good as the initial start of Sashi in the first map. Five in their lead. The Danes have done all that they can to try and resist, and they showed up some good confidence at certain periods, but not enough to resist the oncoming onslaught of ITB in this map.
And maybe something to remember is that both of the games that Sashi played yesterday in Hellcup, mate, they were still all 3 mapper affairs, weren't they? The 2-1 versus Permitta, the 1-2 loss versus Incilio. So is it just a case that it's always going to get dragged out to a decider?
Perhaps. Certainly feels like the decider is on course right now. Into the breach. Finding the first frag again through the smoke. Smooya getting lucky. Cabby forced to re-smoke the top end of connector, the bottom end rather, with the stairs. Spray through the AK, trying to use that gap to his benefit. And will tag Smooya down quite heavily, but still able to win the frag. Iceberg backed up the same as well, pushed away from his initial push in towards ramp. Synopsy's going to get him in the end.
And these info plays from Sashi are just getting denied. Anytime they're going aggro towards ramp or palace, they're either just losing a fight or they're getting caught on a timing when they're repositioning back in. Cabby trying his absolute best to fight against all the players. At least he has a rotator and Mistar in spawn.
Cabby just can't quite seem to resist there. Damaged up. A couple of players are also tagged on the ITB side. Some trades available to the Sashi squad, and indeed Flatro is going to go falling. In a 3-on-3 they look to go. Look at how close Mistar is. Keels has absolutely no inkling of smoke in the way. He peeks forward of it, and he runs right into the AK's hands. Cabby takes the high HP player out though. It's Smooya and Synopsy, 33 and 15. Bomb carrier denied, and Quez will transfer quick to the AWP, as Sashi will scrape together their third.
Well, fair play to Cabby to not only slow that round down, but be ready for the fight in window. I mean, he's being drawn a lot of distraction towards Palace, isn't he? Finally starts repositioning ever so slightly. Rather than just diving out of window, getting towards bottom con, he waits and he's patient. He deals with Flatro, and that sets up the entire round. It wasn't an easy one there from Sashi. It required a triple from Cabby and a double from Quez, but it allows a third. And maybe there's a little bit of an uptake. Try and get it to 5 CT rounds at the turn.
Couple of rounds to get there. ITB could still extend to a 9-3 half. Be very poetic to return onto Sashi, what Sashi did to them in the first map. And Flatro, he likes the sound of that. Kill found on Iceberg. Cabby engaging, awkward sprays in mid. Damaged up players again, but all the kills just keep rolling and rolling in for ITB. Quez down next, and Lucky is out of there. Maybe into the A site, the bomb might commit, but as soon as they find that AWP, there is no chance.
And it's quite easy to look at Sashi and say they just can't afford to whiff shots, can they? As soon as you don't quite find that connection straight away, you're being punished. I mean, even Kios out there in con hits a ripper. Everyone is falling. A complete collapse. And we've seen a couple of rounds from Cabby when he's worked underpass and he's playing around that bottom mid position, fighting against the top mid individuals. He's just not getting clean kills at all.
see if Lucky can an exit. It will do on Flatro. But just look at how quickly the T start placing themselves to go for the hunt, to take this AWP out of the equation. Force the economical deficits here for the Sashi side. Cause problems for the last round of the half. At least Lucky staying away from the ITB camp for the post-portion of the round, but either way, the outlook does not look amazing for the Danes here. Keels is waiting. Lucky's going to peek him. Established alongside Red Star. Footsteps heard, jump face. Knives are coming in fact. AK allowed its chance to fire away. Lucky eventually too heavily pressured. The AWP will fall. And the buy will be broken to close the half.
And this is an Into the Breach side that have just slapped Sashi around, and I don't know. Actually, no, I probably do know. Even if we don't get that anti-force by reset, okay? Let's just say, hypothetically, Sashi win the first pistol, win against the anti-force, go up 3-0. I still don't think they hold weight in the first half. Even with that lead, they just haven't shown competitiveness in the gun rounds. They have really struggled to fight against the European squad from just a heads-up play.
I don't blame you for that assessment. ITB have certainly looked like the superior squad today, at least on this map. Smooya's AWP fights first. Cabby and Synopsy will go trading back and forth. Mistar catches them. The smaller gap in the attention spans of the T side line. So despite how much ITB have played, Sashi still have the capacity to post rounds like this. And this has been a little bit more common on the CT side than maybe ITB will be a bit more comfortable with. Smooya caught off by Iceberg. There's 4 players will stand alive to close the half. Still favourable to ITB, but as opposed to the 9-3, it's an 8-4 at the turn.
It's decent work from Into the Breach. They looked cohesive on that T side. Everyone was working timings really well. We were seeing obliterations at certain points in the round. I think back to when it was a 5v1 within the first 20-25 seconds. They know that transitioning into the second half, there's not going to be much of a game left. And maybe similar to map number 1, you might have some survival rounds. You might have the odd gun round being won here or there, but this will be Into the Breach closing.
See how long Sashi can drag it out for, if they can resist, or at least make it look like they have a plausible chance here. No doubt that Into the Breach been on course for map 3 throughout the course of the entirety of map 2, but Synopsy continues to put them on for that position. Flatro following up on Cabby as well, and Sashi completely overwhelmed in the mid fights. Lucky's lurk out to the A site, and these are 1 versus 4 clutch. 1 kill found, 2 players tagged. Maybe a quick sequence of the Flatro and Keels. They are grouped up here. Got time to work with. Seeing the shoulder, landing the head. I think he's aware of the second player as well there. Swing forward, noise made, jump on the corner. Oh, he's got Keels as well. Lucky's not done. He wants to show best round of the game here. That's up, in connector, leans forward. Red Star seen, shoulder, peeking out, headshot not gained. Bomb now in the Dane's hands as he tries to fall out of position. Bait Red Star into an awkward fight. Get a first tag now in this engagement. Red Star making noise of his own right. The USP to take its fights, but the Glock to continue to aggress. And back through the murder hole into the B site play he'll go.
Now, this is an easy bomb plant for Lucky. The question is, where is he repositioning to? Because Red Star's going to be quick to reposition in.
Short contact will not come through. Bomb's planted for short as well. Lucky backing away. Red Star making his moves in. He's giving away his position. Lucky's giving nothing more towards the CT. Kit is with Red Star as well. He's got time to work with. But Lucky can account for whatever he goes for. Backed away. Engagement to find some damage. Not to get the kill for it, though. He gets back out behind the pillars, plays for the harder cover, trying to stall him out for time. Red Star forced into a fight, continuing to take more damage. Lucky cannot win the clutch. It was a hell of an effort, but it's not to be. Pistol for ITB.
It's a brilliant effort there from Lucky, because that round looked as if it was completely over by Synopsy's triple at TopCon. He is just farming down there towards all of the mid players. Lucky with the Gooshers gets a 1v3, and it'll probably be kicking themselves, because at the end, it was just so close. I mean, he's been able to stall for so much time, but just not get that finishing blow. At least they can try and do what ITB did upon to them and win the round number 2 force buy. Try and see if you can reset the economy straight away.
Sashi done by Basis. Still not as strong as Into the Breaches at the moment. CT side forced forward and tried to get involved in terms of that initial aggression in mid, but nothing is found there. Backed up, the Mac 10 of Quez leaning forward towards the sniper's nest, trying to flank them down. There's 4 players over on this A bomb site, none of which have been found yet.
Now, ITB have been very cautious to overextend against this buy. Last thing you want to do is give away a bit of a freebie. Mistar up in con is going to have 2 players to deal with. A hard tuck for Flatro to take the MP9 first contact.
Synopsy falls, doubled up for Mistar. Hell of a flick, hell of a follow. Frags found against ITB. Now the B-side player starts to feel this pressure. Kios can fight on Quez, aware that there might be more presence in from mid, but it's the apartments players that start pressurizing the B bomb site. Iceberg challenging a man out at Spawn. Cannot connect that spray on Red Star. Does a ton of damage, but it's a 3v3.
Oh, this is workable now for Into the Breach. They're actually going to commit for this retake.
Kios walking forward, leading the charge. Smooya only man at 100 HP for his team, though. Here they come. In from Market. All 3 players will make their attack. Only Red Star with the kit. Cabby gonna evade that incendiary. HG's on the site. Lucky's gonna get caught backed up. Kios will fall. Red Star and Smooya try to hold their nerve, but they are overwhelmed by the crossfire. Sashi on a second round follow-up.
Well, thank goodness there is some support in the post plant, because that is a shocker from Iceberg. It's probably the easiest of kills that you are going to get all map so far. A rotating player in Spawn with his knife pulled out. The Galil just struggles immensely. You could feel that did flip the switch, didn't it? It sort of went from, oh, we're saving, to, no, we're actually going to commit to this 3v3 retake.
Enables a bit of a lifeline for Sashi here in the second map. Time to put things to the test. ITB got their initial stances because of the, or not completely because of, but in part thanks to the second round steal in the first half. In this case, it's Sashi doing a similar thing. Force buys in from ITB can allow a 6th and a 7th to go the direction of the Sashi side if they can take round 15 here. And that will at least bring back quite a fair amount of ground.
Now, Cabby can maintain the smoke just in case there's a jump up. Wait to clear out window. The issue is how they fight against CT and ramp at the same point. Sashi have got everything to play with. They've just got to make sure that they've got strong crossfires. They're not being set up in this bait.
Three players on the defensive line. Sashi making no qualms about what site they're looking to hit. How much can they gain? They are playing so hidden. Mistar holds bomb. Seen by the 5-7 Snopsy takes it. His teammates try to strike. The M4 holds its nerve for Quaid, but Red Star's Deagle. Traded by Lucky. Looks back to Smooya in his scout. 1 versus 2 though. You've still got Cabby to deal with. And Lucky, shots not connecting through the boxes. Trying to find the right angle of the plant. The shadow's been seen. Cabby swings out and deals with him. Good effort, but not to be for ITB.
Actually, a very good effort. I'm surprised they didn't tap the bomb there. Try and draw a fight out in the open. Try and get an idea of exactly where the setup is, because that was getting scary. And Sashi make the distance 3, and there is going to be a limited eco to follow. ITB's main focus is going to be this next priority of the gun round.
That gun round will not be here in this one. Sashi clawing back the deficit. ITB not quite as far in the lead as Sashi were on that Inferno when ITB were bringing back the returns. Might allow a key opportunity here for the T-sided line. The Danes looking like they were going to get shut out of this map pretty handily instead. Given a bit of a lifeline here. Trades have at least been found towards 1 pick worth of casualty damage for Into the Breach. Cabby's going to ensure that that remains that way. These eco pistols should just again bow out and look for the rifle buy.
Pretty clever for Iceberg to not buy anything except armor in that round, because he knows he wants to get his teammate on the AWP as quickly as possible, and there's no point wasting another AK against a super light anti-eco. Red Star, unfortunately, doesn't quite get the Zeus, and there's no way the recharge is going to happen that quickly, so it's an easy refrag from Cabby to make it a couple.
Simple enough. ITB up to the buy now. Trying to hold over potential against the Sashi side. Second tactical has been called in by them because this is where the Danes will continue to look for their threat and where their key threat stands at the moment. Again, ITB are down by a map in this series, so even though we were thinking that map 3 was calling pretty handily, a good rifle victory for Sashi may well start to test that line of thinking.
Yeah, the scoreline definitely is misleading because ITB have been the stronger team on Mirage, but you also need to account for CT economy, and the opening gun round can legitimately mean a 9-9. And once you start getting to that position, you almost need to forget about what's happened previously and focus on the expectation of the future, the lack of funds perhaps on the CT side, the lack of AWP for Smuya. I mean, it could be a while until he gets on that big green.
He's on the regular old M4 for this round, so consider that as where he stands at the moment. Cabby swinging in towards mid as the one lurker of the T side. Bomb's going to go ahead and join in with what seems to be the ace split, although they're walking out ramp already. Synopsy has caught Iceberg. Quest to trade him and get back away to harder cover. The connector player looking to walk. Cabby is going to get caught. The bomb makes his way back in towards that ramp entrance, and now they can start for the A here, but they're down a man here, Sashi. A
lot of dry contacts from the Danes, and unfortunately, they don't quite win out against Red Star in top con. Missed piece of util is going to make it more uncomfortable to take this space too.
Yeah, you see how Quez was not going for the full wide swing because he recognized that missed smoke. Go from the back lines of the A site, start to clear it out slowly. Smokes and flashes in from the CT side as Quez tries to challenge one player. Smuya knows that he's close. Swing in from 2 CTs, and actually they still deal with it on the T side. Lucky and Mistar keep their trades going, and Red Star getting Quez as the only casualty in that particular crossfire for the T side. 1v2 now for Kios here. Leaning forward, heard a footstep on site. Mistar is low, but Lucky is the key threat in the first port of call. Just seen, they swing, the kill gets found. The last man holds in the center of the bomb site, but Kios finds his dink down damage, and ITB can take 10.
Sashi believed that he was rotating up from Con or jungle, and it's a 3-2-1 swing. The issue is they swing together, and no eyes are out there towards A ramp. That's an excellent 1v2 from Kios, and we've seen it across the day. We saw it in the last series against Permitta, how strong he can be in late round and in clutch scenarios. That one right there, precision after he gets the first kill, to anticipate the fight, to be ready for the swing at default and make sure that ITB get up to 10.
He's not a star in the traditional sense, but he has these rounds like that one where he is just the ultimate difference maker for ITB. Rightfully awarded the only AK of the CT side, but now to press on to Sashi's own AK buys. The full set of rifles are inbound into the breach. Into the mid control against Sashi.
Sashi know that they need to relieve themselves a bit of pressure with an opening pick. Red Star has made a slight info play. He's got aggressive in mid. Watched out towards underpass, hasn't seen anything, and then as he retreats back in towards Con, he sees 2 players of Quez and Cabby towards those top mid boxes. Into the breach. We'll know one more round victory here will get Smuya closer to that AWP purchase.
Both to suppress the execution towards that B bomb site for now. ITB putting that up on a mini marker. The backstab's coming in from Synopsy as well as pushed on from the A side, recognizing that nobody's out there. But still see that lurking from Iceberg with the utility, pushing the issue and making it known that they are now able to be bomb site. Kios can deal with it pretty well on the start, but the trades are good from Quez and Cabby. 3-on-3, bomb close. Red Star is just as close as well to swing, to deny, to maintain a man advantage and put time pressure against Sashi.
We've got a late lurk from Iceberg, but it's being watched by timing. Smuya turns around and means that Cabby is in a near impossible 1v3.
Moving on towards Synopsy, almost tried to pull out his knife there, ultimately pays the price for it. His teammates should not be so reckless, peeking in from short control. Smooya can land on Cabby, and ITB pull ahead again. 11-7, looking to close this out in the next 2 rounds.
And not only does Chaos have a sick multi-frag, but the decision-making from Red Star is just pure. The way that he's able to re-peek into the angle to deny the bomb from going down and then not keep fighting. Just instantly retreat, try and get more defensive, try and play back passive and market. You can set up that crossfire with Smooya. You don't need to continue to fight there. 11-7 into the breach. Looked as if the scoreline was getting close at one point, but now they're starting to show that they can close this quickly.
Smooya, flash blinded, gets inside of the smoke, tries to escape the eye of Cabby, who knows he's out there. We'll get his back up and flat throw. Smooya trying to dive out of the way. He's so close to falling down. The stray bullets can come up so quick. Iceberg has seen him in from underpass, struggles to get that kill, but gets it in the end. Sashi up by 2 men.
And they deal with the aggro play into mid, and now even get the boost up through Iceberg. You've got a short player aggressing from Kios to try and get a refrag.
Smokes in. And Kios can take Iceberg down. That's 1 frag. Quez unable to respond. Synopsy also out in mid, finding that returning pick against another Danish player. 3 versus 3. And his extension trying to get into the backstabs. They'll hear those footsteps. Is he going to challenge Mistar directly? It seems like he is. From range, though, the rifle's going to put space between them in its spawn. And now the bomb carrier can look to try and strike again, save his teammate, bail them out here, regain the man advantage for Sashi.
A great patience there from Sashi, and what was a bit of a pressured moment with the bomb being separated with a player out from spawn. They just don't overpeak, and they're so defensive, Mistar and Cabby against him.
Gamble towards A as Sashi make their way into B. They can swing towards connector and get the kill against the carrier. Unfortunately, they're too late to the mark on that one. This will be a plan for Sashi, and I imagine it's safe for Keels and Red Star here.
Sashi have given themselves a little bit of a lifeline that they're not up against map point straight away. Into the breach's economy. It's honestly not that great. Loss bonus isn't fantastic. Smooya's on 2.2 and Synopsy's on 1.6, so they can get another reinvestment forward. But Sashi's going to know coming in the next round, their economy is weak. So this is where we need to pounce. This is where we need to put down the biggest threat possible.
Three rounds for the good on into the breach. They still hold the lead. Sashi still holds survival here on this map. Going to try and usurp ITB at the very last hurdle. Not impossible. The money's not 100% there here for the CT side. Looking like they're going to buy anyway, though. M4's out. Orb still not afforded by Smooya. And you will see limitations here.
And maybe this is where ITB don't go for the aggressive mid, because they tried it in the last round and it didn't work, but put an aggressive play down towards ramp in the mid rounds. Aggro to start off from the T's just by generating that space, and don't even need to use a huge amount of util by it.
Boost in towards mid window, Smooya. Oh, just barely missed out upon here. The smoke clears. Molotov's going to force him forward into a fight, which he loses.
Cabby's been very strong in this second half. He has upped his game massively from the first. And now with the one to strike with the first, it means that everyone else can start contacting up top con.
Iceberg caught dead to rights. Quez trading on Synopsy real quick. Got a player in a dark. Kios is known about, and Quez can deal with him the same. Down to 2 men. It's now Sashi posting their confidence as ITB starts to get a little bit tested once again. Cash is unavailable to them. There are no savings. This 2 versus 4 still so difficult to work the retake. They're going to go back and save.
And this is where you do start thinking about the what if the 1v3 actually does come through from Lucky on the pistol. That extra round to play with. Do we have a Sashi that are not only pressing for a tied up scoreline, but pressing for a lead? All of those rounds start replaying in your mind. And this has been a Sashi side that have had to work extremely hard for the success in the second half, but they're still not there yet. Red Star and Flatcher are trying their absolute best to hold on to the rifles to make sure they're not being hunted down after the bomb goes up. The light and deco around it means that Sashi are going to get closer to double digits.
It's entirely possible if Sashi had taken that 1 versus 3 clutch, then perhaps you would have been looking at something closer to a 10-10, 11-9 in their favor. ITB, knowing that this has not been the same confident affair in the second half as they were posting in the first, and Sashi starting to test a lot of the preconceptions we had. ITB may have been playing the better match up until this point, but the scoreline still is within 2, and Sashi, all they need is that number 13.
Look, at this point in the game, I actually do expect one of the star players to just win a round for ITB. Maybe not so much on the half, but in round 22 or round 24, I'm thinking, okay, well, the money's just never going to be strong enough to get Smooya on the orb. Okay, what about a Flatcher in con? I get that feeling that someone is going to have to make a play.
All the damage being done against Quez and Iceberg here. Quez especially to 2 points of health. And in this round for ITB, the only rifles available are on Red Star and Flatro. Red Star's the bottom fragger of the board right now, though. Mr. waiting for pistol players to start facing him here at ramp. AK at the ready. USP, shut down. Advantage, quick and easy for Sashi.
Fletcher and Red Star have got to get as much out of these couple of weapons as possible, and out to stairs. That is an unreal flick there from Mistar.
All right, then. ITV losing one of those rifles in that particular exchange. Red Star's AK still posted towards the bomb site, losing his backup with Synopsy. 2 to line up, 2 more seen. The headshot almost gained on Mistar. He's turned it into a 2 versus 2 on his lonesome. Can Kios provide support, though? He's only on the Deagle. The bomb's in the open, and they group up and move together.
Kios with the Deagle needs to set up basically a bait, be the one to get the trade frag in. The problem is there's a bit of separation between the two.
As Kios drops Red Star, they think he's going to come in from CT spawn. Either way, they'll set themselves up, so no matter which way he rotates towards, he will fall into the T-side crossfire. Bomb seen. Smoke and defuse kit for him at 41 HP. Lucky he's been seen. He's been sprayed for damage, but not killed off. And we damn near saw what you requested, Twake. You wanted to see one of the stars of ITB show up and win a round. It was almost Red Star, but he came up 2 kills too short.
Probably one of the best efforts you're going to see in this map, at least. That is you completely alone on the bomb site in a 2v5, and you have almost brought that round back. A great reposition to fight against Con and out there on the off angle to ramp. And those extra few kills have facilitated an AWP investment. Smooya can finally bring it forward.
One more round to equalize for Sashi. ITB. They're by upset to try and resist them, but the Danes are on the warpath back, challenging the international prowess.
At least they know the AWP's not towards B. That flash from Quez would have driven Smooya off of the balcony angle, so they must know the AWP is somewhere towards A at the moment.
$50 seconds on the clock, short control established by Sashi. Now looking in towards connector for the T side as well. Smoke start coming down. Counter smokes are there for the CT forces. Red Star spamming damage but taking a lot more in return. HP advantage favourable towards the Sashi side. That bomb hasn't even committed yet.
And they're trying to just work an over rotation. They're trying to put contact down towards A before that bomb goes into B.
Quez has caught Smooya. Red Star, you can see him just barely past the HUD. As this position may now be the only thing to defend the bomb site, as Iceberg's patience pays off in troves. Quez caught 2 fantastic kills. Cabby's caught another on Flatro. And Kios now known towards the front corner of the B bomb site, being hunted down. Sashi looking to remove him, knowing that they've got round 11 in their grasp. They all want more. They want to remove everybody. Put the economical onus against ITB, who may get stretched to round 24 here.
And that is the sickest mid-round that you are going to see, all best of three. They just slow the clock completely, don't they? And they're just searching. They're just waiting for an opportunity to present itself. And Quez has had an incredible round from back a triple to get 2 kills. You've got the in-game leader of Iceberg that cuts a rotate out there from jungle. One of the B players even gets a pick. They did not fumble with the time pressure at all. They look so comfortable with 30 seconds on the clock there.
And now we're all squared up. Almost all the way through for Sashi. The fast plays coming in against the half-ball SMGs and pistols. Keel's good for 2 picks out of it, though. His AK's picked up. Lucky going to trade him in that transition. And he's looking around the back of the bomb site. Smooya has pressed through that smoke, trying to find a cheeky position against the T-sided line. I think he's been seen there by Lucky, though. Can he be accounted for? Mistar certainly can't see him. He's going to dish out some damage, get the kill in the end. ITB on for the stealing round. Cabby with a kill. They've seen where Smooya is at last. He gets Cabby next up. An individual moment from him, a 2K to his name, and Lucky needs to go ahead, grab that bomb, back from short, tagged up by Flatro. Red Star closes him, and there it is. ITB have finally hit map point, but Sashi are still on for the overtime.
Well, I'm really surprised about that call. I think that's actually a complete misread of the scenario. They know they're up against a weakened buy, and rather than slowing the round down and defaulting to what has been so successful, they go in for a B pop. And the problem there is you have no idea how many players are on B. You don't know how stacked up that site is going to be. Keos got 2 kills on the first contact.
The end result is that Sashi have to play for OT, or ITB can go towards map 3. Of course, they've got the cash to invest all that they can possibly afford. The AKs across the board. Smooya on an AWP for the first time in a very, very long time. The SMG plays from him, though, making the difference on the site. Tipping it over the finish line for Into the Breach. Sashi. Gatton trying the default out one more time to try and press us into that OT.
They've got a lot of space on B, and the short players have got no idea.
Keos picked up by Mistar. Iceberg challenging Flatro. That's much more like it, Sashi. Had this come in the last round, we would have seen them on map point. We would have also seen them taking the map right here and now in the series and all. Instead, it's all 5 alive for overtime.
And that's probably Iceberg on self-reflection thinking, yeah, probably should have just defaulted in round 23. That was a really good timing again. Good exploitation that Mistar finds. Just that walk contact. And for Into the Breach, considering that you had an 8-4 half and 1 pistol, it actually is quite embarrassing that this has been pushed all the way to overtime. It shouldn't be in that sort of a scenario at all. You should be closing that game down in regulation. You should be pushing on for that 3rd map decider of Ancient. They've, to me, given Sashi a way into this series to close into.
The comeback was something to behold, and unlike the comeback of the last map, it is successful for Sashi. Into the Breach, into the mid-control. Smooya lands on Iceberg to start, but Red Star offers up the trade so quickly in as well. Cabby responding, it's a 4 versus 4.
It gets a bit chaotic for the first time in a little while in a gun round. Aggressive trades, and the AWP is pinned, and they've actually got a bit of a gamble rotation. There is a lot of players out here on B. Just the single A individual of the in-game leader of Synopsy.
Molotov to force Smooya out. We heard tagged up a little bit, known towards the short access, and CTs counter adjust for it. Keos pushed into the apartments. Mistar and Quez may be ready for all this. Sees the man, AK spray, bomb noticed as well, but a 4 versus 3 for Sashi still holds the man advantage. Cabby extends it with the lurkout on the A site. It is an open bomb site, but they're going to press on towards B anyway. Smooya, another pick to his name. The M4 strikes back, Flatro's overwhelmed. Smooya, known to the back corner, can't flick to the right way in the right time. Even if he got that kill, a second man was right hot on his heels. And Sashi will have the lead here for the first time since the opening pistol of Mirage.
And it just came down to patience in that round. Once they put that molly up against Smooya to short, notice how Kios makes the info play. No one's really doing anything there from Sashi. They're hanging back, they're waiting for a response, and then as soon as that first kill comes in towards Kios, that's where things get out of order. Cabby can start cutting rotations. He can be that annoying pest out there in con against the A individual. Sashi have started to fundamentally outclass Into the Breach.
Every advantage going the way of the Danes once again. Flatro trying to get an advantage. Look at Synopsy. This backstab is absolutely beautiful. And he's trying to spanner into the works of the T side. Started off so well, but in from underpass, they couldn't account for the man. Iceberg training back Red Star. But him and Lucky on low HP, a 2v3 to reclaim control of the bomb in the apartments.
And that's the in-game leader making a statement. Synopsy's typically the A-side anchor. He goes for a very aggressive play in underpass. The timing up against Lucky, the patience. Lucky's actually waiting for him to move out.
Oh, and he gets caught for it. AK with a kill. A 2 versus 2 now. Sashi got 60 seconds. They need to get back into apartment still. They're so far away from it, especially Iceberg's gone for the big old wrap towards the A play. Now to work into the B site.
And this is actually very workable. This round didn't look winnable at all. You've got time and you've got util. They've just got to try and connect. Now, Iceberg should go down towards underpass, and Lucky can maintain from the other side of TV.
Walks will ensue. The smokes come up. The HE's trying to resist where Iceberg's coming in from 30 seconds left. Hunting out from mid. Iceberg will not be there to receive it. It really all rests on Kios here. Molly's in to grab the bomb to force them away. Are they going to go for the A-Wrap? Seems like they might well do so. AWP is ready to receive. Is Smooya going to get much out of this? Lucky spotted the shot to connect. Iceberg going to try to sneak forward to the smoke, but Smooya uses the footstep cues to land him anyway. ITB have a response.
That was a contentious round, but it actually tells you what Smooya can do when he gets the AWP in his hands consistently. A 2v2 doesn't even sweat it. And Sashi, just one unchecked position in the default. One aggressive move from Synopsy down there from underpass has tied up the scoreline.
This next one's for the lead. The advantage of the half for Sashi. Try that hand and ITB success on their own map pick. Another lost for the international squad. If it comes down to that, the Danes moving up past these smokes in towards connector. Synopsy been seen. Smooya knows that his short position has been compromised. His connector control is established by the T's, and he's going to burn to Lucky's kill. Quay for the follow-up. Player on bomb site. Mo for his own teammate to get there. The Red Star will fall anyway. 4 versus 2. Another confident setup here for Sashi.
And Kios and Flatcher, it's basically the impossible. Out towards Cod, you need to fight and get this kill against Iceberg straight away.
Dead. Kios faced upon by Cabby so quickly. Do Sashi establish their confidence to a 14-13? They hold the lead at the turn of the half.
I've actually been gobsmacked of how weak the CT-siders looked for Into the Breach, because I'm even reflecting back to that second half of regulation. They won pistol, okay? They won 2 gun rounds back-to-back, and then the one that gave them the security of map point was the Kios half-buy. The MP9 that was out there on the B bomb site. So, what, in an entire half of regulation, they've won 2 gun rounds, and then come into OT, you've only seen 1. This is meant to be your best map in the pool. This is even meant to be a bit of a punish. Sashi are incredibly weak on Mirage, always have been. You don't expect that from a squad of ITB.
The Sashi squad have just established themselves over the international squad once again. They're looking to close out in this overtime. They're getting closer and closer to doing so. Cabby's found Synopsy first up in a connector. He is fallen. Nice HEs as well towards the T-side attacking forces. Flatcher can get 1 out of it, but Cabby has turned up a triple. Smooya and Red Star making their way into the bomb site. Smooya is on site directly. His AWP being just seen barely by Cabby. Player at CT spawn as well, Iceberg. Watching as the HGs don't drive him out into the open, but they do get him close enough to where the M4s can turn up their final couple of picks. 4 in the round for Cabby. And it is map and match point and group point as well for Sashi.
Cabby has been incredible out on Mirage. The transition to the second half of regulation and to continue that form has been extremely impressive. And this is a guy who started his career out on Lingby Vikings with Bird from Sky, played together for many years, had a good chance to kind of progress further up the ranks on that Masonic and Ecstatic roster before transitioning to playing with the Tricked guys here on Sashi. 34 is crazy, especially with 13 deaths.
Monstrous matchup. Outperforming anyone from ITB. He's even gone for his 35th. Flatro core. Lucky's waiting for even more contact in from mid. Lands the tag onto Synopsy. The HE should take him down from the mid stance. He just somehow evades that. Red Star's caught out to the apartments. Meanwhile, while Quez and his engagement keeping 2 players low on ITB. Smuya and Keels, the only made at 100. Maybe the only chances that they have to force out this round.
Quez is just playing the off angle. He's giving no chance to Chaos to kind of walk contact to kill, to just catch a bit of a mistake out there on B. Lucky's waiting for the con walk on that close right-hand side.
Bomb starting to rotate back into the apartment's entrance and TV. Quez, the other side of the apartment for the entryways towards that B bomb site. It's only him right now, but Lucky will turn back as soon as they start diving out of Absol. Reese caught the headshot angle. Kios fought upon, but Kios lands ahead. They are such low HP, but still Lucky can't get anything out of this. His Cabby up to task now. So many easy pickings, but he runs into the AWP of Smuya, and Kios can follow up on Mistar. I don't know how ITB have bailed themselves out, but they just did.
You've just got a little bit too much movement. You've got an impatient Quez, I want to say. If he just hangs back at jail, they can play that crossfire. They can have the AWP posted out from the archers. Instead, he tries to make a small little info play when that smoke clears, and he doesn't hit Kios straight away, which means he gets punished in that round, and that's where the collapse of the bomb site starts coming in.
ITB are not done yet. But how long can they survive for? Sashi still a single round away from closing out this series and sending ITB packing out of Hellcup. Molly's in, Incendiary's out, Red Star's AWP to hold the flashbangs to keep him at bay. The HE will come down. Dish out its damage to half points of health. Cabby now going to wait for the M4. Jump up from Smuya. His AWP doesn't connect. The first kill goes the way of Sashi. Flatro's good for the trade.
They completely missed that run boost, and it actually allows a bit of an easy pick. Lucky didn't see any more contact out from the apartments, but he's a bit of a rotator position. He needs to defend against the boost up into window and on the B bomb site with Quez.
Push is starting to come forward to the CT side as they clear out this ramp control. They'll push on Iceberg again. He went semi-aggressive in that position. You may well hear the players in from mid, get the information out to their repositions, but they're not clear on which site they're going towards. A or B are still options for ITB.
Mistar's hearing it all. He knows exactly what's going on. He knows it's heavy con right now.
There's M4 back at Tetris. Backup going to come in towards Palace. The rotations of the CT side are still being considered from Lucky. They don't know if this is a fake. Molly's in. Bomb on site. Red Star looking to swing. No flashes available to go for it. He's just seen the man. Can't quite deny from that angle. His foot is just peeking barely outside of the default box. Iceberg caught by Synopsy. 3 men remain on Sashi. This bomb site control. Will it be enough for ITB to push us further on? Mistar is still an entity, an unknown entity at this stage. Leaking forward. Red Star not accounted for. That jump up now can see Kios caught by Lucky. Quez will finally look to strike. Mistar known about in a dark. He sees Red Star. Red Star swings for the kill. And it seems like ITB want to play on here. 15 all, OT2.
Well, this is 2 rounds back-to-back that Sashi should have closed. They had the read on the scenario. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit of a mistiming there from the M4 of Mistar to not strike against Red Star. But even out to Palace, I mean, that should be an avenue with rotators coming in. That's the winning play. And instead, they just lose the fight to the AWP in jungle straight away. Sashi can only blame themselves, especially with the second to last of the closer. And that 5v4 with the HP advantage. And they will be kicking themselves that this has gone to another overtime.
We go again. As ITB reset us back to even stances against the Sashi squad. ITB had 1 map point, Sashi had 2 of them. None of the 3 were able to close out for their respective sides, and I'd agree with you in the sense that Sashi probably should have closed out at least one of those 2. Perfect situations, perfect circumstances, and still unable to end things off. We play on longer. And for ITB, I mean, it must be frustrating considering how commanding they were at the start of the match, of the fact that we're pressed all the way this far.
It's very true. Maybe it doesn't help Sashi either that Cabby hasn't been able to basically be that threat that's going to close a round down. And we've seen his aggressive moves out from Connector warrant a lot of damage to the mid individuals, but if he's getting picked off early, it might be difficult to close rounds. Into the breach, have just got to focus here on getting it to that decider, getting it over the line, getting it to map point, closing, giving yourself the best chance of trying to steal the series.
The 2-0 potential for Sashi is still well and truly here. Only 4 rounds required to make it happen. ITB fighting for their survival at this stage of the decider matchup. Well, of course, as we mentioned at the start of the series, we'll promote one team into the playoffs. For the loser, it means that they're done. Into the breach, have fought too hard. It might not be hard enough.
Well, they've got a race against the clock right now because they've got another best of 3 to play in just over an hour's time in the A1 Gaming League first round of the playoff single elim against 500. So I'm looking at this one thinking we can't really drag this series out. We need to make sure that Mirage gets closed quickly. We need to go on to Ancient and not drag it out because this is basically lose the game out of Hellcup, lose the next game out of A1. So you could potentially be knocked out in, what, 2 tournaments in the span of a couple of hours on the same day.
I'm going to wrap this up quick. Unfortunately for ITB, they've also got to wrap this up and also press on to the 3rd map in the series if they want to stay alive in Hellcup, which means that that time pressure is going to be pretty prevalent against them. Sashi, on the other hand, up by a map and into the CT half of the second overtime to start off on the second overtime. Orbs in on Lucky and Synopsy, not on Smooya this time. He'll pass it back towards him initially. The big green gun goes on a big green Brit.
It just came down to the best of spawns trying to look for that opening A challenge. You could hear that bullet just whiz past Lucky as he gets aggro into Con. A re-smoke from Cammy. Get the star player involved in impact like he's been doing all game so far.
Headshot seen from the player on short. Iceberg unable to connect the man. Cabby, M4 trying to fight, sees a player on top of Catwalk and gets flat throw to 4, and he'll dive away with very little HP done by comparison.
I seemed a bit careless there from Flatro. They knew that there was a player in Con and he's just got his back turned, trying to make an aggressive play into shorts.
Red Star. Now flashes it against Iceberg, getting killed off by Kios. He finds the response of ITB. 3rd man to rotate away from A, considering that B site is an option. Cabby taking some damage here at the wood wall. Smoked by his teammate into the A site connector control. He's still got that bomb of Smooya, and he's looking to lean in here, as is Cabby. Is he going to find an angle? He hears these footsteps. His star's going to be isolated for the time being.
Time is so low. This could actually be the play for Cabby.
Flash forward, they make their way past the smoke. 3rd player involved in this. Red Star sees Cabby walking forward. Synopsy can get Miss Star as well. A site overwhelmed. Sashi locked out of the round.
Well, that's a tight one, and it's a moment for Cabby where he's kind of hoping that Red Star and TopCon is trying to scale for space, move out to jungle, move out to stairs, but as they come out, it is quite a close encounter. ITB, after losing Flatro for the opening pick to Cabby, end up closing the round and taking the lead back themselves.
ITB are in the lead. Now to hold that lead right up until the end of the map up. Sashi have tested them and have looked more proficient at times. Most important times in the tail end of the game where ITB have been unable to close. Bob's back out for both sides, Lucky straight in. Not available to see them coming in towards the mid position. The window smoked off. The Molotovs will try to stop him anyway. Cabby, while hearing his footsteps, takes to reveal his position, still wins the fight on Kiosk.
It doesn't even take that much HP difference. Iceberg going aggressive for the challenge up against the short players. He's missed the timing, and because of that, he loses everything. Synopsy punishes the AWPer, and everything is falling apart on the defense.
Down to 2 players again for Sashi. 2-man advantage for ITB. Then looking for Quez. Knows where he is. HE'd against 26 HP. Molotov to drive into the open. Red Star's going to catch him. And Mistar, an impossible 1 versus 4 now. Fought upon by the Apartments player, finding Flatro. And the AWPer Smooya will be able to close it down. ITB saw ahead once again. Sashi need a 16th to just keep alive away from the map points of ITB again.
And typically, for most teams, a 5v4 round win percentage should be around 70 to 80%. That's a good marker. We have now seen back-to-back rounds in OT where Cabby has struck and both rounds have not been won. You can't let that happen, especially in overtime. At least if it happens in regulation, you've got rounds to play with. Mate, you don't have rounds to play with when you've only got 3.5.
I feel like we said something similar about Smooya on that Anubis earlier on, how he was the one guy that was going and ITB had nothing else to support him. Cabby up to 38 frags. Quez will get his 20th kill of this game. Flatro down in the Apartments, the AWP looking for a better angle as well. Red Star might not be accounting for this position on top of the bench. Doesn't bite though.
It's all about the walk contact, and you've got both AWPs pinned out on the B contact.
Bomb in apps as well. Starting to fall away is Red Star, but they will leave that carrier up there. Smooya on his AWP, expecting there to be an AWP fight loom, while Kios has started to walk his way forward, find a gap in the defensive line. Cabby. Okay, it's all down to situations as Smooya gets caught by an advantage. Down to 3 players are the ITB side. They'll get those trades in and try soar ahead into the bomb site. They've still got 2 defenders and they've got a war on 2 fronts to worry about. The AWP peeking forward, not sure of when Kios wants to try and strike. Molotov's against Quez's position, forced to use that smoke as the bomb carrier gets caught by a backstab over at Iceberg in the meantime. Red Star down at 35-second marker, and Lucky finally gets Kios, punishes him for his backstab. Synopsy cannot win this clutch. Sashi fend off map points.
Kios was actually in a round-winning position. Now, it might look a bit funny that it takes him ages to make the move, and the reason for it, Jay, he's hoping for a bit more space, because he knows there's only a little bit of a gap between Cabby and the wall. If I start walking, and then Cabby presses A or S and doesn't move, Cabby knows instantly that there's a player behind me. So he was hoping that Cabby would have just slightly pushed forward so he can get in from murder hole, and it never comes. Eventually he has to kill him. And just think about that. If he's able to get out to market, double AWPs on B, he might even get both of those kills.
But as he was holding, his teammates were falling. It was a 5v3 at one point for the Sashi side. The CTs established themselves. They go into their T-half instead. ITB still lead. Double AWPs in for Smooya and Kios here. Cabby walk out from mid. Molotov out of position, but no chance to punish for ITB.
Cabby waiting for some top mid aggression just behind the edge of the smoke. You've got 2 players at ramp, fairly aggressive, and a double con setup for Red Star and Flatro.
HG's on Quez. Damaged up initially. Sashi back on the back foot. Flatro getting tagged up. Gillicky sent in top ender con. Molotovs against them, forcing Flatro down to a similar marker. Even on the advantage.
Yeah, watch out for the Palace challenge, because you've got an aggressive Synopsy.
Oh, he ends up catching off the likes of Mistar, who's ready for someone to make their way in from the Palace entrance. Synopsy swung against, but not quite spotted and not quite able to be engaged upon. Put that smoke down to block Mistar here.
He might try and walk on this. He's going to try and encapsulate a timing.
Flatro's ready for it, though. He had the angle set. Synopsy is M4 back towards default, caught by Iceberg anyway, as he dips in and then just dips right back out.
And they just cancel. All of that setup from Into the Breach gets broken, and Kios is alone with that AWP on B. He doesn't have help from the rotators.
Incendiary's in on Red Star. Smooth Orb can catch off Lucky. Got a smoke on connector and go try and get towards this B bomb site if they continue along his commitment. Look at Iceberg here. He snuck in the back lines. Another backstab of Sashi this time. 20 seconds on the clock. Got to find the player at the apartments and the player over at the bench position. I think they've accounted for this though. Kill gets found. Back's a turn. Red Star's going to wait for the bomb carrier to get towards the site so he can deny it at the very last moment and win the round for ITB. They're spamming him down. They have an inkling. Quez safe for plant. Smooya challenging. Red Star finds his frag and he played that to perfection with the patience of an angel. And it is map point for ITB.
It's one of the best plays that we have seen from Red Star on this map, to just hold it as a massive bait and switch. Now, it's a good awareness there from Sashi to spam, to hope to drive him out in the open. The problem is they don't have the time. They just legitimately do not have the position. They know that Red Star is going to be somewhere on B, but you have to try and prioritize that bomb from going down. ITB, when Sashi had what it took to close, had 2 rounds to do so, now they're in the position to make it happen.
Two rounds to the good ITB. 2 chances to close it. Flatro in an underpass. Trying to get flashes in against Iceberg position. He's trying to take the challenge against the Kosovoanian. Finally peeks in towards one. Iceberg gets the opening kill.
Smooth is trapped, completely overwhelmed. Lucky and Iceberg gets easy kills in mids.
Synopsy trying to respond, but Iceberg's just too good at that headshot. Down to 2 players for ITB as Sashi once again, with their backs against the wall, fight to return, and return they shall. It's 1 out of 2, it seems, at least assuming Red Star and Kios don't do something really special right here. Brought up inside the inside line. Red Star hugging against Iceberg, trying to transfer back beyond this smoke. Quez is going to deal with him. It's Kios alone in the 1 versus 3. His clutches have been stellar, but not in this round.
And we have certainly noticed that in overtime, in comparison to regulation, the game has gotten a lot quicker. The T-side defaults have been more accelerated. There's been higher tempos of even CT sides trying to make early picks happen. You can see that down there at Underpass. ITB lose too much too early on, and it's not recoverable. Now, every team only gets 1 tack in OTJ, so use it here while you're on the map point to make sure that this is the one that closes.
Because they won't know if they get another chance in the next overtime. Shut it down here and now. Take the map that was basically owed to you at this point. Held a commanding lead over Sashi. Everything was spelling ITB on Mirage. And called it in the mid portions of the second half. The Ancient was calling us, but clearly it's a far gone calling.
And we've had these scorelines before. Think about the last head-to-head in September. We had a 13-8 for the side of Into the Breach, and we had a 19-17 for the side of Sashi. So we've seen overtimes already. Can it be ITB to reverse that? Can they be the one that gets the 19?
Iceberg walks up, Synopsy. Back turn towards the man, the Danes just slow and sure on the contact. Smooya not taking the challenge. Synopsy picked up, Red Star falling upon. Flatro dealt with. Smooya can land his AWP pick on the Palace player, turning his pistol in against the likes of Quez, but damage will not compound to the kill. ITB, tactical wasted. We look to play on.
And that is such a good call from Iceberg, because now even Kios is going to have trouble at this clutch. Cabby and Lucky just need to slow the round down. Need to make sure they're not giving him fights.
Even the T-spawn player rather rotating back. Gonna get towards short alongside Cabby. Posted and ready to receive the Belgian. Right, smoke down against it. Keels may have to go for the ninja stint. That might be his only chance right here. Hearing those footsteps coming in with the kill. Look back towards CT, but now he's got to hold it. 46 points of health. Lucky, he needs his spray. The HE is coming a little bit too late. Oh, no way! The ninja works! And Sashi have just about secured it. 19-17. Oh, goodness, that got down to the wire, but ITB will press us to map 3.
I don't even know how that eventually happens. First off, you've got 2 players in towards combat separation. Cabby takes first contact before Lucky is even there. They can't spam together. The HE tries to come out. Kios has won yet another clutch for Into the Breach, and not just a clutch that is around victory, it's a map victory. It sends them to the decider.
Oh, yeah, certainly for him. He's going to be patting himself on the back because we looked at that 1v3 saying even with him it shouldn't be plausible. He got that first fight. The second one was wonderful, and I just don't know why they didn't go for the spray right there. He was on half points of health. Ultimately, it could have pushed Sashi towards the overtime, but instead, Ancient is indeed on the table, Dwag.
Yeah, and for Sashi, they have to blame themselves in the 15-14 round, the 5v3 that they had, the HP advantage, the Quez slightly making an info play from jail, looking up at the apartments. That should have been 16-14, 2-0, done and dusted. Instead, you've actually given Smooya and Co a chance. You've actually given them a third map decider of a map that they're quite happy to play.
Indeed. I mean, Mirage might be their strong suit, and you can take some credit away in the sense that they have been tested on this going into that Ancient, but Ancient is still very prevalent for the Into the Breach side. Sashi, however, they have been able to press them. They have been able to do great work over the course of this matchup, and they certainly, in my eyes, have played the better series in totality, but will that carry over to our third and final one? It will be Ancient to close out the day to see who is moving on towards the playoffs after this very short break.
And how long have you been here?
From early morning.
Take notes, kids.
Hey, was that a bait? Will you share?
Hellcase, don't miss your luck.
back, back. Keep bringing it back, back, back. So I'm bringing it back, keep bringing it back. It's all like swinging it back. Back, back, keep bringing it back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Kiss like that, Kiss like that. can come back, but the time is gone. I'm running to escape from your left. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget. 'Cause I gave you my whole life, and instead you gave me nothing. And you let me here lonely. Hey, hey. I was lost on my own way. I will never be the same girl. But someone told me never to stay. We can come back. We can come back, but the time is gone. I'm running to escape from your left. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget. 'Cause I gave you my whole life, and instead you gave me nothing. And you let me here lonely.
Come on, it's almost yours. When are you gonna get another chance like this? Go ahead. Go ahead. Why are you slowing down? You almost got him. Come on.
Whoa. What's going on here? So, this is what you decided to do to me, to all of us, for pixels? Fuck you and your Roland. Let's get out of here, bro. Have you seen how many scammers showed up?
Only one more map in the day here. One more map left in Group C and one more map left in Sashi versus ITB. It's a map that the international squad have won once today. It's a map that they've won once before against the Sashi squad. But will it be a map that closes out this series? They barely held on to Mirage. Let's see whether they can get some confidence in the pistol round there on the CT side. Start of our final map today.
I'm definitely backing Sashi in this decider. They should have closed Mirage in regulation, and they should have closed in overtime. They have been the much stronger team, but Synopsy can start things off with the opening pick on that aggressive cave. The trade is back instant from Cabby, and I'm watching out to him to see, can he perform at the same level that he did on Mirage, now on Ancient?
Yeah, did crazy things. By far and away the best player in server on that map. It's unfortunate that Sashi couldn't quite convert upon the map victory for it. Flatro will take out Quez with his backstab in from main, getting out towards Elba. Now there's three B-site defenders. Keo's going to land on Cabby, so he's neutralized for any more impact. Lucky can't get anything more out of the round either, and it's a triple swing from Keo's. Another triple in a pistol on Ancient from him today.
It's just a couple of insertions, isn't it? You've got the info play aggressively in cave, 1-for-1 trade. You've got a lot of T-side contactors coming out elbow towards the top of shelf, and then it's just that A-walk. Just the timing that Flattrue gets, spots pretty much everything of what's going on. It's an easy kill, and the B defense is just stacked up. There's bodies absolutely everywhere, meaning that Sashi don't get the bomb down, don't look to force buy, look to give Evie an easy round number 2 to go into the opening rifles.
Starting press looking good for the breach. Go quickly in towards the bomb site. Flatro mows down 4. Sashi try to get the bomb plan out of this, but Cabby's going to get caught out by Kios, who doesn't quite get the kill, but doesn't matter too much. That rifle should fall right back into CT side hands. Oh, they tried to get rid of it. Actually, very smart call at the very end of that one for Cabby. Like a little bit of expense there happened for ITB, a little bit extra expense. Thatcher have to invest into another rifle as ITB placed the full gun buy of Sashi.
And at least Into the Breach have been playing a lot of Ancient recently. And the last few best of threes are kind of always featuring that map as their map pick, an opposition map pick, a third map decider. So they're getting reps under their belt in recent history. And 25 maps played in the last 3 months on HLTV. Compare that to just 11 for Sashi. Anti-rush util down from lane. We've seen Into the Breach go for these 4 mid starters. We saw in that last best of 3 versus Permitta.
They'll work well to the opening with said 4 mid stance. Damage done to Mistar and Iceberg. Mistar, a couple of utility bases past elbow. Iceberg damaged directly by Synopsis' SMG spray. Walkouts towards the A-bomb site for Sashi will at least be able to get this part of the map for them. Iceberg will get picked up as the opening kill goes the way of Into the Breach.
Smooya back at CT, in there with the crossfire. Synopsis, one of the best MP9 players you're probably going to find in the group stage. We have seen so many accounts on these force invests, half rounds, or just limited gun rounds, where if he's got the MP9 in his hands, he is doing damage.
Curiosity part of the ITV have looked very good with these SMGs in some capacities, better than when they have the rifles in their hands. They'll maintain 2 more players at Worth. Flatro making it 1, dropping that bomb. Quez, Cabby, caught towards the back lines by Smooya, so there'll be plenty of rifles saved in. 3 AKs for the CT side.
And that is concerning, because you're looking at that one as a bit of a bonus to get as much out of the round as possible, and you are saving quite a lot. And we felt a bit of a shift on that CT side in the Permitta matchup. Into the Breach were going aggro mid, they were going aggro cave, the individuals were all firing, and it's probably the worst thing that you can do if you're Sashi is to give AKs to Into the Breach players this early on in the half.
Means that they'll establish another opening confident lead like they did over on that Mirage, and they were able to close it out in the end with it. Sashi might still be some hope in the long term, given how they returned so well on that previous map after the HGs are coming in real quick. The utility down to the T-side execution will dish out some damage on towards Quez. 17 points of health, now 5 points of health with the HG. Molotov spams, gets inside of the smoke, actually should secure the bomb plant with it. So cash bonuses for the T-side. It's only a half invest round, so getting everything they could have realistically wanted out of this one. No exit frags, no real casualties. Iceberg allow them to defuse the bomb. Not get any exits. ITB, hot top.
And that is an awful eco for Sashi. I mean, you're investing quite heavily into that one, and it doesn't matter if you get the plant or not. You're still going to get a perfect buy-in. You need to start taking some of these weapons away. Not just so much the AKs, but you can't allow the CT economy to get out of hand. I mean, you've got players up at 6-7 grand. That cannot really be a factor, and that eco's just presented nothing.
No economical deficits for ITB at this stage. Sashi will be up to the weapons. Trying to see if they can put the fight back on with the true rifles. Unfortunately, Flatro's caught first by ITB. Back turn to Mistar, who strikes first and foremost.
Very aggressive, and Kios is completely stuck out here in mid.
Side of a smoke, he sits and waits.
Backstab.
Yeah, you're right about this. Look at Synopsis. No, caught off by Quez. He tried to push that smoke. Did that for a second time in this game. Not working out on round 5.
And they know that Kios is trapped here in mid, but they can just slow play it, because they know eventually he's going to have to wide swing out in the open. He can't just hold here forever.
Forced on the fight for Lucky. Jiggle bait. First fire of the M4. Kill found of the AK. Red Star and Smooya 2 versus 5. Sashi might have allowed ITB to get their economy in full profit and full on 4-0s on the starts. Just like it was on Mirage, Sashi able to get these very confident returning rounds at times. You can string them together. Iceberg and Mistar will start making things happen towards that B side. Mistar with his double up in particular, triple in the round itself. Sashi with their first on the board.
And now in the back of your mind, if you are Synopsis, you're probably second-guessing yourself about making that aggressive mid-push up to shelf, because you've just tried it in the last round, and Flatro was just completely blinded. He's trying to get up there on the boxes. He's receiving all of these flashes, and then before he can even focus his attention down from lane, they've already killed him out from elbow. So this might have to be a bit of an adaptation on how they deal with that CT side position.
ITB getting aggressive in towards mid. They're tanking the damage for it, though. Red Star down, Flatro down at Iceberg in at lane. They've got low HP on Synopsy, who's dipped out of the way. Kios cannot fight on Iceberg, and there is the very confident Sashi that I was looking for.
Certainly no adaptation at all. They have gone in for the exact same setup in mid, and the result is exactly the same.
ITB being wiped across the floor. B-side taken, plan to be secured. Smoothie and Synopsy. Best thing they're looking for is exits, and even that's a stretch, given Synopsy's HP especially. Because this round is most definitively theirs for the Sashi side. Synopsy will drop Smoothie's AWP to hold in.
We have to be realistic about not just this decider game, but the playoff bracket. Out of these two teams, who has got the best chance of winning the tournament? Who's got the best chance of threatening some of those invited teams? Of course, it's going to be Sashi. We know that Into the Breach have proved in Yellow Compass that they can get a top 4, but the majority of their placements are all sort of early exits in the playoffs, getting missed out one game before the playoffs. So I'm looking at Sashi and I'm thinking, if they go on to win this game, that's where they're going to be at their very best to contest again.
Cabby. Oh, dear. You are right, though, as a serious point. Sashi, of course, the favourite team in this group, in this series, and over the course of the day, ITB still on their quest to establish themselves a little bit more confidence. One tournament run is all that they've had thus far. I've said before, I'll say it again, we need to see that a few more times from them. And the run here in Hellcup may not be the run that gives them the way forward. Sashi whittled them down on their economy basis. The AWP cannot get rebought on for ITB. Tacticals to realign themselves and figure out if they are going to continue on with this buy, which seems to be the call.
And we have seen some very good results from Sashi in the playoffs of Hellcup. I think back to the last one, they beat OneWin and X-Para back-to-back. The tournament before that one, they beat Alternate Attacks, 9 Pandas, X-Preezy, and then 2-0'd OneWin in the final. Teams towards that higher end of Tier 2, teams that you would consider at a similar level to Sashi. 2 rounds is the difference, and the buy state might feature an AWP, but there are definitely limitations.
The SMG and the D you're looking at most for Kios and Synopsy. ITB not aggressing mid this time. Don't have the firepower to sustain. Do some damage onto Iceberg initially, I think, for utility or spam damage. Either way, the start sits with ITB on the HP marker.
A lot of space has been generated from Sashi. You've got a player of Mistar just outside of the donut entrance with a flash in from Iceberg.
Ready to receive Mistar's position, Iceberg. He turns away from it. They swing out wide. You will be heard, or we will be hearing them, I should say. Try to get back out to the back of the boxes. Caught the adjustments there for Mistar. We're getting Synopsy to drop. Smooth's tagged. We'll take Lucky back, so that's 1-for-1 trade. Bomb is close to sight. Got Flatro looking to potentially try and deny it here. He swings up ahead of the big box. Engagement against Mistar does go well for him. Alongside Restar's fight on towards Iceberg. 4 versus 2. Meanwhile, the lurker towards the B site is going to clear that bomb site out, and the bomb has easy access.
Indeed it does, but Cabby needs to slow this round down, and the problem is he doesn't have a smoke. So the only way that he can slow rotates is if he gets himself into a good position. Now, he has to be wary about any players in spawn already keeping eyes on this wraparound. I want to say that Cabby needs at least 2 if they want a chance of winning this.
Quez will plant the bomb. Yours was inserted towards mid, now come back for red. Hearing these footsteps in the corner. Will the CT suspect it? I think they do. Oh, Kios wins the fight. It's all Quez now. Fighting aggressively, lining up 2 players, getting a kill on one, nearly a kill on the second. The 2 M4s now make their way in. Heard quick adjustments back, but gave a little bit too much to Flatro, who takes the retake in for ITB.
Actually quite surprising that that round goes into the Breach's way. You've got good pressure building into Donut. Mistar and Iceberg just driving that AWP away, making Smooya more defensively, and eventually gets pushed away by the Molly at default to go all the way back at spawn. So you're thinking, okay, bomb site's opened up. They've got the kill against the Deagle player on a reverse default. But the problem is the bomb's coming from A main. So there's actually quite a bit of separation from the Donut individuals and the bomb carrier, and Quiz was just a little bit uneasy pushing through that smoke without some further assistance. It should have been around for Sashi, but ITB, they were just sending bodies in from CT and out there at Temple. Had a good idea to put pressure on.
Ah, straight in for mid for Mistar. What a wonderful way to open up the round. But Sashi may have conceded the last, but they have responded to ITB in kind very early on in round 8. Looking for their third on their board. ITB's economy game will not support the buys in the next round if they concede this one. Trying to get back towards red is Kios. He had that boost up for Smooya's AWP to look on towards Ram, but it's going to be completely irrelevant right here. Iceberg and Mistar the challenge together. M4 gets nothing out of that exchange.
And I'm convinced ITB are either going to have to take mid as 3 or play passive mid. You can't have anywhere else in between because they are getting farmed in mid. Anytime there is a contact from elbow, it is just death for ITB.
Every single time at that. Red Star picking up the AK and running for it because he knows that him and Smooya are not going to make the retake happen. Sashi. Round 1 via the mid setup and via the confidence that they took mid with. ITB want to fight for that mid control. What's the viability of them being able to win out those 3 players in every single time? Sashi have been very good at least catching trades, catching players off guard. There won't be much to fight with in the next round, though. For ITB, their options are limited.
And this has got to be a Sashi side that's clawing back the lead to just make sure that they get into the playoffs. They should have been top seed in the group. They had basically Incilio completely written off. They beat them on the opposition map pick. They had them on Nuke, had a good first half, but just struggled to close out. And you go, okay, we'll get them on the decider. And then it eventually comes back to bite you that you don't win in regulation. You go out 11-13. A series that Sashi should be beating Incilio every single day of the week. So now you're going up against another team that's weaker than you. Should have closed in 2. Should have closed in regulation on Mirage. If that 11-11 round with the B-pop doesn't come in, it probably is a 13-11 score.
Fast play out from Sashi in towards main. Molotov's going to try and get there. Swings in against Red Star. Cabby's going to capture Smooya's AWP. Able to respond. Player at Big Box called by Synopsy as he goes charging in with the MP9. And that deadly SMG. A consistent loyal force hit for ITB here. Keel's even looking to press, but there was his own SMG play. 1 frag found. Mistar trades it down. 21 points of health. Bomb lost towards the T side. They're both low. And Synopsy can jump face. Factory can go for the swing. And they can recover the round for Into the Breach.
And it might not just be the MP9 factor, but more so how you're utilizing that weapon. Now, when you're with an M4, you want to be counter-strafing quite a bit. You want to be quite active and moving positions. When you've got an MP9, it's a little bit more run and gun. You can be more pressed with it. You can actually hard strafe and fire at the same time. And just with the playbook of ITB on how they like to be aggressive on the CT side, I think that leans to Synopsy consistently putting so much damage up with that weapon.
Early damage against Sashi in round 10. ITB have not quite got the kills against them, though. It's superficial in the early portions. ITB basing passiveness this time. Sashi opting not to aggress down mid like they've done time and again.
Look, they still did. It's just that the CTs didn't fight them for it, and that's why there's no contact. You have Mistar that's still working elbow and outside of mid, but it's ITB that adapted on the CT setup. You've got Cabby that's being back and forth spammed in there to lane up against Kios deep on short, and Synopsy's making a mid-round play walking through Red Room.
It's rather that they haven't held the aggression in mid. They've considered it back to no man's land. And ITB will try and press forward of it in the end. Flat throw, 2 kills adjusted towards Quez. As Mistar tries to challenge him. Lucky gets it back to a 3 versus 3 though. HP against Cabby, however, puts ITB on the front foot.
Chaos has got to be wary because he can't go down on B. First off, he doesn't have any util, and secondly, he doesn't have any assistance. So he probably has to give the respect to the plant here. The best that he can do is maybe spam the bomb carrier as soon as he gets smoked off or he gets forced away by util, but he can't afford to overextend.
Oh, Iceberg swinging for the spray. Smooth is caught for it. Kios tried to challenge the site directly. It goes awry as Lucky wins the fight. Cabby sponging that damage, and Red Star, all he can do is grab an AK and run for the hills. Sashi back on number 4.
And I actually do feel for Flatro because he has had a rubbish game. He has been really poor in map 1 and map 2, but he's come out on Ancient and he's actually made a statement. We're seeing raw impact from him in some of these aggressive moves. Now, in that round, he is retaking mid with a teammate. He gets 2 kills to even up, and you're just not quite being rewarded with the round victory. You're being let down on that B bomb site. Red Star can save the AK and the util, but you had Sashi pressured on round 10 and you just didn't quite have the closing ability.
Terrorists win. I feel like we've been saying a lot of the same thing about a lot of the ITB players today. Muyo, his individual impact felt across the series is. Red Star, similar stance alongside Synopsy over on that Anubis in the last map especially, and the last series rather especially. Tacticals called in by Sashi, who have once again recovered a round, now look to try and press it at the tail end of this opening half because they know that the economy must be in ruin for Into the Breach.
I think it's difficult to be pointing the finger at Smooya as an individual player because let's think about map number 1, yeah? You're playing Inferno, which typically isn't a strong AWPers map and not a strong map for ITB. You come out to Mirage where he wasn't really AWPing on the T side, he was mainly rifling. You transition into the CT side and he's just never getting the AWP. The money was never strong enough. We saw more AWPing from him in overtime than anything else because the economy was just never there, and it's a similar notion here on Ancient. We have seen him only pick up the AWP on a couple of occasions.
Less pointing the finger and more pointing out that it is individuals that are standing out the most for ITB across these maps. 5-7 into Flatro, the weakened element. Might be top of the board for his team, but is the money not there to sustain the rifle buys. It is only Smoothie and Red Star on the rifles, the M4 and the AK saved. Kios tagged up on the SMG towards that B bomb site initially. You see the walk forward from Cabby trying to get him, but doesn't quite find his casualty. Iceberg gets swung upon, and Flatro makes the difference even with a pistol in hand.
And re-smokes off, he's being spammed, but he'll be able to get that AK. And you've got a pretty heavy stack, but watch out for the lurk of Mistar and the timing that he's able to bring from Red Room.
Kiar's flashed forward, dealt with by Lucky quickly. Mistar's backstab. We're going to have to challenge on the light Smoothie, the M4. Check in, the AK losing the fight.
And Mistar needed that fight because now everything falls apart and it goes down to the ramp individuals. Up on the bomb site, you've got Red Star on a hard tuck and a rotation from Smoothie back in.
Smokes down as well from the CT forces, trying to suppress at ramp. The teams are going to let that go ahead of them, but they're going to have to push forward of it soon enough. Flashes in against Cabby, going to keep him blinded. Smoothie credited with that kill. Red Star blind spraying. T-side is on the right-hand side of that smoke. Will get a kill in for Lucky. Flatro turns up that 5-7 to mass impact. A triple found for him. An AK rightfully in his hands. 3 AKs for ITB to look into the last round of the half with.
It was actually quite risky for Flatro to come out there of the cave entrance, and rather than flash underhand to the left-hand side, he sort of crouches and tries to get it over the default pillar, which means he could have been overexposed to a peek aggressively out from ramp. What ended up happening, though, there was just heaps of flashes. There was so much util flash assist to allow those riflers to just pin the last couple of players deep in the ramp smoke. ITB looking to challenge the 8-4 half.
And Sashi looking to make it 5 at the turn. Mistars again struck first on Smoothie in from mid as they tried to fight aggressive, and ITB paid for it for the 3rd or 4th time in this map. Cabby flashed out here, did try and prod, saw the prod from Kios, tried to get the kill against him. The HE's wonderfully placed again from the Belgian. Damage on Lucky especially.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot to learn from the demo review about the mid holds in the early rounds. I'm sure Juve and Crystal are going to be watching back this game and saying, how has it been so weak? How have we lost so many of these aggressive fights? Sashi have been given a chance and a lifeline because of that mistake, and now splitting quickly into A. You've got Synopsy as the only defender.
Right behind the big box. Smokes are coming down, suppressing the CT entrance. Molly's up. Engage of Mistar. Wonderful swing. Sashi can rely on him to do the damage, trying to become the top fragger and the top entry right now for the Sashi squad. So many fights won in mid. What a great fight that was towards main. It leaves 3 players to retake for ITB.
Flatcher is clearing out the majority of Temple, but he's not been given a fight. No one is even jiggling right now.
Footsteps heard. Engagement against Quez. Loses his life. Mistar's counting. KG sent deep. Catching Flatcher. Red Star swung upon by Cabby. And it's Keels alone. Trying to hold the defuse. Unable to do so as Mistar quadras out the last round of the half. And makes it 7-5 at the turn for ITB.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that half, honestly. The 4-0 beginning was quite a good marker. I thought that they struggled to adapt on these aggressive mid-challenges. Into the Breach certainly could have pushed it for more than just 7 rounds. Sashi will be quite happy with that recovery to get 5 in the end.
Went back and forth for the final 7 of the half. Sashi. Trail by 2, but leading in to their CT side. Is this going to provide the leg up that they need to bring home the series over into the Breach? Last time out, ITB won it over the Sashi camp because their T-side proficiencies led them into the advantage. Now, need to turn that proficiency into success here and now. Sashi are set with the Julies onto Lucky and Mistar in the final pistol round of the series.
Just searching out from mid. Got a couple of individuals up from shelf, a few down there from elbow. Just work the timing. Try and see if you can get a contact for a CT out in red, maybe one towards that donut entrance. It will be an A-split. The Julies up at tree actually could get a multi-frag and drop the bomb and make it extremely uncomfortable for ITB.
Lucky's ready to receive. Smooya cut down. Bomb dropped in at tree as well. Red Star will trade, but Iceberg holds his nerve. 4-on-3 situation. Sashi are pushed out of the A-bomb site. But they have that man up to make their moves in. It's a case of when they decide to strike, or will Kios get flashed in to get a kill? Only one. Cabby and Mistar. Quick turnarounds, quick trades, and a quick retake for Sashi.
Well, they've done everything they can. Once the Julies is hearing the footsteps in from Donut and sees the bomb being dropped in A main, they know exactly what's going on, and players are getting quickly into position. At least they get the bomb plant bonus. The issue is you've only got 2 casualties, so forcing here is certainly risky.
What's the call, ITV? What are you thinking, Synopsy? What's being formulated in that big old brain of yours? A smarter and safer option here. Into the Breach, only with the upgrade pistols. A little bit of care off of Smooya as well, but not much in the grand scale of things. Did you say it would have been a risk to invest into this kind of round, so they won't do so.
And Cabby already up from shelf. Should get a flash from Iceberg. This is intent to fight.
Lucky's allowed 1 player to walk past the main entrance over on A. Meanwhile, that lane take from Iceberg finds Flatcher to start. He has low HP in this exchange, and Lucky's also being challenged here by the Deagle pistols. Snupsy will fall anyway. Mistar holds his nerve on the site. The bomb hasn't been seen by them just yet, but Sashi is still in a 5-on-2.
Yeah, that player down from bottom mid of Cabby would have heard them in spawn, so easy information to recognize.
60 seconds on the clock, and they're all grouped together. Cabby shoulder baits against his position. Does lose his life to Smooya's Tech 9. The 1 man known about here for the CT side.
Now, the lane players know long range against mid fights. There's no point. Don't get up there from shelf. Just play deep in the bomb sites. You've got a donut player, so with that jiggle from Mistar, there's no way that they can cross out towards red, at least now that they've got the information. Red Star, 30 seconds on the clock. Not been given much of a fight. No one is overextending at all from Sashi.
Getting rid of these guns here for Red Star.
Get the Deagle back, except he only gets the M4 back.
Try and fight back and lose his life. Try taking another player with him on the way out of the round. Not able to do so.
Hang on. Does he get it? Yes, he does.
Yeah, he does. More than 5.
So you've tried to get rid of the M4. You've taken it back, and now you've just given Iceberg a free M4.
Indeed they have. Unfortunate as it might stand. Didn't find what they wanted, didn't get rid of the damage up against the Sashi side. They hold on to those 4 rifles. The SMG will stay for Quez as well. ITB back onto their weapon investments, standing all at evens against the Sashi camp. I'll lean forward to look for Synopsy. Flatro, decent kill onto Quez. Iceberg turning it back to a 4 versus 4, and Synopsy will find Cabby in amongst that smoke. Advantage for Into the Breach here. Iceberg's not about to be so close, but Smooth's so wary and low HP to take that swing. They might even trade places. Iceberg behind both the T-side elements. No, just back into Cheetah, unable to get the kills.
Yeah, there was some serious walks there from Sashi, both at the elbow entrance and out there at the front side of Cave. Mistar gets a long-range fight against Chaos and actually doesn't even take much damage from that fight at all.
The 3-on-3 stance as a result.
Well, watch out for the bomb being dropped.
Brought upon by Synopsy, needs backup from Red Star, who is caught. Now that AK smoked off, probably to run back and reconsider options. Smoothie has made his way in towards Red to potentially cut rotations or backstab into the A-bomb site. Aware that there was only one player out there for Mistar now. In from mid to go up towards Donut. The main challenge from Mistar is going to catch that, but these 2 players that are pushed in from Cave could also catch Synopsy off towards the shelf. They're not going to go that far aggressive. 35 seconds. ITB to plant the bomb.
Mistar's actually in a really good pause. It would be unlikely that Smooya re-aggresses into A main. And now with the timing, you've actually got Mistar looking the other direction. So he'll hear that bomb from going down. He'll be the element of surprise in this main area.
Smooya's looked down range, but hasn't checked the entire corner. Mistar starts moving. He can even deny the bomb plant at this position. Smokes up to suppress. Blind spray's not going to ring out. He'll wait for them and wait for backup to arrive. Smooya now to challenge 2 players into that donut entrance. They are inbound quick. Lucky is low HP, but they rush him down. They push him away from position. Beyond that smoke, he's covered off. Lucky on the reload. Both players will get hurt, rotating back towards Red. So it's an option now. He's up the task. In the back lines, he gets Mistar to a 2 versus 2. Sashi have given so much information away to ITB. They think it's best call to save. And they are out of there. Into the breach, into the lead.
And not sure exactly what was going on with the timing for Mistar, but he knows that the planter has planted in the smoke and he hasn't seen him. So the idea is, right, he's either reverse default, he's CT, or he's wrapped into Temple. And there is just another one of those moments of timing. He puts the incendiary down, and then that's when the swing comes from Temple. And Sashi tried to slow play it. Maybe there could have been a denial through the smoke. Maybe there could have been a spam for Mistar. ITB, it looked extremely unlikely that they were going to win that round, and in the end, they've clawed it away, and they've pushed for the lead again.
Another tactical for Sashi. Second one of the game for them. ITB trying to edge ahead in a pivotal moment for them to do just that here. Sashi's economy state is not great. They've got a weakened buy with Mistar's SMG in play. And to consider that he's on the MP9, he's got 19 kills. That's a huge loss for Sashi in terms of their impact player.
Well, it is, but it isn't. Consider the positions that Mistar plays. Mistar's the A player. So out of anyone, you'd rather him be on an MP9 and then he can get up there on tree. He can play back a big box. You'd rather have an M4 in a more active position, like a cave, out in ramp, 2 of the mid players. You wouldn't really want the M4 on Mistar.
A lesser damage weapon, and he's the 10 kills ahead of the second place fragger on the Sashi side. He's engaging towards mid and elbow. First up, trying to get up close and personal towards the T side of things. As is Cabby with the kill from Shelf on Synopsy. The lurker towards that B lean. And the rifle that perhaps Mistar could get upgraded towards here if they do stall it out. If ITV don't press towards Banana, towards elbow rather, which they won't. Eos leads them into the A site.
Might have to be retake heavy. With no one on A and Rotator still coming back from spawn, they might try and spam and deny the bomb from going down, but it's going to be difficult to fight against the A main players.
Mistar smoked off. Incendiaries and damage done. Iceberg can combine to get the kill on Keels. Mistar was just drive-by Red Star as Cabby trades back flat throat to 4 versus 2 for the Sashi side, making it one of Red Star's drop. Bomb in the open. Smooya trying to clutch this by isolating each of the fights. We'll get that first player. Iceberg may well get detected out here towards Temple, thinking that was a flashbang coming his way. It was a HG instead. And Iceberg can get the kill with his head turned away. Sashi respond.
And it's excellent utility usage, because normally when you're coming out of A main, you want to try and scale on that left-hand side, get behind Big Box, give yourself a better fight against Donut, and then you can also hold the Temple Cross, rather than kind of coming out under the tree wall as such. So when that Incendiary goes down from Donut, it's just a perfect crossfire, because players are burning, they're taking damage, and then that's when the Temple M4 can come in from Iceberg. ITB may have been fortunate with their 8th round, but their follow-up is not successful.
Sashi look to maintain full control here with their rifles pulled out against the pistol players. A little bit of damage will come against them, but the SMG of Quez to recover some of that money ultimately will end up falling with the main weapons, the AKs. They stay in for Sashi.
And now they've got to make a decision. Do we want Smooya on the T side or is that something that's going to help us win rounds? Because they've got money for it. They've all got to be thinking, what is the counter argument? What is the adaptation that we need on this T side? How do we actually bridge the more in favor rounds to go our way? Sashi up by 1. Win this. I'd say you're getting extremely close to winning the game. You'd be looking at that 11-8 scoreline.
And finally, their chance to close the series when they fumbled out 2-0 chances on the last map. You were right when you said that they should have won it, because they didn't. ITB having a chance, of course, to close out in this third one, where they're powering the lead for the majority of this matchup thus far, and they look to try and reclaim that lead right here. Cabby's backstab's going to do one, kill one towards Smooya, but the mid fights have gone well for ITB. The A take has gone well for ITB. They're up by 4, by 3 by ITB. And Sashi just do not want to deal with this retake.
Yeah, there's no point committing for this. You could say, is that a lazy rotation for Iceberg? Probably not. You've had Cabby come out mid, right? He's inserted through the elbow smoke and he's hearing the footsteps. So he knows that the bomb and the majority of players are coming from A main, and he hasn't seen that other lurk. So they kind of pass by one another. You end up getting Cabby backstabbing into spawn. He gets a single kill towards Smooya. The bomb gets picked up by Kios anyway. And then just when there's a little bit of a rotation room by your cave player of Iceberg, there's somebody just sitting under that Xbox position. So I wouldn't say it was a lazy rotation at all. It was just a catch of timing and a complete surprise to Iceberg.
ITB even against Sashi once again, trying to edge them out. One more round to try and take the lead, and Sashi maintaining their money line as best as they can here into the breach. Bit more spread out on their defaults, not heavy-handed towards one particular commitment. Couple of players in lane, couple of players in at main. Noise being made on both sides of the map. The HG is down from the T side, especially placed out towards that main entrance, is drawing attention away from mid.
As soon as Iceberg gets contact, he'll just smoke off that cave entrance, disallow all the space from Flatro. You've got an aggro play down from Ramp. That's Quez trying to make a play.
Trying to find that fight, not doing as much down there. The smoke's placed pretty perfectly. As Flatro's peak comes forward, but doesn't get anything for it. Even the HE unable to do damage. More HP advantage for Sashi from first minute marker. ITB is trying to find that fight that they need to claim the advantage. They're just not presenting on Sashi.
Quez is just holding the incendiary on this jiggle. So once he sees a shadow or even a contact or even util out over the top, that's when he can drop and try and stall for time. You'll have a quick rotation from Iceberg in red room to come back and keep 3 on B.
Exact same scenario with that smoking at cave. ITB, utility start getting sent. Incendiaries timed well. Red Star forced to hold back. ITB apply the brakes. But they make their way into the bomb site here. They haven't got much of a choice around it, and there are CTs all up and down. A shot. Quez tries to aggress. It goes awry for him. Cabby with one trade on the back lines. It's a 4v4 though. The plant secured. The retake set out to the advantage of ITB as Flatro caught Cabby in the backstab. Iceberg picked up through the smoke by Red Star. And the international squad soar ahead once again.
And what do you even say about that round? Sashi has done everything right. They have got 3 on B, and Cabby is the 4th player up there towards the front side of lane. You have the Incendiary placed at a good time. Quez, he probably believes that he should be getting 1 or 2 kills there. With how blinded they are, with that swing, with how close they are down from ramp, individually more impact should be coming. And that just tells you might have the read, you might have the setup, but if you're not connecting onto the kills, you're going to get overwhelmed. And ITB, well, that is just a miracle to make that round actually possible.
Just about coming together for them. 2 on the trot in what has been a very 2-streaked half for Sashi. Finally, ITV can connect and they can hold an advantage, hold double digits first. And look to try press to hold this map and this series. They will get to 11-9. Lucky and Mistar, the 2 saved rifles in the previous round, will be the only rifles for this one. USPs, 5.7s, P250s. It's a bunch of pistols, hoping for miracles of their own on the Sashi side. Cabby pressed, Mistar can take 1 trade-off of his death. And they know that they can run this rifle down.
And Mistar's just trying to reposition, trying to give himself another angle that he can strike from damage.
Smokes and flashes would ensure that nobody's on the bomb site or caught in rotations. M4 looking for the fight. Kios does not know exactly where he's at. Quez close in this smoke. Is he going to press the issue? He may well just find what he needs. Red Star, bomb plant heard. Mistar's being accounted for. The USP tries to charge forward, does not get anything out for it. Iceberg with a decent kill on the return. Lucky too far away to provide support. There's the Orpa Smooya, picks him up. Iceberg falls, and Lucky has just got to save his gun.
Now, ITB have really had to work to even get up to 11 rounds. This has not been an easy game at all, and you don't expect it to do so when you're facing against one of the strongest teams in Tier 2. This has been quite contentious with the trades. It's been quite chaotic at moments, but they are edging for victory. They are so close now to getting it over the finish line. They just need to think that while Sashi have been the better team across map 1 and map 2, we're the ones that are in a stronger position to close. And that's what we need to be focusing on right now.
Rifle buy for Sashi. What has been a contested matchup right up until this point. ITB could break their backs. Back trying to push the early smoke. Smooya. Flash time world against him. Cannot get the flick shot. Cabby in at lane. Finds Flatro to start things. The Danes, upper man.
And rather than just accelerating with pace, they are actually slowing the round down, ITB. They're walking out to A main. Mistar with the Incendiary is probably going to force a contact or at least a double pump. You've got Synopsy that's just maintaining outside B. He's hoping for over-aggression.
ITB have got to slow it down. Hold their positions. A little bit of noise being made by Synopsy over on the B lean, but it's all about the A-site commitment here, and Lucky's AWP and Mistar's M4 have not moved. Smooya, is he ready? Yes, he is, but he's not able to find the crack angle. Lucky has connected him. He's ready for more right here. Utility being sent out by the T side. The 5-on-3 establishes. Synopsy's making noise, trying to sell them on the B commitment, and it seemingly worked right here. The bomb's still back at main, and no one's on the site defensive on A.
And they're playing very defensive because of the man-up situation. Synopsy gets that first kill. Is that driving a bit more of a rotation? Yes, players are moving.
And Kios is walking, him and Red Star, 2 versus 4. But now with no one else seen towards the B side of the map, ITB do not have as much breathing room anymore. Kios, Molotov in. The player at K was going to catch that carrier. Bomb dropped, Red Star. 10 seconds to pick it up and plant it, and now everyone's here from Sashi. They find their response. ITB, the last man, has to run back and save the AWP. Sashi Up to double digits of their own right here. They are within touching distance of ITB. There will be another buy for the T side. That was the back-breaking chance. That was the opportunity for Into the Breach to destroy the economy state of the CT side, and they couldn't get the job done.
They just lost too much on the opening contacts there. It doesn't help that Red Star isn't quite performing to an adequate level. Now, again, he is hard lurk T side, a bit more supportive, and then CT side he plays A, so you're not in some of those more active positions like you were on Inferno and Mirage, but even still, when you're 11-10, everyone needs to try and step up. Everyone needs to create chances. Sashi will look at that last and say, we've actually set ourselves up for 13-11. Because let's just consider how that round's gone down, right? It's been a bit of a slapping affair. You've got mass AKs being recovered. The Danes know that we could go on a bit of a fiery round streak here. We could go completely undefeated to close.
And that would be the most viable way to close it for them as well. ITB to lose this round, to go to the eco. 12-11 for Sashi. Seen that before. Looking from Cabby and his aggressive forces towards that lane position, trying to open up the round again. Seeing a player of Smooya. What an adjustment to the headshot. Straight down he goes. And the T's don't know how to respond to that.
It seemed as if they were at least prepped for Cabby to make that aggressive move again by being a bit more defensive, not trying to challenge that further up space at the top of cave, but they still get deleted. Cabby has been the guy that's pushing Sashi in the right direction. ITB just have no map control. Similar to the last round, you've got a solo B-lurk. It's not Synopsy this time, but you need to find a pressure point somewhere. You need to find that just relief of pressure with a kill.
HG to open a smokes, Cabby spotting. Unable to find a burst fire shot or kill on towards any of those players from beyond that smoke. Sashi still lead by a man though. ITB are the ones that need to hunt for the kills.
Quez and Iceberg are super defensive on B. They're just trying to stall. Iceberg's got another smoke towards ramp too.
Whenever they take face and fight, Mona comes in towards cave instead of ramp. And forces the player back a cheetah away. Iceberg receiving resistance. The Molotovs to force him back in towards cave. More definitively, the flashes to keep him blinded. That third player of Mistar's going to get called in. Synopsy finding Quez from beyond that smoke. The AK of the CT side looks to try and strike. Blind sprays from the default plant position is still protected. Synopsy looking to swing as well. Lucky's orb may well get caught with U2 in hand, or the flanks have come forward instead. Synopsy spammed down on low HP. 43 points to his name. Iceberg trying to find a working position here back at cave. Lucky's being tagged down as they continue to rain bullets through the smoke. Red Star's orb will land. Cabby trading Synopsy, but with their sight insertion point removed, Sashi know there is no retake, and ITB have overwhelmed them again to map, match, and group point, and they are one away from eliminating the Danes.
And it's one of the most unlikeliest of players to make that mission happen. The in-game leader of Synopsy, he's the one that opens up the bomb site. He gets that first kill against Quez, who's been getting owned in this second half. He's had a really tough time out on B side, putting down util, staying alive, trying to play off of Iceberg. He's the first one to drop, and then that's where Synopsy re-aggresses in from short, catches off the long player. And 12-10, ITB, they just know that it is closing time. They know that Sashi's been on series points, but now that we're on series points, we've got two of them and two good chances to make it happen.
Third and final tactical for the Danes. ITB may not have played the cleanest of series, may not have had the easiest of days, but this may well still be their day.
I wonder, Jay, where do you adapt? Because normally you'd say in a tactical, okay, how do we work an opening pick? Mate, Cabby's been getting your opening picks. He's been the guy going up top shelf and winning the first lane fight. So this whole tactical has surely got to be talking about communication and adaptation of CT setups in the mid to late round.
Because that's where ITB are finding their success, you're right. The opening start of the last round had Smooya falling towards Cabby rather handily, and still ITB forced out that B bomb site. Still ITB took the round. Kiosk in towards mid. Flashes turned away from trying to get out to the shell position, but spammed down by Mistar through that smoke. Red upon from red. An advantage again for Sashi. But ITB are unfazed.
They end up cancelling. Flatcher with the spam gets super close to both of those CTs, and Lucky's actually got another pick against Smooya.
Huge frag to find down at ramp. That's 2 opening jewels gone the way of Sashi. Flashes in. They're unaffected by it. Red Star without a kill. And down near transferred on towards Quez, but not quite a lot of damage output right there. The smoke's involved at the T side will keep that cave entrance from being pushed upon again here by Sashi. Although Quez is making a fair amount of noise towards it. Flatcher trying to spam him down while blinded. Unable to find the kills they require. They're still up a man here for Sashi.
And they're running out of util. That's the problem that ITB have. Now, they've got the boost up to just clear out this reverse default, any stragglers that are playing towards the ramp side, but this is a super defensive line on B. You've got a player in elbow, and then all of the other 3 CTs, they're basically just sitting on the long and short wall.
Molly in to suppress the T's, are trying to make their way up. The HEs continue coming down, but they're going to go dry in towards this unless Flatro manages to find the ultimate flashbang. Red Star so wary of a backstab, which one is inbound from Mistar, but it's mostly to cut rotations. The flashes will get set over. 20 seconds. ITB need to go now. Need to get into this bomb site, and Lucky's AWP is so ready for them to receive. A smoke finally gets found on towards the short entrance. Long is the concern. Synopsy wins the fight on Lucky, and they can plant back just open towards the right-hand side of the site. Flatro found towards Long. Synopsy needs to win this fight. He can't do so. It's Red Star to clutch it, which is a little bit too much of a task for him. Sashi hold the retake, and we go to round 24.
Honestly, fair play to Quez. I've just criticized him for being basically on 5 kills and being the weakened element on B, and he has got 3 kills in the round. And such a contentious one where it looked as if there was actually ability. The short smoke goes down, the pressure is building towards Long, the AWP from Lucky drops. You can see a world in which ITB can push that post plant for a win. But Quez says no, and Sashi play on.
Looking for one more overtime. They had it in the last map, and ITB edged them out. Thanks to a ninja defuse of all things. The teams want to go one better to close in regulation. Incendiary's up, Red Star. Spam down, Iceberg gets both those kills. The flashbang in from Lucky, enabling him and Quez to peek him. Remove 2 from play. The smokes to the B doors will clear. A resmoke comes in so quick for Sashi, though. They're in a 5-on-3.
And they make it look and feel so comfortable. We've seen the aggressive lane challenges, but we haven't seen much insertions down from bottom ramp. Util was on point. The Incendiary told them the info that lane was compromised. And then the flash, there's just no anti being set. And Flatcher and Red Star get completely owned. And Kios, Synopsy, and Smooya have time, but they don't have map control. They don't even know if lane is being contested.
Starting to make moves. Smokes down in at cave. The AWP starts firing with the CT side as the AK is trying to engage. Synopsy going to walk through this smoke. Lucky caught by Smooya. Iceberg seeing his utility come down is going to push forward to the gap. That's a perfect chance for Synopsy to strike. And Quez is cut off as well. Oh, that's huge. ITB from 5v3 to 2v3. They're up in control, and Sashi need a retake to happen. Smooya boosted to look just above that smoke as it starts to clear. The HGs will tag those boosting players, and they're both inbound from long, unaware of the setup they have. They heard the drop off though. The swing from Synopsy gets a kill, and Kios will close the last. Synopsy, a huge triple sequence that gives ITB the series win. The steal of Sashi eliminated in the group at the very last hurdle. It's into the breach, into the playoffs.
What an insane way to close out that game. So not only has Synopsy got the multi-frag round to set them up on map point, but he's just walked through the cave smoke. I mean, that takes some guts. If you walk through there and Iceberg is holding reverse default and he's pinning his crosshair through that smoke, that's just it. Round is just over. But in those defining moments, you have to play a bit of risk. And him walking through that resmoke has actually opened up that entire round.
Exactly. Like, no one saw it coming. The TTs certainly didn't see it coming at all. Sashi was so ready for them to focus on that ramp control. And even the pick on against the AWP, I don't know how that came through, but that was just as sick. Sets up that 4-on-3. And then, of of course, allowed the man advantage to tip the way of ITB in the end. That last round, stunning to behold from the Into the Breach camp, and they found that little extra push that they needed, not to allow us to go to overtime, but instead to close in regulation. And man, what a battle it had to be for ITB. Remember, they probably could have lost out in 2-0 fashion today.
They probably should have done, but they kept the mental resilience quite high. They gave themselves just enough to be able to push it over, and I think it's nice to even see Synopsys' raw impact at the tail end of the game. We come into a lot of these best of 3 series for ITB. We always talk about the core, the Smooya, Red Star, Flatro combination. I think over the last couple of days, Jay, we've seen a little bit more from Kios in those small anchor roles. We've seen some of his late round decision-making and clutches that he's won, and then we've now basically seen what the in-game leader can do to make a difference, to push victories over the line.
Yeah, those two guys, again, you said that before that they're not really the guys you look at the most in terms of posting up their numbers, and they haven't necessarily taken over the top end of the board per se, but they've had such massive impact over the course of these matches that they have made the ultimate difference for Into the Breach. When Sashi had them shut down, when they had those star players marked and unable to perform, it was those guys, those smaller elements that tipped the odds ever so slightly in the favor of Into the Breach. By a margin of a couple rounds per second and third map, they do take control of this. And for Sashi, on the contrary, for them, it must be a disappointment to fall here.
It's actually quite concerning because they've been taking some rough losses as of late. They haven't been playing that many officials. So your mindset is, well, if we're not playing many officials, we need to be pumping teams. We need to be basically dispatching them in the lead up to the RMR. We've basically seen them play their 10th official in coming up to 50 days. I mean, that's what, one game almost a week. And we're just not seeing that many wins. They should have beaten Incilio yesterday. They should have beaten ITB today, 2-0 or 2-1. And they're just missing out. I mean, I know it's close again. That Incilio game, map number 3, went all rounds in regulation, just as it did on Ancient. But I don't think that's an excuse. I don't think you can look at it and say, oh, well, it was extremely competitive. They need to be pushing for the wins, and it's just not happening right now.
No, and that obviously is another tournament where they actually dip out in before the playoff stage. That now makes it the Fast Cup tournament I mentioned before, Yellow Compass, where they went 2-3 in the main Swiss stage, and now here in Hellcup, where they're out in the groups, and this is a team that have always been able to make it to the playoffs, or at least go towards the higher ends of the respective tournaments that they've been part of as of late. So this, as you mentioned before, may well be a concerning trend if Sashi continue to dip down, and this is a squad that it might start to look towards some changes very soon. I mean, considering how the RMR is going to go down, the fact you're losing out on these tournaments, it's not a great momentum swing to Shanghai.
No, it's not, and it's not a good feeling for Cabby either. I mean, he performed at a monster level out of Mirage. He played to an adequate level on Ancient, and it's just not quite getting the response. I mean, you mentioned, well, I mentioned the B-side player of Quez basically being on 5 kills moving into round 21. It's just, you've got players that typically are a little bit more consistent that aren't quite delivering that impact. For Into the Breach, they'll be very happy today, but if you're Sashi and you're in that conversation as basically being a top-end tier 2 squad, you can't be affording to basically get grouped by Into the Breach.
Well, we'll see whether or not they can bounce back in the next competition they're a part of. I believe that Sashi are continuing to sort of focus on their practice, but they are competing in a couple other tournaments at the moment as well. So maybe we might see some more online results come to their favor. Maybe we might see them springboard back into the Shanghai RMRs, but only time's going to tell on that particular front wake. For now, they are eliminated here in the Hellcup. ITB will move forward with Incilio, 500 OG, Navi Junior, and Spirit Academy as 6 of our 8 teams now coming out of the group stage and into the playoffs. And tomorrow we get to do that dance all over again. Group D with 9, Ecstatic, Sinners, and Arc Red all involved in the last group of the tournament.
Yeah, so just to give you a little bit of a brief overview, Arc Red were actually quite close to qualifying to the RMR for a team that we don't even rate that highly in the middle of the pack tier 2. I'd say this Ecstatic team, since losing Torsen to Gamer Legion and picking up TMB and legitimately having an in-game leader, have looked really good. They're playing some good CS, they're pushing for some decent wins, and I'd actually say they're a little bit of a dark horse to go deep in this tournament. I've been really impressed by the Danes of Ecstatic recently.
We'll find out whether it can be another Danish team that fall out in groups or whether they can repeat Sashi's own mistakes. Again, of course, that will be our Group D for tomorrow's proceedings, starting at 12 midday CET. So make sure you're joining us back here on the Hellcase channel, because Hellcup 11 has one more group to play out, plus our playoff positions, and you do not want to miss any of that action here. But today, that's all we have for you. We'll see you back here tomorrow for Group D.
What kind of shame is this? Are you new? Have you heard of Hell Case?
Best cases in the world. Book a rookie on me. Don't be shy, come on. Haha, newcomers are lucky today, huh?
Hell Case, the best cases.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You been steady capping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. I do not gamble, but bet on me. Tell them that's life, yeah, it's still of it. I'm taking a shot for my enemies. I can't waste no more time on my energy. I know they know I got it on lock. Go against me, that's a long shot. Cause I'm counting wins all around the clock. Never doubt me, boy, I don't stop. Who do you feel when they make you the monster? I am not scared of none of you imposters.